welcome along and welcome back to the old stream farm. We have got quite a lot to do. It's November. We really want to kind of get everything cleared up before winter now. So we're going to be working towards that today. Now to do that, what we're going to have to do is actually get some contracts done and finished off. We're going to finish off the second baling contract we've got, and I've actually got my eye on a third baling contract. So we're going to take this out. We're going to get that started, and we're going to get the field 42 cut with this. We then have another baling contract on field 38 for 9,300. There's one on 36 as well. So if I can get these done, this is going to bring in a lot of money for us. And the advantage of this is that it will then allow us to buy a new piece of equipment that people have actually suggested I get hold of. And that could make a fair amount of difference on the farm. And that is a forage wagon. So that's what we're looking to do. I found a forage wagon mod that isn't too expensive. And should fit into our farm fairly well. And we only need, you know, not a huge amount to feed our sheep anyway. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We may even try and get ourselves a hayloft in the long term. But first, we do need to get this stuff cut. So, we are going to unfold the mowers. Is this hooked up fully? No. There we go. Check this is hooked up. Yeah, that looks hooked up. So unfold those ones. Switch to the rear. Unfold those ones. Oh, that was all hooked up. Yep, that is all hooked up. So unfold. Unfold. There we go. Right. So yeah, we're gonna get this field cut, and then I think we'll take on that other contract and try and get that cut as well. Because if we can get through these today, we should be in a pretty good position. That is lowering the back ones and not the front one again. Let's lower that, and away we go, getting this field cut. Round the headland twice, and this should be a lot quicker to do this time compared to last time, because we're not having to row it after we've gone through and done all of the cutting. So should be fairly quick to do this round. I have realized that we have all the equipment that we need to do a load of hay contracts if we wanted as well. So we can pretty much take on any contract we want here. I am not going to be doing too many. I think it's going to be a case of however many I can fit in on this day we're going to do. I just want to get as much money in as possible. If we can get enough to get a baler, that would be even better. But our baler, I think, is... Let's have a look in here. To get a baler that we might want, which would be this one, is 39,000. Whereas what we are aiming for is get this little Busha forage wagon. Should be pretty good for us. Should meet everything we need, and we're only needing hay to feed the sheep. So yeah, that should work perfectly on our farm. Just to collect that up, and then we can put a pile of hay in the shed, or alternatively we can get a hayloft and put it into there. I think one of those, if we have a look in the construction, that would fall under silos, I think. There we go. 63,000 for a hayloft. So yeah, we might be able to afford that in a little while. All in all, though, we should be pretty good. Right, let's get back on the front. So yeah, it will cost us more overall to have the hayloft, but I don't think we need anything more complex than that. However, if a baler was to turn up in the shop when we come to get the forage wagon, I wouldn't say no to picking that up as well. That would work out fairly well for us too. This is definitely massively quicker than last time we did this field. We are just zooming through it. I didn't think it would be that much quicker than the other piece of kit we were using. But having said that, the that big mower, the Big M, that does allow us to do the same thing as we're doing with this crosscut. You can use that to windrow as well. Something I do wonder is whether you could take these rows that both this and that create and go and run a tether over it, and how far it would actually spread those. I know in previous versions of Farm Sim you could get away with then baling it up with a lot of balers. But on here, I kind of get the feeling everything gets really spread out when you throw a tether over things. So I don't think it would be quite as well, or would work quite as well on this if you were to do that. But we're not worried about that because we are doing silage bales on all of these contracts that we're trying to get complete today. And yeah, if we can complete these, then we're going to end up with a really, really decent amount of money. Aim is to get, well, actually, we should end up over 30,000. That baler is suddenly not looking that far out of our reach. Last couple of rows to finish this off. And yeah, fairly simple. Round we go, and one tiny little bit. Still is too wide for this, but it's 10:30 in the morning, so that's really good. There we are. I'll turn that off and turn that off. And because I'm trying to minimize the amount of faffing about we're doing, based on the fact that we were doing an awful lot of that faffing about last time, we are going to go straight over here and see if we can get to one of the two other fields that I was talking about. Round and up. We've got a roadway here. See, there's our field of bales that we can't yet deliver because all of our machinery that we're working with at the moment comes from that field. We want to come over here. So we've got 37 and 38. I think 38 is the contract field that's available, whereas 37 is not. Let's have a quick look in here. Yeah, 38 is available. So we're going to accept the contract on that, which puts that just over there. We kind of need these contracts anyway, even with the excess it'll give us, in order to make the amount of money that we want to make. Unfold. Because otherwise, we're not going to cover the cost of the equipment that we've got here. Turn on. Turn on. Drop down. Move forwards a bit. There we go. And then drop the back down. And yeah, this is a nice long field, so not a lot of mucking about trying to get things, or trying to do lots of turning around. We might be able to just keep going around this. And looking at the sides of this field, how far can we go over before that complains? That's really good. We got quite a lot of extra grass on that bit. The other thing, of course, we'll have from these contracts is quite a lot of excess bales. With having to deliver around 80% of the bales on each field, that's a good 20% on each one that we'll be left with. Should more than cover the cost of the equipment, to be honest. I am intrigued to see where we're going to be. One thing to note, though, of course, is we can't sell the actual silage bales, the excess silage bales, until after they've fermented. So that is still going to be a slight delay on the money from those. But like everything else. You know, we got December coming up, and December is a really good sales time for most crops and silage bales and everything like that. So at the moment, I'm expecting us to do fairly well next month. I know, it might be worth... I'm going backwards and forwards on this. It might be worth us actually just renting the baler today, getting that job, getting our field baled up with that, and then seeing where we are later on. We're not going to need a baler or a pickup until next year. Or the other thing is, we got the pig yard. How much is our pig yard worth? Because we're not using that. So our farm is somewhere over this way. There we are. There's our farm. And this is our pig area. So we'd lose this shed and that. 21,000. Actually, that's really good. Yeah, the sooner we sell that, the better as well. Would create... Yeah, that would be everything. Would create a really good area for us to put a hayloft in order to store this. So, yeah, I think that might be something we have to have a look at going forwards. It would certainly be a different way of doing things. As I hope with this field, we've got some nice long rows to play with, and that we are able to get cut and baled up, and yeah, means that we got less turning to do. It does get a little bit fiddly towards this end of this field, but not much I can do about that. It's the angle really that it finishes off at that makes that a bit more difficult. We could have gone across the field, but I don't think that would have made it much easier. So we're going to end up with some shorter rows towards this end, but certainly we've got some big long rows along this side, and we're going to get our final long row here. We've also managed to go fairly well over the edge on this field. Last time we were doing, well, not last video, but way back, there was a little bit of criticism for not going right up to the edge of the field, and to be honest, that was the last field or the first field we cut today, and yeah, I tried keeping as close to the edge as I could. It's not always obvious on the fields on this map. For example, a couple of places where I've gone well over the edge, it's not obvious. Like down the side there, you can see the row to the left there. That is well over from the edge of the field. And then further down, we've got a tree smack bang in the middle of the field. So it's not always easy to keep into the field or go out of the field. But we'll see how we go, and hopefully we'll get some extra bales from here that will bring us in a little bit more cash. This though is where it gets fiddly. I think that last little bit down there, that is gonna have to be done as well, a bit going across here, because there's no way that that's going to be an easy bit to do in lengths going the direction that we are at the moment. And we go, and in. There we are. But we might have to get a little bit smart with it in order to do that properly. Up. Round. And it's 20 to... or it's... yeah. A little bit worried about the time. I'm just going to cut this end bit off. Make a very small row there. And then that will allow us to come here. Put that down there. And then we can get everything in with this last one here. Perfect. So, I don't think we could do more than 2 fields today. We'll turn those off and turn that off and lift it up. Fold everything up. Now, somebody did say last time, oh, you should have left everything down at the field. And yeah, I think they're right. Knowing that we were going to be doing, or thinking of doing the other field, we probably should have left it all there. Can we take this road back to the shop easily? Where are we? We are... I can't easily see where I am. Field 52. Facing that way. Okay. So, we can head down here, I think. Oh yeah, we're heading along here. It's not the fastest way back, I don't think. I think we could have got across country. But yeah, we're going to take this back up to the shop and get this replaced for the baler and get these two fields baled. We're back down to field 42 with the baler. Unfold this. Turn it on. Away we go. And of course we got exactly the number of bales off here. I don't know whether we're going to be able to do anything like that this time. I think we might, well, we can be a little bit more, or a little less worried about it. But, yeah, I don't know if we'll need every single piece of grass off here. I know a few people, it was a little anxious to do that. And yeah, I don't really want to be running around the field, especially when we're under such a tight limit, a time limit. I don't really want to be running around the field trying to sort that again. I think any way I look at this, we're going to be able to afford quite a bit by the end of next time. We certainly here have these contracts to finish. We've got, we're going to have a really decent amount of lettuce to sell as well. So yeah, I think the lettuce on top of this should give us enough to buy a baler. I want you guys to let me know in the comments down below, which should we go for? Do you think we should go with the forage wagon and picking it up and putting in a hay barn, or do you think instead maybe we should get that Galini baler and go that route instead? I really want to know what you guys think. I don't think we are going to get to the point where we're going to have to make that choice today. So yeah, let us know in the comments, and we'll see where we end up then in Sunday's video. I forget this time of year it gets dark so very early, and we are... Oh, I'm thinking... So I was saying I don't think we're going to get to bale our own, or bale or collect our own hay today. However, I'm not even sure we're going to be able to collect up all of the silage bales off here. We might manage to get everything... if we're lucky, wrapped, but yeah, I don't really want to be hunting bales in the dark. We've still got all of this, or probably about a third of this field still to go, along with an entire second field. I don't know if that was the best choice to go with. We shall see though as to whether we actually manage to make it to collect, or make it to wrap, let alone collect all of these bales today. It doesn't go as fast as you think it does. I think I may have overcompensated for last time's disappointment and bitten off more than I can chew. It's 20 past 4. We are just coming to the end of baling this first field. There's not a huge amount of grass hanging around. There's a little bit. There's a couple of patches like up this top corner I'm just going to grab. We are not far into the next bale though, so it's going to make sense for us to head straight over and do that. I want to unload this bale. Oh, these bales that we've got here, though, off the back. There we go. Off you go. There we are. And head over to our other field. I don't think we're going to get much more done other than bale it, though. I think we're going to be wrapping and collecting next time to finish these off, which I want to do fairly swiftly. But yeah, definitely bitten off more than I can chew today. Got to remember that I can only really get one of these baling contracts done in a day. Trying to do two is just way too much. Getting dark now as we reach 5 o'clock. Not too difficult to follow these rows and get all of this baled up. The problem then is going to be finding these bales in the dark. So as I was thinking, it's not going to be possible for us to get these wrapped today. We just missed way too many bales trying to do that. So we're going to get this all baled up. We'll get this finished, and then next time what we'll do is we will go round and we will get all of these bales wrapped, and then we can complete these contracts. What I'm going to try and do though is, as we have 3 fields, and as we've had the first field we did, the one that all this equipment comes off, has been wrapped for a couple of days. Those will be silage bales. So, best thing for us to do is to wrap this field, wrap the other field that we've done today, deliver these bales to our sell points first, complete the contracts with these bales, and then sell off the silage bales from that first field. Should work out well for us, I think. Want to give that a try and see where it goes from there. Should make us the most amount of money from these 3 contracts. So yeah, that's where we're going to try and do it, and that's how we're going to try and do it. So we're going to get this baled up. How much longer is this going to take? Is it going to take us well into darkness, or can we get this done just after the sun has set? And it's coming up to 6:30. I believe this is our last row. It's rather difficult to tell because, yeah, it's dark. And, yeah, there's no more to the side of us here. So, we've only got 2%. That's actually brilliant. We almost got an exact bale. So, we can unload those off the back. We'll fold that up. And yeah, that means that we'll need to get all of these wrapped up and delivered next time. And we should make quite a bit of money because we have that field full of silage bales that we can deliver last, and that will be fully fermented for that to happen. Unfortunately, though, it is too dark for us to try and find all these bales around these fields now. We are into December. We are trying to finish off the 3 contracts we have. All of them are currently listed as 20% complete. The rain, I'm hoping, isn't going to last too long, so we should get this cleared today. We're also running at 5 times speed, and the reason for that is because it is winter and there is less daylight. So as a result, to give us the same kind of time as we would have in other videos to get these stuff done, we're going to run the time slightly slower. So I want to get this cleared up and cleared off. And then hopefully, if we can get all of these done and cleared today, where we'll be looking is to get our hay that's been sitting in our field for a while and is now getting fairly wet and dumped on. We should be able to get that cleared up as well. So lots to do today, lots of bits to finish off to clear the year out. But with any luck, we will get that done today, get it all cleared up, and even get some stuff sold. But our stuff doesn't actually sell until earlier next year. So yeah, today should be a good day to do it. And as somebody pointed out, all of these bales should instantly turn to silage, should instantly ferment because they're contract bales. So we won't even have to wait to sell any of these either. Now, I don't want to focus too much today on getting these bales wrapped and sold. So we're going to blast through this part fairly quickly. We've got this field to just get finished off wrapping. We then got our other field, field 38, that needs to be wrapped as well. And then we're going to collect these up. Now, our 2 contracts, which are in this section, our 3 contracts are going to the biogas plant, and the animal dealer. And the place that is paying best for silage at the moment out of those 2 is the animal dealer, although it's beginning to drop. We can see the price is heading up, so we might try and hold on to the bales, although that would mean not completing the contract. Price is a decent price at the moment for these. Other things that we've got, going back to what we can sell, we have got a load of eggs, which are currently on their way down, so we want to get those sold as a priority today. We've got some wool. Wool we're not looking to touch till May. And then we've also got some grapes. That's grape juice. We want the actual grapes. Where are those? There they are. Those that aren't till May either. So wool and grapes are what we'll be selling in May. And that about covers. Oh no, the other thing we've got is lettuce. Now, I think lettuce has a good price around about now. Yeah, we want to be selling lettuce right now as well. So once we've got this contract out of the way and got our money for this, we are going to be selling both the eggs and the lettuce today, and hopefully making a really decent amount of money off those. I think we're going to have quite a bit of lettuce because it's been a while since we've attended to our greenhouses and we've had the money for them to be running. Field 43 is finished and all the bales wrapped, so we're heading now over to field 38 and get all of those wrapped as well. Shouldn't take us too long to get this done, and with the extra time that's available to us today, we should be okay for this. I just want to make sure that we get all of this finished off and completed today because, well, these contracts have been hanging around for a little while for us. So we need them to pay off. We really, really need a new tractor on the farm. We don't have anything in the sales at the moment. We've got a Signature 7200 de-stoner and a cotton tag trailer. Neither of which are very useful for what we're running on our farm. So we are going to end up dropping both of these. We, of course, need a good infusion of money so that we can plant our 3rd field of grapevines come the new year as well. So, yeah, this is going to pay for that and hopefully pay for that well. So we'll see how much this does for us there. It's really a case of we need to get this infusion of cash in coming now because we're going to need it in the next little while. Last couple of bales from field 38, just getting them all wrapped up, and then we can go and start collecting these up and getting them delivered. We're going to deliver to the biogas plant first. Now that is located not too far from field 38, I think. Where are we? We are over 43, 42, 38 is there. That's the sawmill. No, biogas plant is here. Biogas heating plant is there. So, yeah, nice and close to field 38. We can come out the top there and along the road there. Also, not too far from 43 and 42, although a little bit of a more circumtaneous route to get there. So we want to unload this. We will take field 38 to get that delivered first. We are just going to double check. Are these So that is silage. So yes, they are instantly silage bales. So yeah, we can go and deliver as many of these as we want, and we'll get these completed. Finally, get these 3 contracts completed. Coming up towards the first full trailer of bales here on field 38. Still probably got roughly another trailer's worth here, which is interesting. So we're going to go tip these and drop these off. See how much of field 38's contract this completes, as well as how much of the other contract that's on here. I don't know whether it's field 43 or 42 that completes on here. I have a feeling it's 42. But either way, this should go a long way to completing at least one of these contracts. It might try and complete the other one before it does 38, which is always an interesting thing when you're putting 2 contracts into the same sell point. It doesn't necessarily complete the one you expect it to. Now it is just a little way along here, and you can see the exclamation mark going in completely different directions for this. Right. Yeah, straight up here. And then we'll drop it off when we get there. I'm sure there are about to be some comments about this, but yeah, I pegged the wrong sell point earlier. It is, of course, the BGA that we're headed into to sell this. Have I got that round far enough? Yeah, I have. There we go. So that needs dropping off right in front of the BGA here. Which interestingly has the same drop down section for its silage clamps as the biogas heating plant has for the stone grinder, or the debris crusher. Right, let's get this up here and see how much and of which contract this completes. I'm really eager to see how we're going here. There we go. 42 it's completing. And slowly going in there, filling it up. It's quite a lot that's going in there. Contract on field 42 is actually finished. And it's got more bales going in there. So this is the downside to this. Is that it's taking a little while to actually process some of it. Wow! It finished both contracts? That's huge. Oh, as is us getting stuck on the bollards. But that's massive. That is... Yeah. So every single bale we got left can go into the animal husbandry or the animal sales, which means I want to pick these 2 up. If these 2 still are full bales, they are getting processed, but I want to pick them up. We want to be selling these at the higher price. So we'll grab both of these bales, and then we're going to go and sell these elsewhere. 47 pounds worth of sold bales. Brilliant. I am so ecstatically happy about that. I have just, so in fact, so ecstatically happy, I've pressed the wrong button. I am somewhat amazed at how few bales we've had to deliver to complete 2 of these contracts. Field 38, we have now picked 10 bales off? Yeah, 10. 11. So we're going to get about 13 bales off here. I've left the 2 incomplete bales at the top end of the field. I want to make sure that we complete the remaining contract, the one on field 33, with well, without having any complications. Based on what we've just done, that is not going to be difficult. I don't think that's going to cause a massive issue if we picked up either of these. We are going to have to come back this way to pick up bales anyway. Oh, wait there. So I'm just going to go and grab one more bale and take these down to the animal market. Get all of these bales sold and hopefully complete the Field 43 contract as well. And I can't believe how many bales we've got left. We have a ridiculous number of silage bales left. And because we're all selling them at somewhere that isn't processing them for silage, we should make a really big amount of money. I'm shocked by how much these contracts are worth to us. So here we are at the animal market. Where is our sell point? I think that's it over there. That would seem to be it that we're positioning up against. Oh, I can't get this trailer around. This is such a long trailer for this area. Now, is this... Considering it took 12 bales, well, 12 and 2/3 of a bale to complete 2 contracts, is this going to complete as quickly for Field 43 at this point as well? Because I would be shocked if we have, well, essentially 2 full fields of bales, plus half of this, over half of this, to make money from. Here we go. In it goes. Only 84% transported for Field 43. That is interesting. Does mean that we are going to have to do another load, but we've got at least 2 more loads. Possibly 3 to come off these fields. There's still a lot of money to be made here. So we're back up to the animal market with our second load. Or our first load, in fact. Well, it's our second load delivered to here. It's our first full load from Field 43. Having only picked up 1 bale from it last time. But we're 84% complete on Field 43. So we've got at least a field and a half worth of bales to deliver here still. And there we go. Look at that money go up. 23,000. That's insane. We are going to end up with so much money from doing these 3 contracts. That is... I am so happy with this. This is brilliant. We took these 3 contracts on to make sure we had enough money to tide us over. We're going to have enough money to expand the farm from this. I mean, look at this. This is probably a full trailer we have left. I've picked up the 2 incomplete bales that we had sitting on Field 38. We are now loading up the rest of Field 43, and we haven't even touched Field 42 yet. All of these bales are profit. Every single one of these bales that we deliver to the animal husbandry now is going to make us money. And I think that the animal husbandry is still the best place to sell silage. Let's just double check this, because the price was going down. So, yeah, price is best in January, but I want to get this all cleared out because we want to clear these off. Animal dealer, yep, is still the best place to get these sold. So we'll continue doing that. And, yeah, we'll continue making a huge amount of money. Coming in with our 3rd load. Let's spin this around. There we go. And back it up. Again, this isn't quite a true amount from this because we have 2 bales in this that are incomplete. So what's going to happen with it? Right, let's get these dropped off. Here we go. 27. Oh my lord. I am 27,018. That is a huge amount. that we're making off these. And we've still got at least one trailer full, maybe two of these to go. Here is our fourth, I think, load coming into here now. This is our first one that is just complete. Absolutely 6,000 litre bales, all of them dropping into here at once. And in it goes 29,163 pounds. This is going to be worth over 100,000 by the time we finish today. Let's see where we get to. One more load. And then we're going to see the total for just the bales. And then we're going to complete the contracts on top of this and see where we're at. And that's before we've sold any lettuce or any eggs. Field 42 is now completely empty of bales. We've got 11 bales on our auto stacker. And we're heading down to the animal market. Now, 9 bales on here, I estimate, would put us into 100,000 just off the sale of bales alone from these contracts. We start, as I was saying earlier, we started with £716 today, which, if we go over 100,000 by more than £716, that is over 100,000 we've made just from bales off these 3 fields. So makes these contracts 104,000. There we go. That is a huge amount of money we've made off these bales today. Those contracts completely worth spending 3 days doing. I am so ecstatic. So we are going to complete these contracts now. Let's have a look at this. So into our contract screen, and yeah, so there's another 30,000 from completing these. So collect that, and collect that. And that gives us 136,533. And we're not done yet. And the reason we're not done yet is because we still have all of the lettuce that is sitting beside our greenhouses there. So all of that is ready to be sold, and it's a good day to sell that. First, though, we're going to take our trailer down here and down to our chickens, because we have just missed the peak for selling off our eggs. So what I want to do is grab my little front loader here. We got 6 pallets of eggs. I want to get them loaded onto our trailer now and get those sold too, and make the money off those. And then finally, we're going to head up to our greenhouses and get all of the lettuce loaded up on there as well. It's going to be just the most incredible amount of money that we're making at the end of this year. As I said, I think we could buy another field based on what we're making today, which in itself is just absolutely crazy. So I've loaded up the 6 full pallets we've got of eggs, and we've got 1 pallet here which isn't quite full. It's got, yeah, it's 84%. But as I want to make as much money from the eggs now and not have these hanging around for longer than I need to, we're going to load these up as well and just put them on the back here. So plonk them down there, and whoop. I thought that was flat. That's not. Let's try that again. So, yeah, quite a few eggs on here. And these should pay for themselves fairly well at this point. Especially at this sort of price. Lock all of that down. Where are we going to sell eggs? That would be 316 is the best price at the farmer's market. Again, we've been there a few times, I think. Let's have a look. That is, I think, over that way. Yep, that is where we've been selling all of our stuff pretty much, produce-wise. So we'll head up there and we'll see how much the eggs are worth. Out we come onto the road. Bring it round and swing it in. And sell off all of our eggs. Yep, that is selling all of them. Down they go. And as they finish off, another 22,000. 22,000 for all our eggs. That's actually really good. I am very, very happy with that. So last thing we need to do now is pop back and fill up with the lettuce. And see how much our last set of produce to sell today is worth. So we've got 32 pallets of lettuce here ready to sell. We're going to try... we did discover, I think, that trying to pick up 2 pallets of lettuce with this doesn't work. Let's just back that off a little bit. Try and level this out. There we go. Let's see. I think it's too heavy for this little... So we're all right here. As long as I'm keeping it low, it's fine. And I think this is the same issue I had with the eggs when I was loading them up earlier. I tried to lift 2 at once. Kept them low and it was fine. The moment that you lift them up, that happens. So what I'm going to do is just drop that down. Take that off. Slide that from under it. Close my forks up again. And yeah, we're going to have to do these one at a time. Which is annoying because it's going to take longer to do it. But I can actually do it with this piece of kit. Again, it would be good to have something that maybe is a little bit more stable, that can hold a little bit more weight. Maybe now we've got some money in, that JCB Teletruck might be something that we can use and do. I mean, we've got 32 of these, and at 2,000 a go, we're looking at hitting we're looking at hitting over £2,000, £200,000, sorry, today on these. So yeah, I think we can afford to upgrade our farm a little bit. Maybe get that tractor we want. I certainly think that having a baler is going to be good, or a forage wagon. I think that the general idea last time was a baler is a good way to go. So I think we might grab a baler. I think we might see if we can get a new tractor, especially if one becomes available on the second-hand market. We'll keep an eye out for that. But also, I think it might be worth, again, upgrading our piece of kit here to something that can handle more than one of these pallets at a time, and make our life that little bit easier overall. Our final crate of lettuce from this greenhouse. You might notice actually the greenhouses aren't producing at the moment. That's because while we were running off creating all that silage that we made all that money from, the water's run out. So a job for next time, very early on, is going to be getting... wait, what happened there? Is going to be getting some water into the greenhouses and getting them running again. I think we had a little bit of a issue with where the forks were. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just lift that up a bit, get that re-angled, and get these back on here. Sometimes it's a little bit fun getting these on the front. I've actually had no issue with loading the rest of these on here. Just this last one that's being a bit finicky. This trailer is great. It is about the perfect size to take an entire greenhouse's worth of these lettuce, which I love. And then yeah, so the second greenhouse, we will just load straight on top of these and down, and like so. There we go, and lock that on. straight down the middle of those two. So yeah, we just got one more greenhouse to load up, and then we're going to go and sell all of these and see how much today's total is overall. Last pallet of lettuce on the front. Get this backed out here. We're going to put this on the back of the trailer because I didn't quite get things aligned right on the top level. So we'll bring this in here and line this up straight. There we go. And plug that down there. Straight out. Perfect. Lock that down at the back. I can go and park this up now. And then, yeah, we've got an entire trailer full of lettuce to get sold. And looking at the price, 1,857 versus 1,852. The farmer's market again is just pipping out the restaurant. So we're gonna go down to the farmer's market too. It is being December now, getting quite dark. So we're gonna finish things off, and this is why we ran at 5 times today, because in order to get everything in before the sun sets. Is how I needed to run it. I don't like running it any slower than 5 times, simply because you tend to get too much done in a day. You end up with you end up with lots of downtime, and there's not a huge amount of challenge to it for me. So I prefer running at least at 5 times, if not faster. Right, we want to make sure we are in the sell point for everything, and we seem to be. And look at that. All going in, and all going in fairly fast. Another 29,734. Oh, because it's 500 litres a pallet. So, yeah, that's about what I'd have expected for that. So that is all good. That is all of our produce done. The sun is setting here on the old stream farm. So, yeah, 188,441. We started with £716. So we've made 187,800 odd. 187,700 odds today. That's really good. I'm so pleased with that. Wow. Next time we're going to be defoliating the grapevines, because as you can see, they're ready to be done. We're also now got enough money kicking around to sort some other bits and pieces out. And yeah, we need to get some water back in our greenhouses to get those sorted. It is January, and we have had a massive stroke of luck. So we made a lot of money last time. We made 185,000-ish once we deducted the loan for last month. And so we can spend a little bit of money. We're actually in the territory where a second-hand grape harvester would be affordable to us, but that's not what we're going to buy today, because we have had a little bit of stroke of luck in the shop. Not only has the Galani baler turned up with 63% off, and we've been wanting to get this baler, to get it for 14,000 is brilliant. So we're going to pick this up, we're going to get it repaired, and we're going to go from here with that. What colours have we got? I don't think rim colours it matters much. No, we'll just go with the standard rim colours on it, and wheel setup. Yeah, I don't think there's any point in having the wide bales. In fact, the wide bales lifted up slightly, and we want to avoid doing that, I think. So yeah, let's grab that. So we are going to buy that. Perfect. So that's 14,000. But then this has come up. And I've wanted to use this since it was announced for Farm Sim 22. It is just the perfect little tractor for us to use to do our stuff in our vineyards with. It is Great. It will spread the load a little bit, and it is only 30,000 to get this little methane tractor. So we're going to get this. We can put a front weight on it or a standard. I'm just going to go standard so we can tow stuff with it. If we find we need a front weight, then we will. And no GPS. We're going to buy that. We're going to have to get a trailer, though, to transport that back later. So we will look at that. Now, the only other thing here is the Brantner, but I'm going to leave that at the moment. 7,500 is pretty good, but we don't really have a tractor we can pull that with easily. Would be really good to sell our grapes with that, though. So that's where we are with those. Which means we need to get the baler back to our farm and see if this will actually work with this little tractor. I'm really, really hoping it will. If it doesn't, we're going to be looking at trying to get probably get a third tractor on the farm, something that we can do some other bits with. Otherwise, I want to do some bits with possibly replacing our little front loader. We've got the opportunity to get a JCB Teletruck in, which I think would be much more useful on here. So I think we'll have a look at that a little bit later. At the moment, though, we need to clear off a job that has been hanging around for quite a while we were doing those other baling contracts. And that is clearing off this hay. We've got the hay on here. Now, I'm hoping that we're not going to have the same problem with this baler as we had with the other one we tried to use. Seems to be... yeah, seems to work with this tractor a lot better. So I'm quite happy with this. This is a much better setup than we had with the other balers. Or the, that little case baler. And the fact that we've managed to pick this baler up at such a cheap price is absolutely perfect. I'm not going to spend too long on this grass work today because we've been spending a lot of time both on this map and on No Man's Land doing grass work. Just to say that this baler is performing absolutely brilliantly. I am so pleased that it turned up at the price it did. I think it's probably not that much more we've spent on this than it would have cost us to rent. It does mean that once this field is turned to grapes, we're going to be able to use this baler and the other grass equipment we've got on the farm for doing contract work. So we won't have to release any contract stuff anymore. We can just take this stuff and go and do contract work with it, which should be perfect. So I'm looking forward to doing that. Let's drop that bale off. And then from there, we should make a whole ton of money without actually having to spend much of it to get the work done in the first place, which will be absolutely brilliant. It's gonna make us money, as we've seen, hand over fist if we spend like the springtime just doing silage bales will be worth an absolute fortune to us. So I'm gonna get this field cleared off. We're then gonna look at getting these bales cleared, and to do that we might go and grab ourselves another new piece of kit. I think we've got about one more bale that we'll get off this field if we're lucky. And then that is this field all done and dusted and ready for us to get... oh, wow. So close. There we go. Ready for us to get our grapevines into. I think we might give it a roll. It will make it fully fertilized and make it easier for us to do. So drop that down. And go like that. There we go. So we've also got 3% hay in this bale, but baler, but that's not going to make much difference to us. So we'll just get this into here and get this dropped off in here. Perfect. So what we're going to need to do next, I think is probably leave this tractor here. And I want to go up to the shop in the Land Rover, get ourselves a new trailer. And doing that, we'll be able to get the methane tractor back. We can then go and sell the little front loader we have and get all its tools and everything onto that as well. And then go and replace it with a JCB, I think, a little telescopic loader, which should be really useful and able to hold a little more weight than that other little piece of kit can. So bringing this into here, let's park here and go and have a look in here. So if we have a look here, we've got a new item in the shop, but that I don't think is any use to us. Yeah, that's for a slurry tanker. So trailer wise, we want to look in miscellaneous, and I think we've had one of these before on here. Yeah, something I've seen that you can drop the sides on it as well, apparently, which might be quite a useful little thing. But certainly, if we're going to be doing contracts around the map, doing stuff with where we need to get some of our equipment about, we're going to do that. Now, I just need to double check what is the number plate on the Landy. VF010S. Okay. So yeah, we did start with that one. So trailer here, VF001 old stream. There we go. Right, and okay that, and then we're gonna buy that. Perfect. And then yeah, that should be it for now. Let's head over here in our Landy, and we'll get the methane tractor back to the farm. Shouldn't be shouldn't be too bad for doing most of what we need to do. This will certainly do all the jobs of the mulching around our grapevines. It should also do the job of the cultivating around them as well. So we'll get the cultivator and the mulcher, and both of those should do that. There we go. Unfold the trailer. And then reverse this up. Does it have a... Yeah, it has an A and a B speed. Wow, this actually moves quite nicely, this little tractor. Should take a little bit of weight off our Antonio Carrera, this one, which is good. Should be really useful to us for that. Straps down. Perfect. Let's fold that back down. Like so. And then we can get both of the... we can get this back to the farm. And then we can get our front loader loaded onto it. I've wanted to have a play around with this little methane tractor for a while, so the fact that it's come up and that I'm able to use it is absolutely brilliant. We're gonna unfold the trailer, undo straps, and then started it up, put it into reverse, and we'll plonk it in the shed. So yeah, this will spread our work a little bit on it. Should work brilliantly for us. And then yeah, this here is the other one. So this will not fit. I don't think any of this fits on the piece of kit we want to get. So we're looking to get... I don't think it's not a front loader. I think it's classed as a skid steer, isn't it? Not. It's classed as a forklift. This takes... I think this takes skid steer implements, if I remember correctly. So none of our current implements will work with it. I will double check that before I sell them all at the shop. And we switch things over. But I think that's just going to be just that little bit more stable when we're doing stuff. Oh, can we? Right. Okay. I think the best bet for me is to load these up on the flatbed. And then we can take that up there with the tools on. And just a flat trailer up there with these on. This might even attach the flatbed so I can just pull it out a little bit. And put the rest of the kit on. There we go. Hooked up to the flatbed. We'll take all of those off and then just lock down that there. Disconnect that and I'll go and grab... Actually, no. We'll take this down the bottom and load up the rest of the tools. The only tools we had for this were the big bag lifter, the bale spike, and the forks, which you guys saw a minute ago. Let's just lock that on. Right, so, and we've now sorted that. Those are loaded onto the blue trailer, and we can bring those down in a bit. What we're going to do first, though, is get this up to the shop, get it sold, and then we can get the JCB, and we'll head back down in the landy, head back up with the trailer, and try out those bits, see if they fit. And if they don't, we'll get them sold very quickly. And if they do, then we'll just transport them back down here. In fact, no, let's bring the JCB home. We've got no reason to keep that up at the shop, to be honest. So what I'm going to do is bring this into here like so. And we don't even need to unload it from the trailer. We just back the trailer up and then sell it off the back of it, I think. I did, for a moment, I thought about holding on to this. And maybe... How much is this worth? Is this going to go a long way to paying for that? 23,000 to buy a forklift to keep at the shop is going to cost us at least 37,000. Okay, so that's not a cheaper way of doing that. And yeah, to buy another set of front loader tools, not front loaders, front loader tools, a pallet fork. Yeah, this is actually worth. I think we'll keep this up here. We need something to load stuff up at the shop. Oh, come on, into the right vehicle. We need something to load stuff up at the shop. So yeah, let's leave this here. We'll grab the JCB. We're going to need to bring a set of forks up here anyway. Would have actually been helpful to have realised this before I came up from the farm. We're going to have to sell the rest of the tools anyway, so it doesn't make much difference, I don't think. Or we might not have to sell the rest of the tools. Of course, I am making that presumption. Right, so we'll stop this off here, and we're not going to sell this. That is going to make things much easier for us down at the shop. And then we'll pop in here, into here. And actually, I am going to need to bring that trailer back up here. Because we're going to need something. If this does take skid steer loader tools, we're going to need something to load them, to get them onto the trailer. No GPS. Wow, interesting set of main colours we can choose here if we wanted. I'm going to go with the standard JCB though. Rim colour, I am going to put chrome rims on it. And I think this is BF 06, isn't it? We're going to have to change the number plate on the methane trapped because I didn't do that. Back only and okay. So I can drive this down the road, interestingly enough, and buy, yes, there we go. That's that purchased. Let's head out here and have a look. There it is. I'm just going to disconnect that trailer and we'll bring the tools up here and we'll see how well that works. So here's our trailer full of tools. We'll take them over here. Just try and see if they fit on our tele truck. I don't think they will, as my understanding is right on how this works. It works with the... Yeah. Yeah, those don't connect to that. Right, so we are going to want a new set of tools with this. And we're going to want to sell everything but the forks from this. And we'll leave the forks on the on our little Schaefer that we've got here. So into here. We want to sell that. Oh, we want to... Nope. Sell that. Yes. Okay. And we want to sell the bale spike as well. Yes. Okay. So let's get this last piece unloaded. We just need to unbuckle that. Bring this up. And pull that off. Then we can reload this trailer with the tools we need back down at our farm. There we are. And, yeah, board that new JCB. And get that all back. We're down to 86,000. We have used a fair amount. I'm not too worried. It would be nice to have bought a harvester for the farm, but we don't need one. We can rent that each year and still make a load of money off it, especially as we know we have the extra field coming in, and that will easily then cover the cost of everything we're doing to harvest. Right, that trailer off. Actually, don't want to turn off the Discovery. We want to bring it over here, park it up next to this, and then we can go into the shop and buy the other bits of equipment that we need for the JCB. So as I said, I believe it uses skid steer tools. So we are looking for the bits that we've got from here. A pallet fork, I think, is going to be a necessity. We either get that in red or grey. We'll buy that in grey. And we also want a bale spike, so we'll buy that. Yes, okay. The other bit I'm going to buy... Oh, no, we've already got one of those. The other bit we're going to buy, yeah, one is probably the high dump bucket. And my reasoning behind that is when we want to put fertilizer and I know I should be able to do the fertilizer and things and seeds and things into our greenhouses with this. So I'm not going to worry about that now. If we need to do it later, we will do. Nothing else here is stuff we need. So back out of that. We might eventually need the round bale grab. But at the moment, I'm not going to worry about that. So we want to get these two bits loaded onto our trailer. And yeah, cracking little JCB teletruck. It's been wanting to use, again, another piece of kit I've been wanting to use for absolutely ages. And I think just the size of everything that we're using and the way everything's working on this farm, this is just the perfect little implement to have on that. And it's interesting, it's going to be the only thing that I put on this trailer. Now, we might, well, put both of them on here then. There we go. And we'll hop over and grab the bale spike as well and get that on. So drop that off too. And then back this up. And then this will be able to go around the fields for us to be able to pick up bales for when we're doing silage and things. Plonk onto that other trailer there. We'll be able to transport stuff about using... Oh, there we go. Using this trailer, which is why this is so useful. I think that, as I said, I think the sides can be folded down on this trailer. Let's just have a quick look on that. There we go. Yeah, the sides can be folded down. Perfect. So, yeah, if we want to get only a few seeds and things, we can do that on here. Or we only have a few eggs and things, don't need the bigger trailer, we can use the Brockman for that as well. But this trailer is actually useful to us on the farm now, as well as that one. So that's all pretty cool. Let's get JCB back down to the farm then. And then I'm just going to swing back up here, grab the tools, and then we'll have everything back down at the farm. And we can get it all unloaded. Heli truck is back at the farm. And I've got our flatbed trailer behind us now. So we're just going to pull over onto the field here. And undo that. Like so. Undo that. Like that. And then we can get these unloaded. Oh, actually, I didn't want to disconnect the trailer from the landy, because we're going to be using the landy because it's actually fairly powerful to carry the bales to the point we want to get them loaded or unloaded again. So we're going to get the forks off and just out the way, and then we can get the bale spike on and get these bales loaded up and just see how effective this little JCB teller truck is at doing the jobs that we need it to on here. I think the round bale grab for when we're doing silage bales is going to be something we want. I don't think I want to spike everything. Especially, well, we could do, but I don't think it's overly realistic. So I think the way we'll probably do those is to actually go and do it properly. But this should be much more stable than the little front loader we had before, and we should be able to pick up at least 2 bales at a time with it, especially if we get things lined up right. Get it lined up so that that bale spike, the middle bale spike, is just outside. You line your height up so it's right, and that puts it right through the middle of that bale. Then you know that the other bale you can line up to be just the other side of that bale spike, and it will go on here with ease. But also, you know that if the first bale is on the ground, then they're the same height and they are wonderfully close together, only separated by a bale spike. It is brilliant. It makes it so easy to stack bales on here. We've got 12 hay bales off this field, which are at 4,000 each, or 4,500 each, or 9,000, so 36,000 in total. There we go. Yeah, about 36,000, I think that is. 6 nines, yeah. 36,000. So a nice number of bales off there. And all cleared off this field rather nice and quickly. So we'll park our telly truck here for now. And I'm just going to drive these round. I've realized something else. We have 84,000 left. I want to go and take this and buy something that is actually going to make us far more money than getting a hold of a harvester. We can buy the grape juice factory. We need to buy it today, and we need to get our grapes into it today, because the best time to sell grapes is February. And if we leave it any longer, we're not going to sell grape juice is February. So if we leave it any longer, we're not actually going to catch the wave. So I want to produce enough to at least get some in at the best price. So yeah, let's go find the grape juice factory, which should be just up here, I think. Yeah, if I remember correctly, it is just on the side. Oh, actually, this is the raisin factory. Okay, let's have a look at raisins then. So grape juice, as I was saying, that peaks in February. Raisins, that peaks in September. So ideally, we want the factory. It drops back down in March, gets a little bit back, but yeah, still is quite a good amount of money. So let's see if we can find a few production. Spinnery, great processing unit. That's for raisins. So I think it's here. I do think it's actually here. We're going to drive in and have a look. So let's pull into here. I could be completely wrong, and we'll have a look in here and see what this produces. But certainly this is where the grapes go in. Grape processing unit. I think that... Okay, we're going to buy it for 80,000. There we go. We're down to just 4,000 left. So in our production chains now, we should have perfect grape juice. We can do that. Let's go and get that doing. So I'm going to head back to the farm. We'll jump into our tractor and yeah, we'll start getting some of these grapes processed and hopefully get some grape juice out that we can make money. And anything that doesn't process in time, we'll just turn that into raisins and sell it in September. This is where these sudden spur of the moment decisions come a little bit a cropper. In that I now know and now realize why we needed that high dump bucket from before. We want to load the grapes up. We're going to need to load grapes up at least in March in order to sell them anyway. And yeah, if we want to load them up today, we're going to need that high dump bucket. So my hope is it's exactly 4,000. That is crazy. So buy that, and that is, yeah, that is where we're left with that. This, left with £881. Not quite where I wanted to be from all the money that we bought last time. But it does at least mean that we should make extra money from our grapes at the very least. Whenever we sell our grapes, we will make extra money from them. Doing this way. So I'm quite happy with this. It's a little bit sudden and a little bit off the cuff, but hey, all the best plans are. And yeah, wow, this is really wide for this trailer. Oh, let's see how this does. Right, turn that off, lock that down, close it. Let's get this back to the farm. Okay, so after that little diversion to grab ourselves a bucket for our teletruck here, we should be able to now get our grapes that have been sitting here for a while, get them loaded up. Advantage of this course now is we'll be able to take our grapes directly from the field into the sell point or into our factory. And won't have to worry about them hanging around the yard like this. And probably means we don't need this bucket much. But we do need this bucket to fill stuff up. Now, we should be able to get this. This is a high dump bucket. It doesn't seem to want to do the high dump feature at all. No, it's tipped them anyway. But yeah, it should high dump this. Or maybe it's... an unfold command, or just one that we don't have set up on here. Bring this up and let's try that again. Let's just empty it out this way. We can always send that out a little bit further. So this is our first full trailer of grapes. Turn that off, and then we can take this and get this tipped. I think we need to turn off, yeah, the landy just quickly as well. Right, let's go get these sold. I think the quickest route is actually out the back of the farm this way. Yep, straight down here to our production facility, and we should actually be able to get into it the side here, I think. Oh, no, we do have to go round and into the other entrance. So let's just spin round. And through this entrance here. We're small enough in this tractor and this trailer to get through here, I think. Thread the eye of the needle. Straight down the side. And there we go. I think you're meant to come in at it from the other direction looking at this. So come in from our other road and then out this way. Although the one-way street that brings us down here brings us directly in. So let's tip this. I know, have we not got a... We did have an icon. There it is. All right, let's get this in here better. So bring this here. In. Yeah, so it doesn't sit exactly where the tip point is. It's there. That should be further back. That should definitely be further back. There we go. All tipped. And we can head back to the farm. Although, I want to get this processing grape juice straight away. So in here, we want to deactivate the raisins. We don't want it producing any raisins at all at the moment. We want as much grape juice before next day as we can. And actually, that's going to be a really good conversion. So I just hope we've got enough money. That's my biggest worry. £60 to go, that might run into a problem. But we'll see how we do. And after quickly getting our second trailer full done, we've actually got 97% in the second trailer, so that's all good. We just want to spin this around here and get this one unloaded as well. Bring you in. There we go. And tip that. And that gets them unloaded as well. And they're gone. And then that means we should have a good production going of... So we've got a good production going of grape juice straight off the bat. 11,600 and... Oh, we might just get all of these through. Yeah, we might just get all of these through before... Oh, no. No, for raisins we would. For grape juice, we're not going to. So we'll get as much through as we can. And then the rest, yeah, we'll go to raisins and we can do that later. But we should get a decent price for this. So it's going to be well worth doing. With all that complete, we've got one last job to get done today. And that is going to be getting some water into our greenhouses. They are completely dry. They are not producing at the moment. And, well, we're going to need some money because we need a defoliator. So how much is that going to cost us? Having forgotten that completely. 16,000. So, and it's not going to be that much to lease it. We actually have enough money at the moment to lease that. So, next day, I think that is probably going to be the way to go on that. Not great, but then I hadn't fully expected to be buying that grape factory today. So, yeah. Let's get these filled up with water, and that will get these all restarted and growing us some more lettuce, which, as we know, brings in a decent amount of cash. Just filling up our 6th and final tank of water for today. This should mean that both of our greenhouses are well over half full in their water. We can top these up over the next few days to keep them running, but means we should start earning some more money from the lettuce in a bit. I think come March, April time, we are going to have to do another silage bale contract, simply because we'll need the money to plant our next set of grapevines. So let's unload this. There we go. And yeah, we'll need to do that. We're going to need to get some money together for these, to defoliate these. We've got some mulching and a whole load of stuff to do to come March with our grapevines as well. But all in all, I'm quite happy with today. It's been a pretty successful day. We've managed to get a whole load of new equipment, spend more money than I meant to, but hopefully our grape juice is going to pay off and help cover that. And yeah, getting these working again is going to help start paying stuff again. So time to build some money back up on the farm, having spent all the money that we've just made. We need to sell off the grape juice today. We've got lots of it that is sitting in our production facility. In fact, if we look in here, you can see that we currently have a load of it storing plus a load that has output. We're still producing grapes, but it's important we get this sold today because you can see the price in February tops out. And in actual fact, we have a higher than the high price at the moment. It's dropping at the farmer's basket, but it's actually fairly stable at the restaurant. So we are going to jump into this go here and head out. We're going to connect up our smaller trailer because we need to get our JCB little telly truck up there as well. So we need to connect all of this up, get the telly truck loaded up. We don't have the forks on it at the moment, so we're going to have to do that as well and get all of this up to our little to our grape processing facility that we purchased last time. And hopefully we're going to make a decent amount of money compared to what we would have made on the grapes had we just straight up sold them. So let's bring this around here. We will bring that down. And this is really the last thing we need to do before we kick into the springtime and we start getting all of our grapevines for this year planted. We're also going to have to defoliate our grapevines as well. So we need to get a little bit of money in order to get that too. So yeah, we've got quite a bit riding on these at the moment. I think in the springtime we're probably going to have be okay simply because we can do some more grass contracts. The grass contracts are going to be worth a fair amount of money to us going forwards. I'm going to try and do them with our own equipment as well, because that should save us a little bit more money and allow us to make a little more on top. Let's bring this around here. Just lift that up a bit. Line ourselves up onto this trailer. This trailer is really useful for this stuff. Right, and there we go. Turn the engine off. We will then just get this locked down. We can then fold that all up. And to get to our grape production facility, we want to head out the farm this way. So it's always going to be quite a quick turnaround after we purchased this place last time. And we were just hoping that the grapes would go through the production, well, I said pretty quickly so that we could get them all loaded onto here. We're going to drop the trailer down here so that we can get it unloaded. Unlock these bits. And there we go. So we need to make at least 16,000 in order to get the defoliator for our vines in order to turn those around. We need to get a mulcher and a let's get the side of that trailer down. There we go. Get the sides of the trailer down. We need to get a mulcher as well and a cultivator too to go in between. So there's a fair amount of work that we need to do on the farm to get out. We only have 4 of these at the moment. I think they're 500 liters each. With any luck. So I don't... Yeah, they are. It's like the tips of these are... There we go. Up and out. And it should drop another one out of there fairly quickly. So if we could make a decent amount of money from these... today, it will be really good, especially if we can sell them at the best price. One nice thing about this telly truck is the fact that we've got an extending boom on it. Makes it so much easier for us to fill things up and get everything on here. And look, there we go. We got another one already. Now, I think we can fit 6 on here. We may end up having to reposition that first one because I don't think it's far enough up. We have plenty more, though, I think, coming out of here. So, we're probably going to end up stacking these all too high in order to fit them all on here. It's a pity I can't use the larger trailer, but it's lots of going back and forth if I do that. And I'm trying to reduce how much I'm moving about. If I can get all of this on here, then we're going to be absolutely fine anyway. I really like the maneuverability of this little telly truck and its stability. I mean, we wouldn't have been able to do any of this with our little front loader before. It would have just toppled over forwards, trying to load 2 pallets up at the same time. But these pallet forks are nice and long. They very easily allow us to get 2 pallets at once. I'm just trying to move that a little bit further so it's a bit more stable. There we go. Perfect. And we should get another pallet out of here fairly quickly. In fact, we've only got 182 litres, so yeah, we're not going to get another pallet of juice out very quickly here. We could wait a little while and get some more out, but I'd like to get this sold, and then if we're fortunate, what we'll be able to do is go and get the defoliator we want, get that job done, and then from there we'll be able to come back here, either load up some more grapes or some more grape juice, or be able to just bring this home. And let's drop this last one down, back off, right, and then we can park this up for now next to our processing center and to get this done. Next time, when we eventually come to do this year's crop of grapes, what we'll be able to do is just bring them straight down here to sell them, which will be great. Can I do this on my... Oh, I can do this on my joystick. That's much better. Right, so where is the restaurant? Let's go find that on here. 3,009. It's actually dropped down. Wow. We want to get these sold quickly. So Farmer's Market is where we're headed now because the price has dropped at the restaurant. And where is that? That is... Oh, not far from us. Right around the corner. It's where we've sold most of the stuff that we've had in here so far. So we can just bring it around here, bring it on, and sell it off, and see how much money we're gonna make from all this grape juice. We've made 11,023, but we still have one more to sell, which wasn't quite in. Yeah, wasn't quite in the sell point. So this is going to be another little bit on top. Another 1,377. Not enough for us to buy a defolier. So what we're going to have to do is hire one for today. I think if we hire one, we should be fairly good. So let's get this back down to the farm. We'll come and maybe get a little bit more grape juice to sell later. But for now, I think we're going to have to head up to the shop and just lease a defoliator with... and pick it up with our little Antonio Carrero tractor, I think. Now, we do have another 6,000 litres of grapes that we'll be processing. So, hopefully, those will process today. I think about half of our grapes processed overnight. So, yeah, that should be okay. What have we got in here? Oh, nothing overly useful, unfortunately. It'd be really great if a defoliator had turned up in there. So we are gonna get this. It's 16 grand, which means to lease it is only gonna cost us 816. So yes, please. We will get that leased. And yeah, leasing that for now works out fairly well for us. Easily covered by what we have. And in fact, we only need to borrow it for today to go through and get everything done. So on to the front here. Hook it up. Hook all of that up. There we go. And yeah, we now get this back down to the farm. And oh, while we're here, actually, there is something else we want to lease, and we might be able to get this job done today. We just want a mulcher or a cultivator. Let's have a look at the mulchers. So, oh wow, that 12 horsepower for that little one. We've also got this rober that I quite like the look of, and I think we might get because it's a little bit different. We can actually afford this, so I am going to buy that, and we'll take that back and do that as well. We might be able to, and then, yeah, we're going to need a cultivator as well. So, cultivators, let's have a look quickly in the packages and see what it recommends cultivator-wise. So, it recommends the little AgroSim, which we don't quite have enough money for, or either of these little Sigmas. I think once we've sold some more grapes, we'll be able to afford that. So the only thing we won't be able to afford today is to buy this defolier. Otherwise, the rest of everything we need for our grapes will all be here. So that's really, really cool. So let's hook this up. And look that up. There we go. Back we go. That actually looks fairly big on the back of this. I hope this is going to fit between our grape rows, because that would not be good otherwise. Right, so let's get this rober mulcher into the back of the farm. Get that parked up somewhere. We'll head over this way. Yep. And that can go in here. Where's a good place to put this? Okay, we'll put it in the corner for now. And come back to it in a bit. We might use that on this tractor. That and that. But, yeah, I would use it on the Trax tractor, but I think it won't quite work. And let's just head up here. And I'm going to start from this end because we want to get the end one. Unfold this. Now, do I lift it up? What is the control for this? Turn it on. Okay. No, what I've done. So unfold it. And power it on. There we go. And then it just pops along here like this and prunes it out. Is there any way to raise that? There's no way to raise it. Because it's mounted on the front of this tractor. It looks a little bit low. But it isn't, obviously. Can I lift it? No, I can't lift it at all. So, there we go. But, does work pretty nicely. And doing a very nice job on here. I am slightly surprised that it doesn't raise. Because you can see on the bar it should raise. But there's nothing on there to make it do so. And it does seem to be working, so that's all good. This works really quite well. It's just sort of going through and pruning. As I said, I would like a little more adjustable height in it, maybe. Because it does look a little bit odd with the tops of my vine rows just hitting it. But all in all, it's working fairly well. I really like to extend this field a little more this way, and then maybe have another set of vines or something coming down the hills that are field 6. Or even just having field 6 as a grass field, because of its odd shape, would be quite cool. It is, yeah. It's a little bit strange with how that end of the field works. It might have actually been better and more maneuverable for us to have started from the other side of the field to do this. But to be honest, it's just a little bit finicky. It is a bit weird where at this end I keep turning too quickly, and at the other end I keep turning too slowly and not quite getting into the end of the vine. It's because it's on the right hand side, this piece of kit, and therefore I'm having to turn right around and come down the same row this way, whereas at the other end I'm having to skip a row to get back. Might actually skip a vine so that I can get a nice easy turnaround and go on the next row on this end, and just see how that works out for a row. See if it makes any difference to how easy this is to run. But yeah, because it's coming around here. I want to be back on the vine that I've just come from, but that's not very easy from here. And it basically means skipping every third row. Which I suppose coming back would then be very easy to turn into those to get it. I need to get more in the middle here. Do you like how it adjusts to stay on the vines though? That's pretty cool. Okay, I think I've got this figured out. If I do every other row, it makes turning the whole way down the field easier, and means that I end up with 2 rows next to each other on the way back. Which if I come back up this end and restart from this end for that bit, should be fine for me doing 2 rows at a time, or you know, basically skipping a row on the way back. It's not perfect because I don't think I've run the field perfectly to do this in the first place. We will try this on the other field in a minute though, and I think it'll work out really well on there. My biggest problem, I think, with doing this job is avoiding drifting towards the vines. I'm trying to stay as much in the middle of the row now as I can, but yeah, I keep drifting towards the vines and I don't know why. It's I think it might have something to do with, you know, trying to watch what the piece of equipment is doing as we're going down the row. But it's very disconcerting. I can't seem to keep the tractor straight up these rows. Skipping rows has worked quite well though. We are having a much better time of it in the turns, and it's keeping everything a lot more uniform when I'm doing the turns at the end. So yeah, much happier doing it that way, and I think we'll apply that to the other field when we go and do that in a moment. We should get all of this done today. It's gonna work really, really well for that. What we do need to do, actually, I'd completely forgotten, is when we go up to the shop, we need to refill with seeds, because I think both of our greenhouses have run out of seeds, if I remember correctly. Let's have a look. Yes, yeah, we are out of seeds completely. So we need to get some more seeds for our greenhouses today, get those working, because those do bring in a really good amount of money, and we're going to need that in order to plant the vines again in our third field without borrowing any of that money this year. End of the row and end of the last one in this field. That is that all defoliated, so we'll turn that off and fold it up. There we go. And then we can get down through the farm here and go and do the vines at the front. Yeah, we're going to do that grass field, the former cow meadow. That will be vines this year. So we just need the money to actually plant that. And as I was saying, I don't want to borrow the money to do that. That seems kind of counterproductive to everything we've been doing. So it's going to be a little bit of a battle, I think, to do that. Right, let's unfold this. Start it up. I'm going to unfold this. There we go. Start it up. Lifted. Ah, it did actually lift on the... There we go. We're hitting a lot less of our poles now on the vines. That's much better. I think I left just about the right amount of space at the ends here to turn around. I can get a quite nice lineup for the next row when I turn. So, yeah, that's just about the right amount of space. Any more and it would have been just too much. Any less and it would have been too tight. So I'm really pleased actually with the setup on this field. It's all sort of come together fairly well for us on here. And we're going to end up... I think we're actually going to end up in a really good situation on here. Because we're going to not have to drive down the other end for the last row. It's going to be an immediate turnaround. Yes, we're going to be in the same row. But we will then end up around the other end. And that will then bring us into a really good setup for this, for the next row. Yeah, you see, it's just about right. It's not perfect, but it's close enough. The amount of space we've got at the end of this field. The way the rows are set up on here actually is really good. We start by yeah, missing every other row, ending up with 2 row setups like this. We start and finish in the same corner as a result, which is absolutely brilliant. I'm so pleased at how well this field works as a vineyard. It's utterly brilliant. Now, we do have had some more grape juice produced. It is sitting for us up at the shop, so we are going to take the discovery back up there and load up what we've got left. And then going to shift the production to raisins. In fact, I think we might try and do that now. So, yeah, we've got 82 litres in here. I'm going to deactivate the production of that because we're not going to make any more. And we're going to shift it over to making raisins for the last 5,268 litres. And that is because raisins hit their top price next month, so in March. So if we can get a day and a half on that at the end of the next game day, at the end of March, we should be able to sell the raisins for a really decent profit. I think their top price is around about £2,000, and it's a 1-to-1 ratio. So quite interestingly, to sell raisins, yeah, we're currently at 2,600. 2,798, so nearly just shy of 3,000 hits in March. They're really good in September as well, but we're looking at a good price in March. Compared to grapes, which, yeah, sell for 1,000. So we should just about double our profits or double our income from turning the grapes to raisins, which is brilliant. It's slightly less than the grape juice. The grape juice is a 5-to-4 ratio, so we lose a fifth of them, but they go for 3,000. So a fifth of 3,000 is 100 and 3,000 divided by 5 is 6. 6, yeah. So £600. So 2,000. 2,400. Actually, if it's 2,400 per 1,000 litres of grapes, essentially, in there for the grape juice. Yeah, because it's sitting at 3,000 at the moment, and it's 2,600 and going up for the raisins. Wow, we should have just made raisins. That would have made us a ton more money. Oh, well, we'll go and sell what remains. We'll leave this on the front of this for now. We're going to come back and do some other work in a minute. But, yeah, we're going to go and sell the rest of the grape juice. I'm not sure the grape juice was a great choice. I think we probably would make more from just doing raisins. And plus, when do grapes harvest? So grapes harvest in September, October. So yeah, we can't create them. So the grape juice is slightly less well paid, but we're able to sell it slightly earlier. So that is the advantage that you get from losing a little bit of money. Again, it's the whole time versus money thing. Back into our factory, and I think I spied 3 different piles there. Yep, so we've got 3 lots. Are they all grape juice? I think they probably are. Let's have a look. So yeah, grape juice, grape juice, grape juice. Yeah. So we've got 3 more lots of grape juice to sell. We'll get a bit of money for that, which should give us enough actually to buy the cultivator. So we're gonna be good. The only 2 pieces of equipment that we then need for our farm after that is a harvester, obviously, which is going to be a while off. We're keeping an eye out for a second-hand one, and in fact, if a second-hand harvester does come up, that will be one of the few things at the moment that I would be happy to borrow money for, because the chance of us getting that is fairly slim again. So it's worth. We'll save more money with what we borrow there than we would if we didn't get it, you know, and borrowed for the larger one. In fact, yeah, 16 grand. We're not going to spend 16 grand on leasing. Sorry, on the loan in that time. So yeah, it's worth borrowing the money for that. The other thing, of course, is the defoliator, which we have just used, and in fact I think we will probably go and return after we've sold this, because yeah, that is used for the year. We've done everything that we need to do with it. Last pallet, there we go. And then up here they're going to just produce raisins for us now. And we'll probably leave it doing exactly that. Raisins are a good price. Better price in March than the grape juice is in February. So it is worth, I think, rather than creating the grape juice, just creating the raisins going forwards. Right, so we'll leave this, we'll leave our trolley truck here. We do have a trailer full of bales to unload, but I think we can do that next time as well, once we get this back. Let's just strap those all down. We will bring the sides up. Right, and is the farmer's market still the best place to sell our grape juice? It is. It's still just over 3,000. So, yeah, before the price drops any further, let's get these 3 pallets of grape juice over there. Quite unfortunate, I think. We'd have been... Oh, no, we would have fit these 3 on the trailer. We did have the space. Right, and into here. I still think it was worth getting the factory. I think we're going to make a decent amount extra because we got the factory. There we go. Another 4,000 nearly for those 3 pallets. That's really quite good. And there we go. We're back up to 7,000, which will give us enough money to go and get that cultivator. So I'm going to leave this trailer on the landy, and we're going to leave it here. I think that's the trailer of bales I was talking about. We need to get these unloaded and into the shed, because they need stacking up. I think our animals are all okay. Let's have a quick look here. Yeah, sheep have plenty of food. And the chickens... Oh, wow. No, the chickens have no food. So we've got to sort that today. We have to get a couple of bags of chicken feed, I think. First, though, I'm going to drop this off the front. Oh, we need to lower it first. There we go. So, like so. We'll then return that because we don't need that anymore. At least that. And we're done with that. So, return it. Perfect. And then I'm going to get my rubber mulcher on the back, and we will go and do the we'll go and mulch all of our grass between our grapevines, ready to cultivate it next time. I am very much hoping this mulcher fits between these rows. Okay, time for the moment of truth. Let's pop out. Oh, do you know what? I think that might be the perfect width. Down. And yeah, away we go. That is doing nothing, though. Is it truly doing nothing? Does that show any mulching? Right. Turn everything off other than mulched. Yeah, so, yeah, we got to wait till next month, I think, to do this. That is very tight in these rows. There's not a lot of space to move there. So what we're going to do is slowly move ourselves out of this row like so. And yeah, we might as well take our Landy up to the shop and go and grab ourselves the other bits we need, which of course is some feed for the chickens and some seeds for our greenhouses. The annoying thing about this is this also means we're gonna need to bring our we're going to need to bring our teleporter back, our little teletruck back. But if we put the seeds and things on here, we've no way to get them off. This is, yep. I'm going to have to go and get the teletruck back to the yard first, and then we'll do the seeds. Okay, here we are. Let's drop the back down. Grab this. We were so close to it earlier as well. We could have just popped back and grabbed this. I can't believe I've got 2 flatbed trailers. And yeah, we could have just grabbed the other one and used it. If it didn't have bales all over it. That's the trouble. I was using this one because we had bales on the other, and of course I need to get my teletruck back. Right. So let's fold that back, and we can get this home now, and then we can head up to the shop and go and grab the bits we need. So back to the shop again. There we go. We'll take this up the top and just spin it around on the grass. So it's nice and easy for us to load up our trailer. And then we'll head over to the shop. We have got this. Our old front loader is still sitting here. Right, there we go. Let's purchase some big bags. We want some seeds, so I want 2 of these, 1 for each. So buy those. That's 1,600. And then chicken feed. It's so expensive. We'll grab 2 of those as well. Yes. Okay. So wish we'd had a harvesting contract and been able to get some wheat this year, because it is so expensive for us to buy chicken feed. But we don't have our own field of wheat. I wonder, actually, what is the cheapest combine on here, and how much does it cost to lease it? Yeah, you see that? we don't have enough money for. So that is more expensive. We'd need to find a really old combine that we could rent really cheaply and do a single field. But then that's why I'm after a harvesting contract. A harvesting contract would give me absolutely the amount I need to feed the chickens for a good long while. Right, can we get two at once? Is our little... Oh no, that's never going to work. Right, so one at a time with these, unless... Nope, that's still too much for it. Right, so one at a time. Let's back this off. Bring those back in. And down. Through. We go. This is a pretty useless piece of kit for us, to be honest. I need to get this onto the trailer, and that is not going to do it. That's not good. Oh, hang on. Yeah. It's just about dragging that bag along the ground. I think the only way we're going to do this is to unfold the back of this. Nope, that was unfolded. There we go. And scrape these on. That is not great. There we go. Right, there's one on. Let's load the rest up. I am managing to lift them off the ground a fair bit now, but yeah, it's getting the right balance. It's putting it right at the back of the forks. If you put it right at the back of the forks with this, it will lift them. So it's not all bad, but it's not great. I'm reminded why we went and switched this out for the telly truck. Because the telly truck is going to be so much more useful to us. Right, there we go. Do that there. We will lower that. Yeah. Lock those on. And back to the farm we go. It's 5:45 and we're losing the light a bit now. So I want to get this done as quickly as I can. I'll just bring this around here. And I left the teller truck in this shed here on purpose, so that everything would be easy to access. Unlock that and unlock that. Now this, I think, might be able to pick up two of these at once. We'll set our forks to be really wide. But with the weight being sent to the back of the teller truck, it makes it so much more stable than that front loader. So, let's line ourselves up properly. Put that into there. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, look at that. Much more stable. I mean, it is going down at the front, but it's not going to fall over, which is brilliant. And yeah, the light is really fading now. Although turning the headlights on this is making it very difficult for us to see. Right, I want to put one down. So we want to take these one at a time. Grab that. Into here. There we go. And then we're going to do the same on the other. Like that. And that should mean that both of these now are up and running again. Let's have a look. Lettuce. Yep, we got a decent amount of seeds in both of them. So we are now producing lettuce again at a good rate, which is brilliant. Raisins are being produced quite nicely, so those will come out. The only thing left to do is to feed our chickens. So let's get these loaded off. Round here. Back it up. And this is not going to be much feed for our chickens, but it should be enough for us to get them at least producing eggs again. Right. Those in, up, and back we go. Oh, scraping them along the ground a little bit. But 2 bags of chicken feed like this on the front, we should be able to get them to load into here. And again, really pushing down the front of this now. But is that unloading both of them? That's only unloading one. Come on, I want both of these unloading, please. Maybe it can only unload one at a time. There we go. Second one in. And then we'll see what state our chickens are in once this has gone in as well. There we go. So, state of our chickens. They have a bit of food. They're going to need some more. We are going to have to spend a fair whack on chicken feed over the coming days. But not much I can do about that. We've got no eggs in there yet. So, yeah. That is the jobs for today done. I was planning to plant grapevines at this point, but as you can see, we have had a fairly late snowstorm here. So what we're going to do today is earn ourselves some more money, because we've got our lettuce that is ready for us to go and sell. But first, we have a little bit of an issue in that our trailer is full of hay bales at the moment. So we're going to go and get them unloaded. And once we've done that, we'll be able to then load up this trailer over here with the lettuce, get that all sold off. And my hope is I can then leave this trailer up near our grape production factory, where we should have some raisins ready. In fact, let's have a look in here and see where we are here. So yeah, we've only got 600 litres of grapes left. In fact, it's going down. We have a load of raisin storing and a load of pallets outside. So plan very much is to get our forklift here up to there and get these loaded up and sold off. Because having a look at the raisin price today, they are down here somewhere. There we are, raisins. It's 2,770. If we look at the price fluctuations, we are just beginning to dip down. Not massively below where those prices top out at. So, yeah, getting this trailer done and those loaded up as quickly as possible really is what we want to do. In fact, I'm looking at that and going, if the price is falling, maybe it's wise for us to load our little teletruck here onto the other flatbed and load that up with the... Whoa, skidding all over the place. And load that up with our raisins and get them sold from that, rather than mucking around on the farm here, letting that price drop and then finding we don't quite get as much money as we'd hoped. Thanks to the maneuverability of our little teletruck, we actually have not taken very long to get these bales off it. I still think that the best way for me to go, though, is going to be to get this loaded up onto our small trailer, as we did last time, and head over to our factory like that. We'll get this and everything up there, and then we could just bring this back afterwards and do the lettuce after that, which doesn't have such a price fluctuation today as the raisins do. It really is the best time for us to sell the raisins before September, and considering the amount of money we could do with getting in from them, we need to get that done now. So that is that all unloaded. That's that trailer ready for later. And yeah, it is a little bit nonsensical to have done that, but I'd already started that job, so I wanted to get it finished. So we're just gonna pop over here now, and I'm gonna go and get the landy, get this loaded up, and I'll see you guys down at the factory. All loaded up and heading down to our factory. It's just up around the corner here. So, and then it'll be through this doorway here. Town looks beautiful in the snow. In fact, pretty much every part of Farm Sim always seems to look gorgeous in the snow. But we've moved around here, and yeah, so we've got 4 pallets of raisins, very much like we were last time, in fact. We have the trailer all ready and everything, and here, I'm loath to have my thumbnail in the same place. So we might try and get it from a slightly different angle this time. But yeah, basically going to be the same thumbnail as we had last video, because that is going to be the best way for me to do it. And I think we're going to end up with at least 2 more pallets coming off here. I think a similar number of pallets to what we had last time on here. So let's leave that there for the moment. I want to push this back down and get the sides folded down. Is it going to fold back down? There we go. Perfect. This little trailer is proving to be really, really useful. So yeah, let's get some raisins loaded up. So that is our 4th box on. Just 1 more box to go. Looks like we don't have much more in here. Let's have a look. Are we going to get another box? Can we wait for that? We have... No, not enough grapes in here to actually produce another box. So we're only going to get 5 boxes of raisins out of here. Which, slightly less than we got of the grape juice. But not a huge problem. We should make still a decent amount of money on this. And we're going to make a decent amount of money from our lettuce as well today. So it's all should fit in quite nicely. Let's get that box in there, like so. And then we can strap all these down. There we go. Like so. And yeah, we'll just park this up here for now. We're not going to be doing anything more up here. So we'll come and pick this up as soon as we have offloaded these. Best place to sell the raisins? That's going to be... Let's look here. There we go. That is going to be... Farmer's Market. It's the only place to sell the raisins. It is just around the corner from us. And yeah, we've lost £2 per 1,000 litres in unloading that trailer up at the farm. But that's not a huge problem. And actually, the nice thing about doing raisins is the fact that they do just get delivered to here. This is as far as we have to go. We just pull into here. Let them all unload. As per usual. Out fairly quickly. 13,000 of those. That's not bad at all. I'm quite happy with that. So now we just need to head back to the factory. Get our little JCB telly truck loaded back onto this trailer. In fact, I think what we can do is also shut the factory down until we have some more grapes available for it later in the year. Yeah, because that is out of grapes and isn't going to produce any more raisins. So let's deactivate the raisins now that we are out of stuff. That will stop it costing us any money in production each month. And we can just load up our little teletruck and head back to the farm. Buying this little flatbed when we bought the teletruck was a really good idea. It's made doing that factory stuff so much easier, and we've not had more than the factory can take. Or more than this trailer can take from this. One thing I do keep doing is leaving the truck on while I'm getting it travelled on the trailer. But that's okay. We are nice and safely back. This will tow stuff as well. Looking at the back there. That is a little tow hitch. So this in here. Right. We're going to take these all side on. We're only going to get one at a time. But yeah, we've got a nice full set there that we can sell today. And if we then put the back of this trailer, or if we put this trailer back down, swing it round, we can get it into this shed here. And then we can go and hook the disco up to our flatbed trailer. And load all of the lettuce onto that. Because, yeah, slightly more lettuce than we had raisins. But all in all, this should give us a pretty good amount of money today for all of these together. And yeah, I'm needing to get the money in. We have a lot of vines to plant as soon as we get the weather planting them. And that means that we got to raise some money. Otherwise, to do it, we're going to have to borrow the money. We know we can make the money over the year, but we probably just overspent a little bit this year for doing some more setup on the farm. Don't regret it, but it is one of those things where it's going to take us a little bit of time to recover from it. So plow on we will. This little telly steer, or what it? Sorry, telly truck. This little telly truck is so much easier to do this job with. It's the same sort of size as the previous piece of kit we had doing this, but it has none of the jumping around or flipping or issues that we've had at all loading that up. And it's really, really accurate when we're going in, and very easy to see. I absolutely love this. I wanted to have this on a save game for a while. Get that out. Wait. And this is the first time I've managed to do it, and it does just work so much nicer. It's so much more stable than that other piece of kit we were using. Absolute dream, and I am so very, very happy that I ended up switching over to this for going forwards on here. Even though it does mean we have a little bit of fun with the big bags, at least we've got the extending boom that allows us to go a little bit higher with this in order to get the height we need. Otherwise, yeah, I have no issues with this at all. It is fantastic. Rosen has done an amazing job with this piece of kit. And yeah, I really, really recommend going and grabbing it off the mod hub, because it is brilliant. One greenhouse emptied. Just got the second one to load up now. And shouldn't take us too long to do that job as well. This snow is not letting up. I don't know when this is forecast to snow until, but it's at the moment we are getting a very good covering on here. The ground has got to be pretty frozen at the moment in order to be settling like this. So don't think we're going to be doing any field work today. It's going to be, somebody suggested that I try and get one more cut off our former cow pasture before I do before I go and put the vineyard in. And it's not a bad shout, actually. I think we could very easily get another cut out of there, give us some hay for a good long while to feed our sheep. Although in all honesty, and I want your thoughts on this, the sheep don't seem to have made us much money. Out of everything we've got on the farm, they are, well, they're the one thing where we've sold nothing of so far. They are producing wool. We have had a 1 pallet of wool off them, I think. But yeah, we've easily got enough feed for them for a long while. But I think we'd actually make more money selling the grass, selling the hay, than we would from the sheep. So I don't know. It's one of those things. This snow is getting deeper all the time. Look at that. That's, yeah, you can see now it's the wheels are moving it about. It's quite a heavy snowfall, especially for March. We are properly snowed under. I'm glad we went and sold the raisins early. Just got to get the rest of our produce loaded up and sold on. Or is that going to come off? I think we might be jammed on. There we go. There we are. Oh, that needs repositioning though. Not great. Last one. Just need to sidle up here. You can see the depth where it's hanging back from the side of the greenhouse here. I think we've had a good foot, maybe? A good foot of snow. Yeah, it looks like a good foot of snow. That's quite deep. Or at least half a foot. There's a good covering of snow we've got here at the moment. So that is going to cause us... well, it just means we definitely can't work our fields at the moment. Very happy with that, though. Look at that. That is perfectly on there. Maybe just a slight overlap from that last one. But the other side looks better. So, go part the JCB up. And, yeah, we'll go and put this into the shed. And we'll go and find where to sell this all. There we go. We still need to mulch our grass fields. Sorry, our, between all of our vines yet. But it hasn't actually brought up any grass yet for us to mulch. So, we're waiting for that to do. Needs rolling. Yeah, needs rolling and ploughing. This field. All strapped down. Where is the best place for us to go? For the lettuce, that is going to be... looks like the farmer's market again. Let's see price fluctuations. 199 is the top price. 18969. Actually, pretty good price for this time of year. So we can now go and get these sold and, yeah, get a decent amount of money for these. Get us easily over 20,000, I think. We may get as high as 25,000. I'm not sure. I think that's a little bit of a stretch. And then once we got this sold, we will go and have a look at the sheep and see if we can actually make some money from them. So out onto the road. And swing it right round and into here. There we go. Immediately selling stuff as usual in here. Is it getting all of them? Looks like those front two aren't selling anymore and those back two aren't. So let's back that up a bit. Those selling. And then we can back this up again. I want to try and get it to show me the whole price at once. Oh, so close. Come on, get rid of the last few. So 15,925 plus another 900. So 15,925. 16,828. That is a really nice amount of money off this. So, yeah. 31,000. I was hoping for 25. 31,000, that is an absolutely brilliant place for us to be. I've dropped the trailer off up the top and we're just going to park this outside the house here. I don't need to go and put it back in the garage at the moment. There we go. Right. Oh, I'm stuck in the... Too close to the clothes bag. Oh, or clothing line. I got stuck in the clothing line there. Right. So, chickens are producing well. What are they looking like in here? They are... No, that's not where I want to look at them. I want to look at them in here. So chickens, yeah, we still need to get more feed for them, but at the moment we're doing okay. And we're going to have to do that after we've planted the new grapevines. We have 25. Oh, right, we've got 25 lambs and 25 full-size sheep who are reproducing, which is brilliant. Wool, we got 5,000 liters. Now, is that what we've got in storage in here? Because we did remove some. Yeah, we removed a block, and that's sitting here. There's no... Yeah, the snow's getting under there. I was hoping that was going to be covered. We might put the wool in there instead then as a storage space. And, oh yeah, in here, we've got... Wow, we've got a fair amount of wool. Now, how much is this going for? And when is the best time to sell it? So, wool. We would make more if we could do that. 2,147 May. So 2 months' time, we want to sell this. The sheep might actually be worth it at this point. I'm very pleased with that. We'll leave that in there, though, because that's actually fairly well protected. If we run out of space for the wool, then we'll go from there. But otherwise, that is pretty good. What do we got in the sales in the shop today is the next question. We got a JCP Agro Pro. Oh, man, that would be nice. It wouldn't quite work, though, with our greenhouses. This is why we didn't actually go for one of these for the greenhouses. And we went with the Teletruck instead because it works well. But I still want to have one of these on a farm. And 50,000 actually is a really good price. Otherwise, we've got 2 plows that we can't use. We've got the ProLand cultivator we can't use. And, yeah, the 4-stack that we can't use as well. So all of those are not of any use to us. I am going to go and get this back. And put this away, though. And just sort of look at what we've got. I was all ready for the sheep not to be worth any money to us and for us to actually be better off selling them. I don't think that's the case anymore, though. They have produced far more wool than I expected. And they've doubled their numbers. Which means we're going to have double that wool next year. And probably going to double the numbers again next year. So, yeah, I think we're going to want to get this field here cut with one more cut of grass before we go any further. A weird patch there. Let's have a look in here at what the state of this field is. So we want to turn grass on, and it's actually ready to cut now. So next month, we are absolutely going to be able to cut this and get more hay off it. So I think we're going to do that. We're then looking at planting grapes. Yeah, we can plant grapes in April as well, which is great. And then we can get in May all of the between the grapes everywhere. We can get that mulched and we can get it cultivated, which is exactly what we need to do, which is brilliant. I don't think, though, in this fairly bright snowy land, though, today, we have anything else to do. I think we've managed to get everything done on our farm. One thing I think we are going to do, though, is sell this. It's our pig barn. It is not actually of any use to us whatsoever. No, it doesn't have anything there. And that will remove everything up to... Where does that remove up to if we sell that? Just out of interest. So, no, it doesn't remove that barn. That removes this barn here. Now, we might have in here sheds. Let's have a look. What have we got? There are a couple of sheds. Yeah, that one's quite small. Could go in there. We could put another lean-to in. There's that one. Well, that one actually matches one we already have. There's that one which we already have. And there's not much else in here, I think. There's a couple of English barns we could put in. But it's all fairly expensive. But we could sell stuff and do that. But the first thing we need to do is plant our vines. So, yeah, we're going to be doing that first. Seeing how much money that goes and go from there. The snow is melting because we have tracks up to our discovery. So, yeah. The snow is melting. It's going to be gone by next month, and we can get back on track. We have quite a bit to do on the farm today. We're going to be getting one final cut of grass off of our meadow field before we go and convert it to our third set of grapes on here. We're going to have plenty of hay to feed the sheep after that point. And then speaking of hay and sheep, our sheep need to be fed. So we've got to feed them and sort them today. We've also got to sort our chickens today as well. And then finally, having cut this field and... Oh, there we go. Cut this field and turned the grass that we've got on here to hay. We're going to need to get it baled and collected. And then our brand new set of grapevines planted as well. So, as I said, busy old day, lots to do. So, let's get to it. Now, doing a full cut... bale and bale and then roll on this field should mean that when we plant the grapevines in here, this field is fully fertilized and ready. Should mean we don't need to do anything to the grapevines other than just harvest them later in the year. Our other grapevines, though, next game day we're going to have to get those mulched and cultivated. We need to do that between all of our grapevines from last year. And then, yeah, as we go into the summer, we're going to need to give them a spray of fertilizer as well. So we've got that to do to all of our grapevines at the moment. I actually cut a section in the middle here, or through the middle there, just so that I could divide the field a little bit, make the long bit a little bit easier to do, and keep things nice and square. Also to give me a good idea of how we would work grapevines on here and where we'd place them. I think this is going to be a fantastic field for this, mainly because we do have that nice long strip that we've got going down here. My biggest worry is that we're not going to have enough money to plant the vines, but as I've said, if it's a case of having to borrow the money to get the vines in, we'll do that. We've got a little bit of space, I think, in our loam to do it, and hopefully we'll be able to borrow enough to get this field finished. We're going to prioritize this long part of the field first and get that done, and go from there. And then if we need to, we've got the extra little bit of the field there to do as well. It might be that we leave that little bit of field so that we can cut it for grass for the sheep, but to be perfectly honest, we have so much hay now that we just have no need for it. The other thing we might do is sell the pig barn. We know we can get 20-odd thousand from selling the pig barn, and we don't need it, and could probably do with making that space in the middle of our yard. Anyway, eventually I'd like to put a new large barn in, which would be useful. So yeah, we're gonna go from there and see how much we need. I'm hoping it's not going to be too much to get this field done, though. As for all the work I said we need to do with the animals today, I think it's probably going to be a case of getting as far as we can with the grass, and then if we need to next game day, catching up and getting the work done with the animals. My reason for that thinking is it's much more important for us to get the vines in today so that the grapes can be cut earlier or can be harvested earlier, sorry, than to hold off because we need to get the animals done. Looking in here, you can see our chickens have enough feed for the next day, so they should be all right. And our sheep also do as well. Sheep should be fairly easy. We'll probably go and put some hay straight from this field into their pen to get them fed. The thing with the chickens is we are going to have to buy feed for them. We desperately need to get a contract this year where we can get some grain in for the chickens, because yeah, without planting it ourselves, we are having a huge amount of cost just keeping the chickens going and keeping that feed going. Something a lot of people have suggested to me last time was that we should try and get the spinnery and the clothes factory, and I actually really agree with that. I think long term it's going to be better to keep hold of the sheep. They're producing quite a lot of wool at the moment, so we've got the wool, and to try and get the spinnery and try and get some textiles created. Textiles are worth a lot of money, and it's really, really going to be worth getting that job done, and getting that stuff to be done for us and get clothes out of there. So that's going to be my my plan, I think, as far as the sheep goes. Hold on to the wool, get it into the spinnery that hopefully we can buy, and to get the production running on that so that we can make the maximum amount of money from that. And we might try and fund that by doing some grass contracts, because quite honestly, we could do with getting the hay from that, and then from any of those, or just selling the excess silage from those contracts. We've seen previously taking on 3 of those contracts, selling the excess silage is worth a fortune to us. So I think we might try and get something to transport silage bales, and also to wrap silage bales, and use our own equipment and just make even more money from that going forwards. I've actually got quite efficient at doing this field. It is coming up on 10 o'clock and we've almost got everything tedded. We've got just one long row left to do on here, and then we've got 4 short rows there. So this will get the whole field done. The rear visibility on here is not great, and it's been said many times before that the rear visibility on this tractor isn't great, and I do agree with that. It's not the easiest tractor to see what you're doing outside, I think, or out the back. I think it's very useful for doing stuff at the front, and sort of works with the grape. With the defoliator and things like that. But yeah, I cannot see, while in cab, anything that's going on behind this tractor, really. I can see to hook up to stuff, to back up and hook up to stuff. Whoa, go through the hedge. But not to actually easily see the edge. Oh, I suppose I can. There is a support in the way, but it's not great. If I put the nose of the tractor straight down between 2 rows of this, though, it works well. Now, the only downside we've got to... Well, yeah, we got really... As I say, we got really efficient doing this. And the downside to turning this field into another set of vines is that it is a nice rectangular field. We are able to turn it around quite quickly. Fold that up now. And as a result, we can always get a good, quick load of hay off it. But on the other hand, we're then in a position where we're giving up a really good vineyard field for it. So We might be able to sell a few items. I don't think we're going to need the roller anymore until we get another grass field. We don't need this. This cedar we've had kicking around for a while. We can probably get rid of that as well. Yeah, so how much are those worth? I don't think either of those are worth very much. Let's have a look in here. So cedars. Our cedar is only worth about 5,000, and our roller, our grassland care roller is, oh wow. So yeah, it's not a huge amount of money we'd make from either of those. Although obviously repainting and restoring them would give us a bit more cash. Let's get the windrower up. I'm not sure about doing some of those large grass contracts with just this equipment. I think that'd be quite a big task considering what we've had before. Let's just have a look at the size of those grass fields that we've done contracts for before. Yeah, look at this. So that is the size of that field. That is the size of the contract grass field. That's quite a big field to do with this stuff. Although, as I said, we've gone round fairly quickly with this. It really would be a case of how quickly can we get this all turned round. So we're going to go around the field twice, once round clockwise, once round counterclockwise, to create a nice pile around the edge, and then we can start getting some rows rowed up down the field after that. Hopefully should work out quite well for us. This field is actually a really good example of us getting our timings right. We have managed to get this cut in October at the end of last year, and as a result we ended up with getting this April cut in because it grew a bit in November and was therefore able to grow enough to get a mid-April cut by the time spring kicked in. And you can see from the very large rows of hay we're getting off here that this is a really good yield. This is going to produce an absolutely cracking amount of bales for us here. And as I said, keep us going with the sheep for a while. We have not had to refill the feed on the sheep since we got them. We have just been stacking up hay bales ever since. And yeah, as a result, we are now with a good amount of hay on here. Now, the thing I do want to remember from this is that we haven't made any money from the sheep. But the sheep aren't costing us any money either. And so getting into the spinnery and sorting that will actually be quite good for us. We can buy a spinnery and put it in the yard. And actually, this is one of the things I was looking at, is we've got space in the yards to put both a spinnery and our own grape factory. So I'm very tempted to sort of self-contain everything in our yard and do it that way. So we'll have to see how it goes. But I think we may end up having a more self-contained yard. Or alternatively, there's space out here, I think, to put another field in. And maybe get a grass field inside the yard a bit. So I'm going to have a look at that as well and see how much of an option that is. But all in all, I think we're sitting fairly pretty here. And hopefully we're going to make the most of the space we've got. Because if we do that, we are going to make a lot of money. Just a couple more rows and we'll be finished up. And we're coming up to 1 in the afternoon. So it's taken a little bit longer to row this up than I'd liked. But we still are well within the time. As I said, I think my ambition for today was to try and sort the animals out as well. I don't think we're going to be doing that. I think we might get the sheep fed. We're playing around with hay anyway, so that shouldn't be too difficult. But feeding the chickens is going to be much harder because we are going to have to buy wheat for that. And I kind of want to get the money that we've got here into getting the grapevines in. So, yeah. We'll probably end up, as I said, selling the pig pen. We've not used it since we started here. And as a result, it isn't of much use to us at all. And let's just drop this off. And yeah, I think we've got a couple of excess pieces of machinery we can get rid of. I don't think either of them are useful for contracts. The roller definitely isn't. And the seeder. The seeder allows us, when we buy a field, to do stuff. But to be honest, we're probably better off borrowing something at that point to do those. Or trying to buy a... Well, yeah. There's... we'd need more than just a seeder, I think, to sort a field out. Right. Down with our baler. And away we go. And yeah, this baler works pretty well on this tractor. In fact, I think I'm going to check the pickup settings for this baler and see if I can apply them to that New Holland case pack so that we can get that baler working on no man's land as well. We've got our baler attached to the back now. And we are emptying out bales. I can't even see how far we've got on the actual emptying of the bale. But we are producing bales at a good rate. We've had 3 off this headland. And yeah, that's great. That's enough to feed the sheep for a little while straight off the bat. This baler does work fairly well with this tractor. But yeah, it is a bit big, and sometimes reversing it is a little bit of fun, especially with the lack of visibility in this tractor. Otherwise, it's just working well. We're getting about a bale a row off here, which is a really good yield. 4,500 litres per row, or more than 4,500 litres per row, because we are getting, yeah, we're getting most of the way through a row before we have to unload. And yeah, there we go. There's another 4,500 litres, which is just brilliant. I mean, that is just utterly fantastic. So we might end up with 2 bales out of this row because of how quickly we've turned and then unloaded. Although I think this row is a little bit thinner than some of the others, so I'm not expecting quite so much in it. But this is brilliant. This is a really nice amount of bales that are going to keep us going for a good long while. As I said, one of the first things we'll probably do is use our little telly truck to take a couple of bales straight over to our sheep and get them done. But yeah, there was definitely less in that row. But we're going to have, well, we've got a good amount of hay to keep our sheep going for a while on the farm, which is good news, because that means that turning this field to doing grapes is not going to harm us elsewhere on the farm, and will just end up making us more money. Right, I think that is all of the hay collected up off the field. We've got just under half a bale left in our baler, so we'll park that up in here. We don't need to worry about, yeah, we don't need to worry about leaving storage space over here this time. And I think next time what I'm going to be concentrating on is A, getting our chickens fed, B, getting between our existing vines mulched and cultivated. I think that's going to be very important. So what I'm going to do now is grab our big flatbed trailer on this and get that down to the field. And then what we can do is get all of these bales collected up and yeah, get the sheep fed as well, which will be a very good use of our day. How are we doing on lettuce? Oh wow, we're soon going to be able to sell some more lettuce. That's brilliant. And our grapevines are regrowing, which is also great. So yeah, mulching and cultivating between those is going to be very, very important in the near future. I love this little teletruck. It's really nimble and stable and easy to use. And for a job like this, where we're just on a field just off to the side of our farm, it's perfect. We can transport it about to move pallets on trailer, which works really well as well. Just works brilliantly for everything that I'm trying to do on here. And on a farm of small equipment, because this is very much a farm of small equipment, it really stands out as just being such a fantastic little piece of kit. I mean, look at this. We can easily line things up, get everything really nice. The little the skid steer tool with the middle spike just helps get our positioning for our bales absolutely perfect. And yeah, and then they just slot on and away we go. Although that's at a different height, so we want to bring that out. So yeah, we can just put that down onto the ground in, and we got two perfectly positioned bales. I absolutely love that about this. And what we're going to do is I'm actually just going to put single bales on the back. Actually, no, I've got a better idea. We're going to get these onto here. Not going to take very long to get these 8 bales off this trailer. Although, that is going to be fun because, actually, I think we're going to have to disconnect and reconnect. Yeah, then that one will glide off. And when that has dropped, we can just put that on and then hopefully just slide that one back in carefully. Should have locked them. Okay, that's probably going to make that one fall off the other side. No? Oh, no, come on. Don't do this to me. After talking about how wonderful this is. Yeah, there we go. Right, so we'll lock those two on. Like that. And hopefully then I can just push these two back on at the other side before that one falls off. Yeah, sometimes it's a lot of fun trying to get all these things to line up. But there we go. Ooh. It can be a little bit heart pounding when you think something's going to fall off. Right, there we go. And then we'll leave that here for the moment. I'm just going to take these last 2 bales and we're going to go and give them to the sheep and get the sheep done and happy. One there. And we don't need to be so accurate with picking these 2 up. Just as long as we are nicely on spikes. And then we can head over through the yard and give these to the sheep. And then that's going to be the sheep. Well, it should be the sheep nicely fed. I don't think it will take them up to their maximum. But they should at least be happy. And we can check on the wool level as well at the same time. The thing about this little telly truck is it doesn't go more than 12 miles an hour. Yeah, look at that. We've got another pallet. So we're almost full of wool in here. We're going to have to come in and take that out and get that stored. But it's a large amount of wool we've got in here now, which is brilliant. Right. Both of those should go in. Wow, that's still 4,000 litres. How much did our sheep take? Yeah, so that is too far over. So what we need to do is just pick that up. I'm just going to move it into place. And that should fairly quickly disappear as well. And that should take our sheep, yeah, almost full feed. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted from that. So let's get that done, and then I'm going to get this over the yard over here and get these bales off this trailer. And then we've just got to roll the field and plant our grapevines. There's a reason I normally put the Discovery on this trailer, and that's because this is being weighed down a lot at the back and isn't overly happy. Yeah, not normally my setup for this. Somebody did suggest that on here, a great tractor for a vineyard is something like, is it in the small tractor? I think it might be. Yeah, the G Series Vultra, £84,000 for 110 horsepower, would be great on our baler and everything else. Main color, we can put it in lots of different ones. And yeah, would be quite a good tractor for this. Active Versu. I don't know what the difference between those two is. Front loader, we can go up to 145 horsepower on that. So that would be quite a useful little tractor going forwards, maybe, considering how much we are doing some of the bigger stuff. And especially if we went out and did bigger fields and maybe wanted to put a front mower on and get a transport trailer. That might work quite well. Let's bring this down and get that in there. Right. Yeah, let's get all of these unloaded, and then we can go and get the field rolled and finally get our grapevines in, because yeah, that is our ultimate target for today. Bales are all unloaded, and we just need to put the trailer back in the shed. I think it's getting fairly late in the day. We've got snow on the way again. I really want to get these vines in. We are running very late on the day. I think what we'll do is we'll get this rolled and we'll see what the time is after having rolled this, because we want to get full fertilization set up on this field before we put the grapevines in. At the same time, I am very aware that it's very late in the day, and we really we want to wrap things up in a timely manner, really. Then we're going to have to look at getting a fuel tank, and well, we're going to need a methane fuel station as well. But yeah, we're going to need a fuel tank. We're going to need a methane station as well. We're running out of time today. It is now 6:45 in the evening, and we are working our way through this field as quickly as we can. But as you can see, it's a small roller and a decent sized field. This is why I want to turn this into a vineyard or a set of vines, because it is a decent sized field, and it will do us very well for this purpose. So yeah, it just takes a little while with a piece of kit this big to get it done. I think next time is very much going to be concentrating on getting the vines done. I think we're going to end up planting this field next time. We have one final month in May to get these planted, so we're going to get these planted next time. We will also get our other vines cultivated and mulched, although not in that order. We'll mulch it first and then cultivate it. And yeah, we should end up with our vineyards looking pretty good. And then the summer, we'll be able to raise some money by doing some grass contracts, I think. And we will also get our other two sets of vines, our other two fields of vines. We'll get them fertilized too. And that will mean as we go into the autumn, we should get hopefully a good load of grapes. We will make them. I'm tempted to make them into raisins, but we'll see what the prices are like going towards the end of the year, and we can then go from there. It's gone 8 p.m. in the evening, and we're still at it, and the snow is beginning to fall. I'm hoping we don't get a settling of snow, because that would make it very, very difficult for us to plant our grapevines next time. There's still a decent amount of field to go, so we're just going to keep plodding away at this, and hopefully it should get done soon. We'll see whether this settles or not. I'm hoping it's warm enough that it won't. Last row to be rolled. I think we missed a tiny patch up the top end of the field, but otherwise that's all good. It is way too dark now to be planting the grapevine. We're gonna have to leave them for today and hope that this snow does not settle, because if this snow settles, we are gonna be in trouble. It's a few patches just driving up this field. If we have a look at the map, we can have a closer look at this. Yeah, we've got a patch up there and a couple of patches at the edge. I'm not so worried about the patches at the edge, but I'd very much like to get the patch further up this field sorted. But yeah, we've at least got this field cut and tethered and baled and rolled, which means that it is absolutely ready for our grapevines to go in. As long as this snow holds off, as long as we're able to actually get the vines in, we should be good. So yeah, let's take this back to the shed and we'll park it up because it is late. There we go. Perfect. And with that, next time we're going to be trying to get these grapevines in. We will sort out the chickens. And yeah, hopefully we'll have a good end to the spring and into the summer. I cannot believe that we've got snow again. So out of our 3 days of spring, we've had 2 full days of snow. That means that what we can't do today is replant our plant the new grapevines in this field, because it's just too well, it's too much snow on the ground. We can't do it. It's too frozen. What we are hoping, though, is that later today we might be able to do that, because we will have well, we got sun on the way, so we'll have the snow gone. It should melt and work well for us there. So that's all good. However, in the meantime, we do have some jobs to do. Our lettuce have run out of seed again, so we need to go and purchase some seed for there. We also want to start looking at possibly getting the spinnery and the setup for that. So there's that too. We're going to need 60,000 to buy the spinnery and to start processing our wool. So yeah, we need about another 30,000. We of course do have a whole load of money to spend on getting the new vines in as well, so I've got to watch that. I think we might try and sell some lettuce today if this snow takes a while to clear up. It would be a real pain if we got to really late in the day before this clears. And I have a feeling with the amount of snow that we got falling at the moment, this is going to get deeper before it gets lighter. So let's reverse this up. Again, we can't see out the back of here. Thankfully, the old stream is not frozen over, so that's good news. There we go. I also probably want to... Well, I want to move the wool, which is why I want to get the spinnery. But, of course, we're not going to make any money off that until we also buy the clothing, or the clothing factory. We can't do that, though, without 100,000. So we need 160,000 to do all that. And as a result, that's not something we're able to do, very quickly. It's a lot of money to raise. And yeah, those grapevines right now, those are our priority. We need to get those in. If we can get those in, then we're going to be all right for later in the year. And we will easily cover things like the cost of hiring our harvester for this year. Something I am interested in is eventually buying field 6 and maybe extending this field a little bit, and maybe making another one on the hillside, or making a grass field on the hillside. That would go fairly well as well. So lots to be doing, lots to get on with, and hopefully by the time we finish doing the bits around the farm today, we might actually have some bare ground in which to plant some new grapevines. Build up one of the greenhouses, moving on to the second one. We did have a bit more snowfall. It did get a bit deeper. Where we're driving, though, we're driving in the same place roughly all the time, and it's creating ruts in the snow, so we can see where it's gone down as well. But it's, oh man, I can't believe it's May in game and we've got this much snow. For the seeding seasons, it's really hitting us hard. We can't do much. I'm so pleased we spent all that time last time getting that field cut, baled, cut, tethered, baled, and rolled, because we would have been able to do next to none of that today. Certainly anything beyond anything other than baling, and we would have been stuffed. It is just the whole thing of, for realism's sake, I dare not put grapevines in this kind of weather. Once it thaws, once we have a nice bit of clear ground, hopefully that'll be fine. But I think it's going to be late in the day before that happens. So in the meantime, we actually have quite a lot of lettuce we could sell as well. What is the price of lettuce like at the moment? Is it at a low, or are we at a decent amount? It's certainly on the way down, but it's about halfway, actually. 1,999 is the best price. 1,800, actually, it's not horrible. Yeah, it's not horrible at the moment. So I think we might try and load up some lettuce and get that sold today as well, because any money we can bring in as we go to plant these vines is going to make a big difference. Our last load of water to finish these off, and then we're going to run up to the shop and load up there. So there we go. Empty that out. And yeah, so we're full on water. We are struggling. We've got no seeds in either, and we're low on solid fertilizer in both. So we want to do that. Yeah, we've got nearly a full tank of water left here, so that's good news. Let's get this over to here and get this reversed into here. And then we're going to go and connect up our flatbed trailer, our other flatbed trailer. And yeah, I think we're going to get a big bag holder for the front loader up at the shop, because right now it's rather hard to lift big bags onto the trailer. I don't know if you guys noticed, but the fuel level in our tractor was actually quite low. So I'm going to have to put in a new fuel tank at the farm today, because we don't have one there. Let's bring this open and open the sides of our trailer. So yeah, we need to get a fuel tank today. That is something that's going to be very necessary. We've not got into using the methane tractor much so far, so that's not something that we need to worry about too much. 30. Oh wow, that is very tempting for 13,000. Don't really need it at the moment, but yeah, definitely a very tempting piece of equipment. We could use that on our own contracts. And somebody did say, oh, you're better off not using your own equipment on contracts and using the equipment that comes with it. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. It does get us a little bit more money though if we use our own equipment. So I'm always a little bit hesitant to completely rule that out. What I do want, though, is a bag lifter for here. We can't use the jewel on the piece of equipment we've got. 700, I think that works well. So that is worth it. And then we need some seeds and some fertilizer. This is where this is going to get expensive today. I want 4 bags of seeds, I think. Buy 4 bags like that. And then, yeah, we're going to go with 4 bags of fertilizer as well. That's a lot of money. This is why we need to sell some lettuce, because that has been quite a bit. I think the snow might be letting up a little bit. That would be good news. So we'll leave our forks over here for our Schaefer, so that we can now grab the big bag attachment and load up these bags. I think we've probably only got... yeah, we should fit all 8 bags on here. I'm not expecting that to be much of a problem. I'll bring this round. And you can see the grass showing through the snow where I'm driving on it, because it is just compacting it down and making it that little bit lower. So we have got a really quite substantial amount of snow on the ground at the moment. These big bags for this are quite heavy. I think I'm going to move the trailer into a more easily accessible position. I think I've just about got a handle on using big bags with this piece of kit now. It's keeping it low and then keeping that weight back as much as possible while you're transporting it. And then when you're trying to load it onto the trailer, that's the point at which you can lift it up and swing it out. And that then gets it into place on the trailer. That's actually not quite right. Let's just move that forwards a little bit. Yeah, there. That should be in. Oh, that's close to the edge. Bit difficult in third person. You can't quite see, or first person, because you can't quite see the edge of the trailer. But anyway, this works rather nicely. Yeah, it's just trying to stop this whole thing from wheeling. It's because the actual lifting mechanism is quite far forward. It does like to lift the back off the of this off the floor if you're not careful. Wow, that's really putting some weight on the back of this now. Let's swing that out a little bit more, little bit. There we go, and place it on the trailer. And yeah, that's within the bounds. So we can go part this up. And this is the other reason why we only bought 4 of each, because that's really all we can fit on the trailer. So we'll park this outside the shop where it should be. And then we can strap these back 2 down. That's quite a lot of weight on this, but it should be fine. Fold up our back. And yeah, away we go. This disco will be fine carrying this much weight on the back. And back down to our farm without too much issue. Absolutely fantastic. It's just gone 11 o'clock. The snow is now stopping. We've got clearer skies. And as a result, this snowfall should stop fairly soon. What I do want to do is drop the sides of the trailer down. Like so. Had to actually start the engine to do that. And then we'll go and grab our JCB in here. And we need to switch over the spikes we've got on it to our forks so that we can actually get these unloaded. And yeah, we can get our greenhouses running again. Now, this is where the difference in this tele truck versus the other truck we have. I think with this, we're able to pick up 2 of these bags at once. Because our weight distribution for the arm is right at the back, it doesn't tend to lift this off the ground quite so much. So we get lined up here. Oh yeah, we're massively out of alignment. grab 2 bags of seeds. If we got our spacing okay. I think so. Right, and in. Yeah, and go as far back as we can without picking up the other bags. Because we want to get it as close to it as possible. And yeah, our old front loader would never have been able to do this. That is just not possible. And we can get them unloaded. I love how these bags shrink as you unload them. And that is just brilliant. Right, we got the fertilizer to get off now. So we'll do the same. Undo, undo. And line it up. I think they're at about the right width. Yes. So in about as far back as I can get them. And it does dip down a bit at the front, but we've definitely got a lot more stability in this here. And then round. And unload it, like so. And again, the bags shrink down until it's all gone. Absolutely brilliant. Really love that. There's so many really nice features in FS22. So many little bits that got added, and even now, what with 6 months after release, it still looks utterly amazing. I'm still finding bits of it that I'm just going, wow, I love that feature. And yeah, these are the way the big bags work are definitely part of that. It just looks brilliant. And I love these modded greenhouses as well. They work so nicely too. Really, really awesome addition, and especially with the slightly higher output they give. Yes, it costs you more to input stuff, but at the same time, you make more at the end of the day coming out of them. All right, let's get these 2 on, and then we're done. And we can get the bigger trailer on here and start earning some money, I think. Whoa. Yeah, see, that's what happens if you put it at the tips. This is why we were getting it a lot further back. Just that added bit of stability. But yeah, then we can start earning some money from our lettuce today, which will be grand as well. This JCB has made everything around this farm easier. It is just so much more stable than that front loader we had was, and it just picks up stuff and moves it about with just an absolutely it's just a breeze to use this. It is a gorgeous mod. I know I've said this before with this mod, but I really do recommend popping over to the mod hub and picking this telly truck up. Especially if you're running a small yard like I am here. It just fits in with the smaller equipment so well. And as an alternative to a telehandler, well, actually, it's something that merges the functionality of a telehandler and a forklift together. It is just ridiculously easy to use. My only problem is something that is a general problem in game, is that there's no bag lifter or a skid steer or a telehandler. It's all front loader bag lifters, which is odd. Right, let's just drop that off. I do find that I do get stuff stuck on the forks fairly often, but I think that's just a general physics engine issue with the game. It doesn't always like to release pallets when you place them down. There we go. Oh, I am not low enough. Or in the right place. One or the other. It's pushing these out of the way. It does make it fairly difficult to see under the snow sometimes. But there we go. See? Picked up with ease. The sun is out and the snow is melting. I think we're going to have a clear fields to plant our vines by the end of today, which is very good news. But we are going to need the money to plant them. At the moment, we definitely don't have it. So We've got to finish loading this trailer up. Certainly, it's a great way for us to kill a bit of time, though, until that is done. We've got one. Oh, no, we've got two on here. So we have had a new one generate. Let's get under that side there. Pick that up. And then we can just put it down beside this here to pick up these two. Like that. Absolutely perfect. And there goes the snow, right? We can now plant our grapevines. Everything has thawed enough. We just need to finish getting these loaded up and get them sold. And then, yeah, we'll go plant some grapevines. Brilliant. Not the prettiest bit of stacking I've ever done, but we are nearly fully loaded onto the trailer. Just need to get these last two pallets on. Back it off. And there we go. Just going to leave this in this shed here for now. Wait, like that. We'll strap these down. There we go. And where are we going? The best place to sell lettuce at the moment is the restaurant, which we've not been to before. So we're going to tag that. We'll have a look for our beacon, which is behind us. So best way out is probably going to be via, oh yeah, definitely via fields 7 and 9. Or actually, maybe we can get out via field 6. We seem to have a fair way around that way. So I'm going to try and go out that way. It sort of rounds, yeah, rounds out here. And we'll head up this road. And this should, with any luck, lead me out and into towards the restaurant. Right, restaurant is just to my left here somewhere. Oh, there we are. Right, how do we get into there? Okay, I think we should be able to just pull around here. This, right next to us, is the clothing factory while we're here. So, I need to back that up slightly. Yeah, that is emptying out. It's a fairly small place. There we go. See how much we make in total from this. Last two pallets. Oh yeah, we are well above 21,000. So that just did an amazing setup. We made 10,000 just from unloading those. That's brilliant. Now this here, this is the clothing factory, Needle and Stitch. And that is 100,000. Yeah, the tailor shop. So in order for us to get that, it would be fairly expensive. Oh, wow. And we can either change our clothes here. I like that. That is a very, very cool function. Right, I don't think it's going to be very easy to get the car out of here. So we'll reverse out instead and go very carefully out onto the road. Hopefully it'll be fine. Yeah, there we go. There's a car coming the other way. And we can't go this way because that is no entry. So it's back just near the farmer's market. And now we can go and plant some grapevines. Perfect. Right, let's park the Landy up here just outside the workshop and the house without getting stuck in the clothing lines again. 2 full pallets of eggs is really good. We've got so much eggs, so much wool. It's brilliant. Right. So we are going to now get this field planted with grapevines. I'll take a step back and we'll stand on here on the wood. That way we're nicely out of the way and we should go production orchards, grapevines. There we go. So 105 per line. We'll come in slightly. How much space did we leave? Okay. So let's just test this. So at least 2 vine widths. So 2 vine widths from the edge here is there. Okay. So that gives us roughly starting point of that tree. We'll come in a little bit and then we'll see. Wow. Okay. So that is how much this field is going to cost us to get some vines into. I've got no way of absolutely making sure that this is straight other than if we set ourselves on the actual side of the field. Right. I think we're not going to be able to afford as much as I'd hoped here. So what I'm going to do is going to take this in to this point here, and we're going to add some more vines in the smaller area here, because I think that will allow us to run it fairly well. So let's take a vine from here right back to about here, I think. Very difficult to see because of the tree, but there. Yeah. So there. I think that's straight. It's, thought there was some way to get these to snap, but I don't think there is. So I'm actually going to go, because of this tree here and because of how hard that is to see, I'm going to go like this from there. Try and line it up. That's as close as I can get. There we go. Hopefully that is pretty straight. So we want to get that as close as we can, and then like that. And we're basically going to spend as much money as we can getting them out on this side of the field. Now, is it possible? It's not possible to extend one. So I don't want to do. So it's 12,000. So we can get a single row there. There we go. That's placed there. And okay. Right. So the next thing is we're going to go demolish. And at this point, we need the extra cash. So we are going to sell the pigs. Let's get those sold. 20,000 is going to do us about one row. But there we go. Oh, wow. And then we've got, yeah, we'll get rid of the manure heap. Which, that's the thing. These are going to sell stuff all over the farm. So I don't quite want to do that. Yeah, there are various... What else goes red if I select that? I don't know what it is. I'll probably try and clear those up later, actually. They're not going to give me any money. Right. And now having sold the pigs, we can put in one more of those. We're going to have to borrow a lot of money or get a lot more money in before we can put lots more rows of these in. Because that is... Oh, man. That is not quite that far over the field. I think it might be something that we do as we go through the... as we do next year. In fact, how much more can we borrow? Not that much, I don't think. So that will get us one more row. Get us one more row, maybe. We are up to 500,000. That is all we can borrow. So, yeah, let's do that. Orchards there. Oh, I'm standing in the wrong place now. Let's get over here. Right. And then under here, orchards there. Yeah. We have made enough money to get one more of these in. We cannot get a second. It will cost too much. Yeah, there we go. So that is it. That is how much we can put in this year. That's not the end of the world. That's a decent amount we've got in here. We also have a lot of grass field left. So we will cut this and we will make more from this. What I am going to do, though, is just repay the little bit of extra loan that we had. And yeah, that'll be how it's going to be. Some more vines over this side, making us some more money, but not the entire field. This is going to take probably about 100,000 to do here. So then it's a question of, are we going to do the wool first, or are we going to do the wool and the clothes, or are we going to do the vineyard? I think we're probably going to end up doing the wool and clothes and using the money from that to fund the rest of this field. Next time we're going to be looking at the rest of our vines. We've got we need to cultivate and we need to mulch between them. So as we go into summer, we will be doing that. We're going to be taking out our New Holland for the first time today. Yes, it's finally time to get our tracked methane tractor to work. So let's get this into gear. We are at top gear, good. And yeah, we're going to try and get the cultivator on it, I think. Now, do we have a cultivator yet, actually? That's a good question. Let's have a look in our equipment over here. And I thought we did. We got a mulcher. We've got to do mulching first. And I think actually that's why we don't have a cultivator. Because we went to go and do the mulching and discovered it wouldn't work. So we're going to go and mulch between all of our vines first. And then after we've done that, we're going to go and, we're going to go and cultivate between them. Try and get all of our vines and everything working and up to scratch. Right, let's connect that up. Perfect. So this is our little methane tractor with our little rover on the back. Should be good at handling this job and be able to do this. Certainly think it should be fine. One advantage of using this is it shouldn't damage the grass too much. Not that we're too worried about that, as we are going to be cultivating between the vines anyway. But I'm really, really hoping that we're going to be able to mulch and cultivate this. We weren't able to the last few months because we were, well, we had a very, very weird May where we just had snow, which is weird. So, yeah, start it up, drop it down, and yeah, we're now able to mulch, which is perfect. That'll get things down between the vines and should improve our stuff as well. Should improve our overall yield from these, and if we can get a higher yield off these vines this year, that will be awesome, because yeah, we made a fair amount off them last year. To make even more this year would be brilliant. Also, how maneuverable is this tractor? That is absolutely perfect, especially seeing as we need to line ourselves up nearly perfect with this mulcher anyway to get between these vines. So we're partway through this and I am struggling. This is about the full width we've got between our rows, and it catches on the rows all the time. Now I have given a check to the width of some of the other mulchers, and to be honest, this is wide. I don't think this is a mulcher we particularly want to be using in this area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get us to the end of the row here. Yeah, this does not work how I hoped it would. And once we get out to the end, we'll hook this up onto our little tractor, which is roadworthy. And we're going to pop up to the shop and get this replaced. We're still going to use the methane tractor for this job because I think it is the best one for this job. As it stands, I want to use this little tractor, but the rover, not the mulcher we want to be using for this. So let's leave that there, and I'm going to go and get our little tractor. I do love that my character is taller than almost every single vehicle we have in this series. I think the only one that's bigger is the Landy. I think that, yeah, pretty much that's the only vehicle that's larger, which is it's a little bit funny to me. There we go. So we're going to take this, run this up to the shop with this tractor, and yeah, we're going to go and replace it for something a little bit less wide that will fit between our vines a bit better. Now, we should still be able to get a decent amount of money for our robot. It is not... Oh, there we go. It is not been with us very long, and it's not been very used. Let's disconnect it as well. There we go. Move our tractor out the way. And go and see how much they'll give us for this. So we don't need to repair it. It's not really had anything. Yeah. We've had it 4 months. And we're going to get 6,113 for it. So let's sell that. Okay. I wonder how much that was new. We'll have a look at that when we go and have a look in the shop. So here we go. So under mulchers new, that was 7,200. So yeah, we lost over £1,000 on that. However, thankfully, all of the others are not any more expensive. 130 horsepower is too much. So 70 horsepower or 12 horsepower. I think we're going to go with this one. The TMC Kinsella. I don't suppose there's anything useful in here. No. Okay. So, yeah, we are just going to go with this one, which should do us absolutely fine. Hook it up the right way and we'll be good. So let's buy that for 4,500. Oof. We really have no... We just sold that for 6,000. Where did all our money go? So, yeah, I thought we started off with more money than that today, but apparently we didn't. So, that's a bit weird. We are going to be doing a whole load of grass stuff. We're looking at silage work for July, I think. We're not expecting to harvest grapes then. Let's have a quick look. So July, grapes. Yeah, no, July is free. So we're going to spend July doing silage contracts because we shouldn't have anything to do on our farm. And then in August, with any luck, we will get some in August, with any luck, we'll get some grapes. Oh, no, in fact, they don't harvest till September. So July, August, we should be able to make some money from silage, as I don't think there's anything else we need to do on our farm. So let's drop this off here, where it's easily accessible to our methane tractor. Yeah, this is going to work so much better. Oh, we're right up against it. Let's move that out of the way. Right. And I'll go and park this under this shelter here. We can put that away later. And like that. And try and spread the load a little bit by getting our little methane tractor to do some work as well. It's going to take us longer to get these headland areas mulched. Not that it's that important. There we are. But we had to sell the other mulcher in order to buy this one. So, there we go. And away we go. And that works so much better for us. Hopefully, it's going to be enough for the vines as well. This little tractor is brilliant for this. Absolutely wonderful. I am having a ball. It is so maneuverable. It's ridiculous. It is just going straight through here. And you lift at the end, and then you spin right round and back into the other one. Yeah, so maneuverable. However, and this is where this gets a bit weird, this is having no effect, as far as I can see, on the actual grapes. Now, I believe you have to mulch between these rows, but I would expect it to come up with the mulching color, or for us to have a positive thing. And I just don't know. I'm wondering if it's because our vines are too grown. I'm wondering if this is a job you need to do immediately after you've harvested these vines in order to have an effect. Because, yeah, it is having zero effect at all between here. So I kind of wonder if we've missed our opportunity with our vines this year, and we need to cultivate between them and a mulch between them immediately after we've harvested. So what we're going to do is we are going to mulch this whole field. We'll get these all done and do a bit of an experiment today. See if we can have any effect on these vines at all. I want to then cultivate between them as well, see if that has any effect as well, and then, yeah, see if we can improve the yield on them. I don't know if standing here gives us grapes. Yeah, yield bonus is 35%. Yield bonus all the way across here is 35%. So, yeah, we're not getting anything at the moment. We do need to cultivate this, and we do need to spray it. So there is some spraying that needs doing on these to get them up a level. But at the moment, yeah, we seem to be wasting our time a little bit. Okay, so I have run the mulcher the whole way around the edge of the vines as well. And as you can see, we've got a perfect area around the vines that has been mulched and nothing inside. So that is really, really weird. What I'm going to do now then is move this. Oh, we need to go and move the pallets actually at the sheep. So we'll go and do that job quickly, move those out of the way, and then we shall look at going and getting a cultivator, which we're going to have to borrow the last little bit of money from, or for. That's going to be interesting. Wow, we have a lot of wool in here. We did talk about the fact that we're going to have to do something about this soon. It's worth money towards the end of the year, I think. But what we're going to do is probably buy the spinnery. If I haven't already. Did I buy the spinnery? Large greenhouse. No, I haven't yet. So buying the spinnery is an aim for later this year. So I want to do that. As a result, we're looking at holding on to these for now, because they're not worth quite so much without that. Yeah, it's all about cash flow at the moment, as it always is, to be honest. It's always about a lack of cash flow. So I'm removing all but one from in here, and the reason for leaving that last one is because I can't get at it. It's currently got the new one spawning in front of it. But we should be able to get this one here. It's a bit tight at this end, but I can do it. We can get through here. There we go. And yeah, that empties it out of here. Also means that next time we empty this, when it reaches a full set, we'll have a nice round number of 8 to take from there, which fits rather nicely with the set that we've got over here. So yeah, we do have a whole load of money sitting here ready for us to make some cash off, but we're not there yet. I want to get, hopefully getting 2 months worth of silage contracts in is going to make us enough money to progress the wool. Maybe it'll be enough to progress it both ways, as in to not only give us enough for making the spinnery, buying the spinnery, but also enough for us to buy the clothes factory as well. But we'll see how that goes. All in all, though, that's done. Time to head up to the shop and, yeah, borrow a bit of money to see if we can get a cultivator. And back up to the shop again. This little tractor, yeah, is roadworthy and our other one isn't. So it is the one we need to bring up here. How much money do we need? And has this been a wasted trip? Let's have a look. Cultivators. I was sure there was a little cultivator or... What do we need to use? Yeah, it's these ones are grape and olive farming. So that... Okay, so we got these little ones here. Maybe it's disc harrows. Yes, it's disc harrows. So there's that one for 1,800. Which is the little one. That is pretty well, even that's too wide. So it must be the cultivate. Is it that one? Yes, so it's subsoilers we need to use between there. So 650 for that little silage, which is 1.2 meters. And absolutely perfect. There we go. We're going to use this. Attacher type, big or small. What is the difference between the... We probably go with a small attacher type. Or does that not work with... We'll go with big. We'll see if it attaches. And then we can always change it if it doesn't. But 650 means we have to borrow no money at all. Maybe we should have bought the cheaper mulcher as well. But... this should work out better for us now. And hopefully give us a, well, maybe a bit of a boost in our crops. We shall see shortly. And yes, I'm glad I went for the bigger attach type. Because that is a diddy, well, that's a diddy subsoiler. Now I could just take this and do the field myself with this tractor. But... two reasons why I don't want to. One is I want to use the methane tractor. We've got it. We might as well spread the load a little bit. And two, this tractor's running out of fuel. And I need to stop using it, basically. So we're going to go and park this up. We are going to put a new fuel tank in the farm as soon as we have some money. But that basically means until we have some money, we can't really use this tractor. But that's all right. We shouldn't have anything more that we need it to go and do. For now, we're going to jump in our methane tractor that has plenty of fuel in it. And see if we can't boost our crop of grapes the other way. If not, then what we're going to have to do is when it comes to wintertime and post-grape harvest... we're going to have to make sure we do both of these jobs immediately after to make sure that we get the most from our grapes next year. Otherwise, it's just, yeah, we're just not going to make enough quickly enough to make the grapes pay things back as they need to. Okay, so I've done a couple of rows. It's not destroying the vines or not taking any foliage off the vines, which is great. So it's certainly not having a negative effect, which is good. The question really is it having a positive effect? Has that lifted? Yes, that has. Can't actually see this cultivator on the back here. So let's have a look. And I'm not seeing any difference. Needs rolling. Right. So doesn't need plowing. It's at least doing that job. But it doesn't seem to be doing anything else between them. Oh, actually, 38, 39, 44. We are getting a yield bonus. Yes. Definite yield bonus increase. So 50. So here we're getting a 35%. Here we're getting 44, 52% at these points here. So, oh, 62 in fact. Look there. 52, 52, 52. It's varying, but it is definitely an increase. So, yeah, we want to keep doing this and seeing if we can't get some improved yield for these. I think the mulching we're going to have to do earlier, though. Okay, I've done a few more rows of testing, and I've got right up beside the vines because I wanted to see what effect this would have. So, if we come into here, onto this one here, we're at 50, 48. Yeah, we're still not getting right up beside the vines compared to close to the vines. It doesn't really make much difference. Yeah, we're getting 48, 49% the whole way along here. So, yeah, doing 2 runs down a row doesn't really make any difference. If we have a look here where I'm halfway down the row, this here is still 43. That goes up to 50. So, yeah, we need to do both sides of each vine, but we don't need to do it all of the way. We can just run down the middle of these vines with this width, and as long as we go either side of them, we will still get a good increase in our yield. Our final row on this field here, and hopefully this has now given us a good spread or a good boost to our yield on here. I never expected to take it up to 100%. I just hoped that it would improve things enough. And we are sitting at 43, 44% here. Is it an extra 5% down the bottom here? That's at 43. That's at 45. I'm sure I had larger here. Yeah, I'm at 50% here. 49, 50%. So, is this a result of doing all the mulching? That's a good question. We're at 48, 49% here. So, yeah, I am still none the wiser. Because these, where I've done a single row down the middle, are now showing, ooh, 54% here. So, I don't know. This is very, very interesting. How does this work? Okay, so I've brought the methane tractor and the subsoiler up here to our second field of grapes, where we haven't done any mulching at all. And what I want to do is see what we have here at the moment. So according to this, our yield bonus is 38%. So we are trying to improve on that. If we look at this field, it needs ploughing. So like field 1, it's got the needs ploughing on it, which may in itself just boost us. But I thought that was only a 5% boost. So I'm going to get right up to the side of this here and try and cultivate. So there we go. That is why we mulch. Without mulching this, we can't cultivate it. So that is the reason for mulching down here. And that is quite possibly the reason why we're not getting such a big bonus on those latter rows. We need to get the mulcher on these and get them cultivated. Oh, man. This is, yeah. We need to mulch this as much as we can and cultivate it and get it all done in order to boost these. So away I go with our slightly slow piece of kit to go and get my mulcher. And we are going to go down each of these rows on this one twice and see if we can't mulch as much of these as possible. And then we're going to try and cultivate as much of these as possible. This little methane tractor is perfect for maneuvering in between these rows of vines. It is really responsive, really easy to keep, and you only have to nudge ever so slightly. It does mean that it can be quite easy to get caught if you're not careful, but in general it just works so well. Means that, you know, we can maneuver right round like that at the end and come straight back in. Absolutely brilliant. Making this job much easier as a result, and means that we should get between these vines and get these set cleared up fairly well. I'm looking for about, based on what we were getting elsewhere, I'm looking for about a 55% yield bonus when we finish doing this job. And hopefully we can finish doing this job today, although time is getting on. So a couple of things I've learned today. Firstly, mulching on its own does nothing. If you just mulch these and do nothing else, it's not going to affect your yield at all. This tractor is perfect for doing this job. You stick this going a direction, and it will just keep going that direction. So if you want to get close to your vines, you stick it next to the vines, you set yourself up going exactly the number of degrees you want, you put your mulcher down, and away you go, and it will hold that line with this mulcher the whole way along. I'm hoping that's going to be the case as well with the subsoiler. But yeah, it just makes a world of difference to be able to set this tractor off and not worry about it, because otherwise you end up clacking into the vines all the time, as we've found out a few times today. So that is yeah, it's just really good. If we have a look at these vines now, I can just show you, yeah, 35, 36. So the mulching alone is making no difference. But as we found out a minute ago, if you don't mulch and you try and cultivate, the cultivating doesn't work. So that is the reason for the mulching. You've got to get these fields or these vines mulched in between first, and then you can go and cultivate the lot. Nearly 10 to 9 at night, and darkness has descended upon the farm. We have almost finished getting this field mulched, which is good. I have a horrible feeling though that as we're on single day seasons, we might get regrowth of this grass next game day. We do need to cultivate it or subsoil it in our case, and see what effect that has. But are we gonna have an issue? Are we gonna be unable to actually do that job the following day? We're gonna find out. We're gonna see what happens. I am going to risk it because it is getting quite dark and quite hard to see things. I'm just hoping that yeah, this entire afternoon's worth of work doesn't turn out to be completely in vain, because that would not be good. That is the end of this field though, so I'm going to go and take my methane powered tractor back to the farm. It's just about a third of a tank, so yeah, it's not used a massive amount doing this, but we've got, oh, you see, this is the trouble with doing this kind of stuff in the dark. We missed quite a lot coming back this way. So, yeah, I'm going to have to try and clear that up as well before I take this back to the yard. We discovered that in order to cultivate or to subsoil all around our vines, we had to cut right up to the edge and then cultivate up to the edge. And then that is going to give us the maximum yield on our vines. So what we're going to be doing today very quickly, and probably spending hopefully just the morning on this, is getting these vines here down on field 1, getting them finished off with the mulching, because we didn't mulch right up to the end of these ones, and so as a result then they're not fully subsoiled between them, and we won't get the maximum yield off. So we'll get these fully subsoiled and sorted. Well, we'll get them mulched first, which is what I'm doing right now. And then we're going to get them cultivated and sorted. Then we're going to do the same up on field 5 as well. Get these all finished off. And with any luck, that means our vines are going to be all ready. We're running out of time, to be honest, to get these all sorted. Looking at these, our grapes are going to be harvested, start getting harvested in September. So we need to get this done today. We're then going to have to do the fertilizing of them next month. So August fertilizing with a September harvest, hopefully. So yeah, it's going to all be a little bit tight to get these done in time. But we should manage to do it, I think. I think we're going to be okay. So, yeah, that's what we're going to be doing today. And maybe, if we're lucky, we might even find a little bit of time over these 2 days to get some contract work done. Because as you can see, we're £2,000 in the red. And that is only going to get worse unless we can get some extra cash in. So, yeah, we need to get some work done. Oh, sometimes you just get caught on these vines. And you get a lot of trouble trying to back it off. Anyway, we are going to get this mulched and then cultivated. And hopefully that is going to leave us in a much better position as we go into the back half of the year. Coming to the end of the second to last row. And we have done a very nice bit of cleaning up around here. Oh, nope. To reverse that back into that. I love the maneuverability of this little tractor. I said this last time. But as something to work grapes, it's brilliant. Because all you do is you stick yourself on the right direction for your grapevines. In our case here, this is directly north-south. So 360/0. Take your hands off the wheel. And away you go. Because it is just holds the path really, really well. And as you can see, it's cutting along the sides here. Now, why are we going back and redoing this? Considering that, as you can see, we have already done some work down here. And the reason for that is because if we have a look on the map here and go have a look at what has been plowed, you can see we're still missing lots of areas. So I've headed over to our new sets of vines now because I came over and checked. We don't need to get plowing on these. But they're running at a 95% bonus. So we could squeeze a little bit more out of these. I think it might require fertilization, but they have grown. There is grass on the ground here, so they might also get a bit of a bonus from being cultivated and subsoiled. In fact, I think most of the bonus is from already being 100% fertilized before we planted here, because we've done that with the grass. So it might be that this gives it a bit of a boost. It might be that it makes no difference at all. But if I can cut these and get these all set up as well, we should be able to get to a 100% yield bonus on all of our vines by the end of today. And that would give us a massive boost for us to be able to next spring get the rest of this field planted. The idea very much is to earn as much money as we can between now and next spring. And yeah, finish off our vineyard, get everything planted, and see if we can just get a massive harvest of grapes off of this farm. And then on to the last row. Hopefully we can keep away from the vines here. And then that is that all of these cut. I want to see if this has bumped up above 95% or whether we can try cultivating it in a minute. Well, went a little bit far out. Actually, no, I think that was just the bumps. We have had a couple of issues with bumps and not being able to actually mulch what we wanted to. But that, I think, has done it. Let's have a look. We are still at a 95% yield bonus. So we're going to run the... Wow. Okay. Whoa. Is that still down? No, that is up. It's just really bumpy in this corner. Having a lot of trouble on my tractor getting out around that corner. There we go. Right. So, yeah, we're going to take this back to the barn. Once am I stuck on a post? Have a look. Yeah, I've got myself really well and truly stuck there. There we go. That's got us off it. Right, so yeah, we'll take this back to the shed. I am slightly worried in that I am running out of methane for this tractor. And we know we're short on fuel for the other tractor. So we may have to borrow a little bit of cash to buy ourselves a methane point to get this refueled. So yeah, I think that's probably going to be our next job, and then we can get on to cultivating this and seeing if that sorts our yield bonus on the front field, on field 1, and then see if it has any effect on our old cow pasture field as well. Okay, with the old pig shed having gone from this area here, I think here will be a really good place to put some refill points. So how much is that going to cost us to place a couple of refill points in here? Let's see. They are going to be containers. Do we have a methane tank? Small petrol tank. Large liquid fertilizer. No. Here we go. There we go. Biomethane is 5,000. I'm not sure we have enough money. I'm not sure we can even borrow enough money. We are at... Oh, we can. We can borrow 10,000. But that puts us at our £500,000 loan limit. So, let's go into construction here. While we can, we need to get... first up, we need a methane area. So, I'm going to... turn that around. Overlaps with an area. We need to put that on the... I think I'm too close. I am standing too close to that. Right, let's try this again. Construction. Container. Nope. Tools. Biomethane place. Yeah, there we go. So we can plonk this... plonk the biomethane here as a good refill point. So one of those there, and then I also am gonna need container. Do we have a cheap fuel tank? Yep, that looks like a cheap fuel tank. Oh, we only have 3,000, so we're not going to be able to refuel our other tractor until we do a contract. It's all gonna be on this little tractor here, and our oh, wow, and our JCB. This could be a little bit dangerous. But let's stop that there. And refill it. You can hear it filling with the gas. And our money is going down, just not very fast. So that's good. It's fairly inexpensive to do this. Right, let's start this up. And we'll go find... Slightly a wonk, never mind. We'll go and find our cultivator, which must be around here somewhere. Yep, I left it at the top here, so we'll spin this around, reverse it up to this. There we go. How are we for other bits? Wow, these are getting fairly full, so we're going to have to do a lettuce run in the very near future as well. So that will bring us in some money. That'll bring us in quite a bit of money, which is going to be useful. Let's lift that out to the ground and then line ourselves up. Down it goes. And hopefully now we can cultivate along this. We'll get a couple of rows done and then we'll look at what effect this has had on our yield. So we're about 3 full rows into this. So at the end of this row, I'm just going to stop and we'll have a look at the 2 rows over. Just check that they are working fine, and that this is giving us a boost to our yield. So if I jump off here, we haven't raised that up, but that's all right. So we have a look in this row here, a fair way away. We've got a yield bonus of 36%. If we come down here and stand in this row here, we've raised that to 53%. So that's nearly a 20% increase in our yield bonus as a result of having done this work on here, of having subsoiled between these. So yeah, absolutely worth doing. We're quite a long way off that full 100% yield bonus. And interestingly, I don't think that that is going to get there from the from doing fertilizing. Well, I don't know. Actually, we kind of need to do 2 sets of fertilizing on here. Maybe let's have a look. If we have a look at the fertilizing state on here, so I'll take the plowing off. Yeah, here's the difference. That is fertilized twice, which is why that's at 95%. These two are not fertilized at all. So ideally, if we could run fertilizer over this, over these vines today as well, we might get these a lot higher. But that does mean we still have a lot to do, and we've got no money to do it. If we've got some fertilizer in our tank, we'll be fine. Otherwise, we're gonna have to sell some lettuce first. I think we've been hit really hard by that snow we had in both March and May. Both of those times set us back badly, made me not think so much about doing these jobs as early as I should have. And yeah, being left in a position where I need to fertilize and subsoil and mulch on the same day makes for quite a long day. I mean, it's already 20 to 3 in the afternoon. We are going to get through these vines. I think we're going to get through the vines on field 1. It's a much smaller field than field 5 is, so we should be able to get through those a bit quicker. But trying to get ourselves in a position where we can also get this sprayed today, I think is going to be tough. We don't have the fuel in our other tractor, our Antonio Carrero. We'll have to go and find some of that, and we will have to buy a tank of fertilizer to do it, which in itself I think is 1,800. If we have a look in here. Have a quick look. Pallet of fertilizer. Oh no, we can't afford a Bowser of fertilizer. It's 3,200. Is there a pallet that has liquid fertilizer? Did I see? Yeah, there we go. Solid liquid fertilizer. There, 9,000. Yeah, for 6,000 liters. So, yeah, we don't have enough money to get any fertilizer at all without selling something. So if there's no fertilizer in our sprayer, we are not going to be in a position where we can spray these before we go and get another job done. So, yeah, it's going to be a case of lettuce selling like mad next time in order to get fertilizer, just to get a single spray on these. And it does tell me that next year we need to get on this, all of this, an awful lot quicker. So doing our last 4 runs, as we've got just 2 rows left. We could conceivably do this with a larger cultivator, I think. It would speed things up a bit wider, maybe sort of double the size of this. Would get away with not hitting the edges as you drive along. It's one of those difficult things. If you can get equipment, so if you can get a mulcher and a subsoiler that are slightly less wide than the actual rows are, unlike unfortunately that rover we had, yeah, just something just a fraction less wide than that, you'd be able to get this done in half the time, obviously, because you'd be able to do it all at once. And that, I think, would be great. We are having a good effect here. I mean, we are raising our yield by 20%, which is going to be fantastic for us on here. I don't think we had that position, or we weren't in that position last year. Wow. I could concentrate and talk at the same time on positioning myself exactly where I want to. I'm beginning to hit vines, but we have made good time on here today. It is 5 p.m. We do have to go and do field 1, so we will be going and doing that in a moment. If I can get these all done today, that would be good. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to get all of these fertilized unless these aren't ready to harvest in September. If these are October harvests, so if we have to come here and where's my grapes? Yeah, so if these are October harvests, then we'll be all right. We'll be able to fertilize in September and we'll be all good. If they are September harvests, then we're not going to hit maximum fertilization on these. Unfortunately, I just don't see how, with the time we got left today, and the fact that we have at least one field to cultivate. I don't know if our cultivating the ones in our meadow or subsoiling the ones in our meadow will have any effect at all to get that last 5%. But certainly the ones on field 1, those need doing today to raise their yield up. And then with any luck, we will get enough fertilizer on both fields to do it. But I'm not hopeful at this point. I think we're going to be hard pushed. There we go. This last row, it's not any part of the tractor other than our roll bar. This roll bar here is getting stuck on our vines. And it's just causing us to hit the vines all the time, which is not great. Let's have a look at our map now and see. Fertilized, of course, we've got a problem. But yeah, field 5 is now pretty free of the need to plow. So that is going to boost our yield quite nicely. So we need to go and do the same to field 1, get rid of the rest of the plowing that it needs doing on there. And then if we have time, we can go and check whether doing anything to our former cow meadow will have any effect on this as well. 10:07 in the evening, and we are making good progress across field 1 at the moment. It is about halfway there. We're increasing this from 44% yield right up to the 53% that we've had in places. So that is brilliant. That is adding just that little bit more by getting it right up to the edge of here and no longer having those thin strips of needs to be plowed across here. So this will now yield pretty well, I think. I've got a couple of patches where I've missed. And I've been trying to go back and get them where I can. They tend to only be small ones, so it's not too bad. Let's get off the end there and set ourselves up at 180 degrees. There we go. Too far out. This is the thing. You've got to get, in some places, you've got to get really close to these vines in order to get it right. So, right there. 179.9, straight along, and you can see we're now doing it right up to the edge, right in between all the vines, and making that difference. It's coming in close because I've not got a no camera collision on here. Which would be quite useful. It's a mod. Again, there's lots of basic mods that I've had in previous versions of FarmSim. I've not felt the need to have in 22. And actually, the disabled camera collision is one of them. Right up until I started doing vines like this. But it is working. We are doing okay. And yeah, we are going over a bit of land we've been over before. Certainly this bit here. But the rest of this, there's not much further to go on this field. So hopefully we're going to be finished fairly soon. I do want to go and test whether doing anything on the old cow meadow will make any difference. But certainly this is making a big difference here. Once again, we're working well into the evening here on the old stream farm. And trying to judge a little bit as to exactly where things are, because we don't have any work lights on the back of this tractor. 2 more rows to go, and then we'll be done. We do have one advantage with the other field. If we're going to try and do this on the one on the cow pasture, we can leave this till the next day. We know that it's fully fertilized, so there's going to be no fertilizing to do there. So we can always run this alongside there and check it out. Certainly, though, this has had a very positive effect on our other 2 fields. We're going to try and get some fertilizer on them as well. Bring them up a little bit more. I don't think, unless we're very lucky, we're going to get a 100% fertilization or yield boost on here with fertilizer. And we just don't have the time, I don't think, to spray 2 lots of fertilizer on them. But we will know for next year, and hopefully this year it will give us enough of a boost that when we come in spring to plant the remaining vines, there will be enough. It's going to be a little bit of a tricky one. But look at that. We are on to the last row, and that has raised the yield bonus on all of our grapes now to at least 50%. So that is good news. That is going to make a big difference to us. But that is this field finished. Let's go and have a quick look and see. We've got a few bits missed, but in general, we're going to be fairly good. Fertilizing, it's awful. Lime. Yeah. Nothing else showing up. Needs rolling. Do all of our fields need roll? Yeah, look at that, actually. I think I know what our 5% is. That needs to be rolled. Will our roller fit through that field? Is it grown? I think it's already too far grown. We'll have to do this after we have harvested next time, I think. So there we go. That has got that done. I'm going to get this back to the shed. But the moon is up. And our tractor is looking very good. I really like this tractor. We are low on money, but high, actually, on lettuce. So we are going to get that sold today. We're going to make some cash off it. And then grab some money in order to fertilize. Or grab some fertilizer in order to fertilize our grapes. And get them as high as we can. I think we're going to be... I don't think we're going to get the grapes to full fertilization. At least the ones we harvested last year. And that is mainly because they are... well, it's August. September is when we start harvesting them. And they are only at 1 stage of fertilization. So this is when having 2 stages of fertilization would be usable. Or useful. Now, sometimes the mouse gets stuck. The mouse look gets stuck on this little teletruck. And you can't move it around when you're trying to look about a bit. So it's... yeah, that's why I just had to jump out of it and jump back in. We'll get underneath that. We do have a lot of lettuce available, and you can see by the fact that I picked 2 crates out and immediately 2 more spawned. We have 2 very full greenhouses, which is great. We should make a decent amount of cash off these today. We just need to get them loaded up, which will take us a little bit of time, but should be absolutely fine. Especially if we do it this way and take 2 at a time. We've got 1 extra crate reappear in there. So let's grab a couple of crates out of here. Get this down to a single crate as well. And then we can use that to do these as well. And try and keep this very similar setup and quick loading that we want to do here. So that, yeah, we can go and make a lot of money on these as quickly as possible. And get that fertilizer in. These are the last 2 pallets for our first row. And it's quite interesting. We have not a lot of space on here. Oh, we've not taken many away on here, which is a little bit odd. We've got to... Well, I suppose we're not packing them as close as we have in previous times when we've been selling lettuces. But we are going to end up with... We can go with this 3 high. Now, somebody did say last time that... last time we sold lettuces, that I was overloading this trailer. And it's probably true. We are going fairly high. It's quite a bit of weight we're putting on here. That's going straight down the middle. And so, yeah, we are probably putting a little bit of extra weight on this trailer than we should. But we do need to try and make as much money from this lettuce as possible. How many rows have we got left here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is that, I think, plus this row. And I think we've got 5 on the other, so that's 20 more pallets. We can fit 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. So yeah, we should get all of these on here except for 1 set of them. So yeah, that's going to be all right. We'll be okay in getting all of these on here and all of these sold today. So not too bad, and we shouldn't really have to go above 2 rows. I will probably leave 2 pallets behind for the reason I just said. In that, yeah, basically, I don't want to go more than 2 high on here, and we are just going to keep producing lettuce as we go. So yeah, should all work out pretty well, to be honest. So I have miscounted slightly. We've got 8 pallets left. So 4 lots of 2. And we only have space for 2 more pallets on the trailer. So it's actually only 4 sets that I was able to get on here. I think my response to that is going to be that we're going to try and place the remaining ones down the middle. Well, down the middle on the top. So we are fairly high loaded at the moment. But yeah, I want to get as much of these sold. I mean, it'll make a big difference. So I think putting the rest on here is going to be wise. We can do it with this telly truck. One of the beauties of it is it has the extending arm. So we should be able to, without much difficulty, get these on the top. And it is very good at doing this. So let's bring this around here like so. So yeah, we're going to ignore the front one. We're going to come here and then put this in the middle. We are going to have to extend the arm slightly. A bit more. Yeah, there. Perfect. So get that nicely in the middle, like so. And then back it off. Yeah, we'll get all 3 sets on doing that. So I'm going to leave the arm out slightly, because that then helps me to position. And then grab this set. There we go. So yeah, this is gonna be the biggest sale of lettuce we've done on here. And the lettuce has been an absolute lifesaver on here. I don't think we'd have got as far as we have if we hadn't had these. And I think this is probably a lesson I've learned for doing grapes. Grapes on their own will take a very long time to do. Grapes supported by things like a couple of greenhouses or things like that work, and you can actually do them, and you can use this setup here to fund it until the grapes really take off. And I think we're finding that 3 fields worth is kind of going to be a level where we can really take off with the grapes. So yeah, it's as with most things in Farm Sim, you need to be a little bit all roundy. If you're not all round, you can have trouble. Wow, look at those wheels. That is way overloaded. Right, let's get these all strapped down. Hopefully our disco's gonna be fine with this. But we'll park the truck over here for now, because that's a good place for it. And yeah, this trailer is a little bit overloaded. Let's where are we gonna go with this? Let's see, where is the best price at the moment for lettuce? And how far off absolute best price is this? It is... Oh, wow. No, Farmer's Market is the best place. So we'll tag that. Price fluctuations. We are, yeah, bad, not horrible, but it could be better. So let's head down and get this sold at the Farmer's Market, which is... We did tag that, didn't we? Farmer's Market. Yes, we did. Where's that on the map? Ah, that is over that away. So maybe we can get out and sort it this direction. Oh, yeah. It's our usual sell point. Yeah, right here, just off the side. Let's see how much we are going to make off these today. Yep, that's now taking from everywhere. And down it goes. And that is a really decent amount. We've not quite got these front ones in, though. 32,284 with an additional few bits on here. This is making a lot of noise, this. There we go. Additional 1,000. That's really good. Yeah, so about 33,000, just 33,600-ish. We'll undo all the straps. That is perfect. That means we can do 2 things. One, we're going to head back to the farm and get a fuel tank. Because at the moment we cannot refuel our tractor and need to. And the second is that we need to go and get some fertilizer for our sprayer. So we're going to go and do that as well. So placing a fuel tank, we're going to do it in the same sort of area as our methane tank. So let's go purchase and place construction. And we should be able to put into here... Tools? No, tools is for that stuff. Oh, we might put in a pressure washer as well. But I want container. There we go. So we got 5,000 for a basic fuel bowser, 10,000 for a medium one. I think we'll go for a basic. You don't need to do much more than that. So we'll put that there and turn it slightly, I think. There we go. And down. Perfect. We can now purchase that. Yes, please. So now that has a whole load of fuel in it as well. And that is really good. We can go and sort that. Now I'm going to head up to the shop. And we're going to go and grab... Oh, actually, no, first, we'll put some fuel in our tractor. And we'll see how much spray we've actually got. So let's hook up our sprayer to this. We need to do this anyway later. So we might as well do it now and see where we are. How much has this got in it? Actually, this has a reasonable amount. I think we'll see how far this goes first, and then see if we can avoid having to spend more money. Just turn the engine off on the disco then. And yeah, I'm going to head up the top, and we'll go and see if 42% fertilizer in here is enough for us to get the grapes sprayed this year. It's not going down that fast. We're actually doing fairly well on this, I think. It does do 2 rows at once, if I can keep myself going down the middle. So that's pretty good. And that. Wait, stop. Let's not waste any of this. But yeah, that was 1% that used. So, looks like we're not going to need to purchase any. And annoyingly, we could have done this last time and got ourselves up 2 levels of fertilization on these grapes. That is unfortunate. Now, is this having the desired effect on here? I'm going to get to the end of this row and then have a look, I think. Does seem to be doing 2 rows at a time. I don't know if its width is better than that. Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't want to do every other row. Common sense says to me that it's doing it right and doing 2 sets at once. We are getting strips like this, though. And I don't know if we are 69%. It's really difficult to tell. 69%. Is it going to jump another 30%? Getting these to the top. So 69% on this row. 69% on this row. Okay, so it seems to be fairly consistent. I'm going to keep doing it every couple of rows. Let me know in the comments if you know otherwise. It does seem to be in strips, but it does seem to be covering our vines. So I'm hoping that it's good enough. Have you had to do every row, or have you found that every other row works just as well when spraying grapevines? I'm really interested to know what you guys think, and whether you guys think that this is enough coverage for them. You know what? I went through all that talk of needing to refuel this tractor and placing the fuel tank down and buying the fuel, and then didn't do it. We still have a flashing red warning light on our fuel gauge on this tractor. So, thankfully, we have enough fuel to get this part of this field done and finished spraying. So we're going to do that and get that finished. And then I'm immediately going to go down and get this tractor refueled before it conks out and we are unable to continue. So just bring it around here, turn it off, and refill it. There we go. That was a little bit closer than I would have liked. But we are fine. We are moving pretty nicely along. We have only used 3%. So, yeah, we did not need to raise money to sort this out and get this in a position where we could buy more liquid fertilizer. We have plenty clicking around the farm already, and we're going to be able to get all of our grapevines fertilized with it. Now, I don't know if you guys saw yesterday the announcement, well, you probably did, to be honest, the announcement of the Kubota DLC coming to Farming Simulator 22 at the end of next month, 28th of June. Really cool. I'm loving that. I am going to be doing a series with it. What I'll do is I'll probably start a series around about its launch date, which will feature the DLC fairly heavily. If you want to pre-order it at the moment and use my Giants partner link and support the channel, I have put a link to it in the description below. In fact, there is a link to all of the to FS22 itself and this DLC, the Antonio Carrera DLC, in there too. If you want to do that, or if you ever buy anything from the Farming Simulator website, use my code VFGaming, and you'll help support the channel as well. Now, at the moment, as of recording this, there's an 8% discount if you buy from the Farming Simulator website. So yeah, if you want to jump in and grab the DLC, head over to the website, go grab it, and yeah, get it for a little bit off at the moment, because it is available at a little bit of a discount. Last row, looking very nice, having got everything well sprayed, trying to keep away from the vines themselves. How are we looking? We're looking pretty good. We've got the same sort of lines here, having gone down every other row. We're fully done on the other set. I think, well, August is... Let's have a look in here in the calendar. August is late summer. So yeah, in fact, I could do a cut of grass now. That would work. Or I could take on a grass contract, in fact, and earn a whole load of money. It is only 12:30. And this field today has actually taken a lot less time than I had originally expected. Let's have a look at our greenhouses, actually. We want to keep them running and see how we go from there. I don't think I've checked what's on sale in the shop today. So we may have a useful piece of kit that's sitting in the shop. Don't know why I've still got the seeder, to be honest. We could do seeding contracts. But yeah, I don't know why we have the seeder in here. It's not really something that we're using on the farm anymore. And we could potentially sell it. I think we've kept hold of it because this seeder actually isn't worth a huge amount of money. Let's have a look at our productions, though, and see where we are. So our greenhouses are pretty good on seed, or actually updated. Pretty good on seed, yeah, both of them are fine. They're both in the green at the moment. I'm not actually worried about either of those. Oh, wow. We need to feed our sheep. Our sheep are not doing great at the moment, and neither are our chickens. So I think what we're going to have to do is we'll go and park this up in the shed. We'll take our truck up. While we got some cash, we can get some chicken feed purchased, and that we can then feed to our chickens. At the same time, we can then get some hay bales as well from our store, and get the sheep fed. Didn't realize everything had fallen to the point where they'd run out of food. That's bad. I've been concentrating so hard on getting the grapes sorted that I had just completely forgotten about the animals. It's not that we don't have feed for them. We do. Well, we do for the sheep, at least. But yeah, we need to feed our chickens as a matter of urgency as well. Well, it depends on how much the chicken feed is. I don't think we have a contract for harvesting. We have a harvesting contract. Ooh. Canola is unfortunately no good to us. So yeah, no harvesting contracts to get any feed in. So instead, we are going to have a look. What have we got in here? Oh, wow, a new seeder, hybrid, and a Unitrack. That would be nice if we had the money, but we don't. So we want to, yeah, head into here. Big bags. We need wheat. It's 1,400. Wow. So 8 bags of this is going to be 1,100, but that would feed our chickens for a good long while. It'll be half our money. How much is it to hire a grape harvester? Because we do need to do that in the near future. Leasing that will cost 12,000. So we're not going to do that yet. What I do need to do then is make sure I keep enough money back. So we will only buy 6 big bags of this. That is 8,400. That keeps us well within the amount of money we need for the grape harvester. So let's buy that. Yes. So that's plenty of chicken feed. So I can get that loaded up. And we do have a set of pallet forks up here. I was wondering if that was the case. But yeah, we'll get the chickens fed and get them sorted, which will be good. And our little telly truck should be able to load these up fairly well. And then we can give some feed to our sheep as well. So yeah, I'm going to load these up quickly and we'll go from there. And there we go. That is the last one on. Perfect. Well, not quite. It's a little bit lopsided, but they should stay on there, especially if we strap them all down like so. Let's get the Schaefer out of the way and parked up in its usual place, and then we can head back down to the farm and get the chickens fed. Definitely a very lopsided piece of loading that I've done on here, but that's not a huge problem. We can get... right, the best place, I think, yeah, is going to be to get nice and round there like that. Is that a store? Is this a barn? That's actually a really good barn. I'm wondering if that's a better place to put our equipment, actually. I think we might move our tractors over here, especially as we've now got the fuel stuff just the other side of it. I think that'd be a really good barn to put the tractors in. Okay, nice and close to the house and everything as well. So, oh god, I've got to go right up the top to get the teletruck and bring it back down. So I am hoping that this teletruck isn't going to fall over if I pick two of these up at once. Let's send that as wide as possible. It should be more stable, certainly more stable than our other one was. Although we spoke about that last time and the fact that front loaders aren't actually designed to hold things quite like that. But yeah, there we go. Lower it down a little bit. It's definitely front heavy. It is, yeah. The front wheels are very compressed, but it should still be okay. We've got a pallet and a bit of eggs in here at the moment. But this should get our egg production going again. And that's unloading it there like that. And look at the front of that raise up. It actually rose up and took the other bag out of filling. So that's done it. Where does that leave us? Oh, second harvesting contracts popped up. Sorghum. Sorghum is a chicken feed, isn't it? Do we have, actually, wheat, barley, and sorghum? There's a contract that's useful to us. We're going to have to grab it, and it's for 2,264. Shouldn't be too big. Yeah, let's, field 50. Where is field 50? Can we get that done quickly today? And field 50 is over which way? Or can we grab it today and then do it next time? Field 50, decent sized field. Perfect. Let's grab that contract. And yeah, we might pick it up next time if sorghum is still doable, still harvestable. Where is it? Sorghum. Yes, we can harvest that in September. So looks like we might head over there, get that contract started today, and finish it tomorrow. Or we could just have a very big harvesting day next time. And yeah, have a bit of sorghum back at the farm. Put that in our storage, because we've got grain storage down here. And have some feed for the chickens where we won't have to spend a whole load more money. Looking at how much feed our chickens are taking, I don't think we're going to have much trouble with the sorghum. We are going to be about 3/4 full off here. I will be amazed if we have more than will fit in here. Productivity, though, is down to 10%. So hopefully now we're going to get a nice boost to our chickens. And they're feeding. There we go. Just finishing that one off. Yeah, I think we'll get shy of 6,000. 3/4 full. And that pretty much covers things. So let's switch over to the bale spike, which is sitting in here. And now we can go and give some feed to our sheep, who are massively needing it as well. Oh, I can't believe that I forgot to feed the sheep. I mean, that is really surprising to me. So 2 bales of hay here, 7,250 litres. Our doors to our sheep pen are already open. We'll place those down. And yeah, there goes the first one. There goes the second. Yeah, that's done them full, and we don't need to worry about that. How are we for wool? Oh, wow. So, yeah, wool is regenerating rather nicely. So that will be doing okay. And hopefully, yeah, we can buy the mill later on. We might, as somebody suggested, I deliver all of the wool to the spinnery first and then buy the spinnery, which is not a bad idea, because you get paid for the wool and then you are able to process it and make money from it. So yeah, I quite like that idea. We are going to do that harvesting contract next time. It will still be there. As I said, I think we'd probably be able to get away with doing the harvesting of our grapes next time as well as that. So have a proper harvesting session next time to get all that in. If not, our grapes will last until October. So we can do them there. Although I'd like to get them defoliated and everything a bit earlier this year if I can. There we are. Yeah. I want to be much better with the grapes this year. And see where we go from there. Right. Let's go park this down by our farmhouse. Over here. I tend to be parking it here instead of in the garage at the moment. It's more useful at the back of the house here. And then I'm just going to move these tractors into the new shed where we can lock them up and keep them a bit safer. Making some slow old progress towards field 50. We picked this up as a contract last time. It should be sorghum we are harvesting. So I'm just taking my speed up to 11 miles an hour because we are escorting the combine along this road fairly slowly. It is just behind me here. So we've got the header trailer on here. We're in the disco and the combine is coming along behind us. Field 50 is that field just over there. So should make a decent amount from this. I think this is 2,000 odd pounds that we're looking at making from this contract. And yeah, it is going to give us some feed for our chickens, which is pretty awesome. It'll actually save us an absolute fortune. I think I've just seen the train go past, so I'm not too worried about this. Now, there was a canola contract kicking around as well, and I think I might grab that if we have the combine around long enough. It's like our combine has stopped. Nope, it is still coming. There we go. So yeah, this is the field we're going to be doing over here. That doesn't look like sorghum. Hang on. That's canola. That's ready to harvest. Oh, did I pick up the wrong contract? Filters are harvesting. I picked up the wrong contract. We've got canola in field 50. And, oh, right. So we've got, thankfully, our sorghum contract is still available in field 46. So what I'm going to do is accept contract, because looking at this, we've got a very similar set of equipment. So we will accept that contract. And then when our combine eventually makes it down here, we will get cracking on this canola, get this cut, because it is, yeah, it's September. Is canola even harvestable in September? This could go horribly, horribly wrong. No, we are outside of the harvesting window for the canola. So, yeah, this could still go very, very badly. Combine has finally made it here, although it's been weaving its way along the road. So let's take the hired worker off that. And we've got the tractor following up behind. So I'm going to want to get the hired worker off that in a moment as well. There we go. Header on. Unfold our combine. And then we'll just jump out quickly and stop that tractor, because we don't want them following where we've just been. So, yeah, stop that tractor. Then once we've got the combine into the field, we can start ourselves off. Oh, we need to connect up our... There we go. Right. And down and in. And can we harvest? Yes. Oh, I'm really hoping that this does not wither before we get a chance to actually get this field cut, because there's a 98% field yield bonus on this field. So it could be a really, really lucrative contract, this. But we will have to see how things go. Let's not waste any more time, though. Let's crack on and see if we can get this field harvested, because we want to get this harvested, and then we want to get that sorghum harvested, and it will be really, really good for us if we manage to get both these contracts done. So, full disclosure, I actually knew we'd got the wrong contract here. I had no idea if this field had withered or not, admittedly, and I was kind of hoping it hadn't, but that would have made even more. But yes, it had got pointed out by several of you at the end of the last video. Thank you very much. Of my mistake. I am feeling very lucky at the moment that this is working. That doesn't mean that it is actually going to continue to work. It is, well, as I said, it is December. This crop should have withered, and it's very possible it hasn't because it is a contract. And it may be that the contract holds for a little bit. We're going to find out. It's going to be very interesting, and I'm kind of sitting on the edge of my seat, hoping that this is going to hold out. The fact that it's 10 past 8 in the morning should mean that we're okay, but I'm just very, very wary. The contract is a good paying one, thankfully, and we're already 20% of the way through it. So we're looking at being nearly halfway through by the time we do our 2 headlands off this, which is quite something. That's a huge thing. This is not the most massive of fields. We only have 37% of our tank full, so I reckon we're going to have 2 full tanks off here before we finish the field, which means we've got plenty of space in the trailers to get all of this crop off the field before we go and deliver any, which is brilliant. We'll be able to put the excess in our silo, and that should work out very well for us as well. We can hold that then until December, when we get the best price for the canola. All in all, I'm feeling very, very fortunate right now. And so, yeah, let's hope our luck holds out. If we can get this field and the sorghum done today, we're going to have 2 harvesting contracts under our belt that are going to actually fund us a little bit further and are going to allow things to run a bit better. Then next game day, that should give us enough cash to hire our grape harvester for the second time and get all of our grapes harvested, which will be great. And hopefully we will get a nice crop of those as well. 30% completed on the contract. This is good news. Over 90% full now as we are coming up to the end of our second row of cutting. So what I want to do is, well, I think we'll keep going until we're full and then we'll go and get the Massey. We could possibly have done with 3 headlands looking at how far it's taking me to turn around, but we're good otherwise. And I think a full tank is going to get us to about 50% of the way through this contract, which is going to be cracking. 2 full tanks is basically going to be everything we need to complete this contract. It will only go up as far as 80% without actually delivering anything. There we go. Completely full. Let's put our auger out and go and grab the Massey. Yeah, the yield bonus on this field is absolutely brilliant. Now, this little Massey, I think, can handle these 2 trailers full, especially as these are dolly trailers, which is why I'm not actually removing or, attaching the rear one, because I want to be able to reattach it, and it was a bit of a pain to attach it in the first place. There we go. There we are. And we don't have the manual unload for combines on here because it interfered with the grapes. We had huge problems with some of the harvesting mods and grapes. So, yeah, it's going to automatically unload. And, wow, maybe these trailers don't hold as much as I thought they did. That is a quite full trailer. Is it all going to fit in here? Or this combine just holds more than I expected. Wow, we might not actually be able to fit this whole field in the combine and the trailers. In fact, it may take us more than 1 run to the sell point to get this done. I was expecting it to take less than that, which is interesting. Well, we should at least be able to get most of the crop in these trailers, and maybe we'll have enough left over to, or enough space left over in the combine to get the rest. We'll see how we get. I quite like this default Deutz-Fahr topliner combine that came with FS22. It's a nice combine. It is not quite a TX32. I mean, I do still have a massive soft spot for the New Holland old combine that came in FS19, and I'm so glad that that got very quickly released in FS22. But this Deutz is a nice little combine as well. It's not a bad starter combine at all. And to get you going and moving, it's of a decent size. I mean, it holds more crop than I expected it to, which is kind of interesting. What we hold about 8,000 liters in this, which is, yeah, slightly more than the New Holland does. But yeah, it's a cracking little starter combine. Really, really nice. Initially, I thought we were going to get at least 2 full tanks off this field, but we're now clearing up this side. We've got a little strip down the other end of the field here, and we're only 56% full. The middle of this field seemed to have a little bit less in it than the headlands did, which is slightly odd, but it does mean that everything here should fit in these trailers. We're gonna have to be a little bit careful about exactly how much we tip when we're tipping it, because otherwise we're going to find that we tip too much and as a result we will lose out on a bit of money later in the year. I don't think we're going to have a huge amount left over though anyway by the time we finish this. Yeah, we're at 57% and at 4,800, so this does hold 8,000 litres roughly. I think it was 8,600 when we emptied last time, and that is going to be, yeah, it's not quite going to be 16,000. I think we're probably going to end up with 15,000, which would be 2 full trailer fulls by the looks of things. Or actually, no, maybe 16,000, which would definitely be 2 trailer fulls. I think they hold 8,000 litres each, based by the fact that we had about 500 litres left after we emptied last time. So yeah, it's gonna be difficult to judge. I was hoping that it would basically be 2 full trailers that we tipped, that completed the contract, and we would be all done. But we are not going to fill both trailers, so we've got to work out what maybe 80% of what we've got is and go from there. Looks like we are going to be about 80% full here. Well, we've topped 80% now, so a little bit over, which is not bad at all. Slightly less than I was expecting. But I always seem to overestimate how much crop I'm going to get based on what I get off the headlands. So I need to reduce my estimates for crop a little bit, I think. One thing I do know is all of this is going to fit in this back trailer. Plenty of space for it. We'll turn off that. We will get the auger out. We'll try not to hit the trailer. Can I see this auger? No, you can't see the auger from the cab. There we go, though. So that will empty into that trailer, and then we can see how much we got. I think we're going up to the grain elevator, if I read correctly. Yes, this is going up to the GCHB grain elevator, which is the same place the sorghum is going as well. But we just need to deliver this now. That has all fit in here. How much did we get off here in total? 15,543 litres. And canola. Let's have a look at this. When is the best time to sell canola? Not the grain elevator isn't the best place to sell it anyway. Best time to sell is November, so it's on the rise at the moment. Hang on. 1,377. What's the current price? 1,306. So we're not massively far off the best price either. So that's good. Just not going to the grain elevator. So let's go tip this, and then we can come back and get on with our field of sorghum. This grain elevator is so far away from the field. It's literally the other side of the map. And it's taken me a good half an hour or so in game to get here. Right, we've got to make sure we tip into the right place. So, are we in here? Ah, there we go. I think it's in here looking at the map. Right, let's bring the first trailer in and tip that. Oh, it's going to go out the back, is it? Okay. Out it goes. 80% complete on this. Now, it shouldn't... One of the good things about getting all the crop before you complete a contract is that you end up getting a little bit more crop for yourself at the end. So we now want to be a little bit careful about tipping this. Keep a close eye. And at 54%, we only want to tip about half of this. So I want to stop at about 4,000, I think. 76%. 79%. 84%. 87%. 89%. Take it down to 2,000. 92%. 93%. There we go. Managed to get it with only 42,000. 1,414 left. So I am going to go back via my farm. I'm going to tip this into my silo. And yeah, then we can head back down the field to the sorghum and get that harvested as well. We mustn't complete this contract, though, until we have got that one done as well. Otherwise, we'll lose this tractor, these trailers, and the combine. Transferring the combine over to our other field, which is this one here. Oh, this looks fairly quick and simple, I think. We should get this done today as well. We're not right up to the edges like we are on the other fields, so we're going to go there. Field 46 is 10% complete, and we've only just put the combine into it. Wow, this is not going to take us very long to get this done at all. I've actually set our tractor up to come and meet us at the top end of the field here. So I'm hoping by the time it gets here, we're going to be able to empty it out. We're already 20% complete, and we've done, well, we're only halfway around the headlands. That is extraordinarily quick on this field. We are going to try and hold on to as much of this as possible. I don't think we're going to get very much. Actually, there's our tractor coming back now. So, yeah, I don't know how much of this we're going to be able to hold on to. I don't know how much this is worth, to be honest. It might be worth keeping the contract and paying for this sorghum. It'd probably be cheaper overall than actually buying chicken feed. So we could just cancel the contract and do that. Not something I particularly like doing, but if it got us a lot of chicken feed, it would be worth it. We're only going to get a few thousand litres off this. It's not going to be a massive contract. So we'll see how it pans out. I mean, it'd basically be me buying all the sorghum off the farmer whose contracts we're running here. Is the way I basically see it. Because it would cost us a load of money to do it. But it might be worth it just to hold on to the... What? At the moment we've got 3,000 litres off here. I don't think it's going to be much more than maybe a tank full off here. If we're lucky. It's certainly not going to be a huge amount. So as we come up to the end of the headland, we are 72% full, and we are 51% complete. So, yeah, this is not a very high-paying field. What I can't do, actually, on reflection, is what I was talking about a minute ago. We can't pay the farmer for this crop. We are going to have to complete this contract, and that is simply because we don't have enough money right now to hire a grape harvester for our grapes. We probably, I think we might just have enough if we complete these two contracts and maybe sell the sorghum off. I don't think we're going to have a huge amount extra anyway, but it's going to require that much in order for us to do this. We're going to get about 3.5 grand for the two contracts, plus a little bit for the sorghum is going to make it worth it. Oh, we'll try and hold on to the sorghum if we can. If we're close to how much we need, then we're still going to have a problem because we're going to have an overnight cost from our loan and everything. And other bits and pieces, so I don't really know how well this is going to do. We are going to have more than a single tank, though. In fact, this might be enough to complete the contract with just what we have here. We're actually getting fairly close to a full tank at the end of the row here. 8480, yeah, that is going to be a full tank. Just as we cut into here, I think. 90. There we go. Full tank. Right, let's get the auger out and go and get the tractor and trailer. Or should I say tractor and trailers? Let's bring them around and unload. There we go. So it will fill this front trailer. It will fill part of the back trailer as well, as we know from the last time. So this entire contract will fit in both trailers. And it's not going to be quite as much as the previous contract. But it is still a fairly good yield. I did not expect more than a single trailer off this. There we go. 8,500 litres. Turn that off. Jump back in the combine. And then we've only got a couple of rows to finish off. Yeah, a couple of rows to finish off to get this field done. That's not bad at all. That is more than I expected for us to get off this field. We have another third of a tank, really. That is pretty brilliant. And that means at about an 80% delivery, we are going to probably only do the front trailer for this, I think. There we go. Yeah. I think it's going to take us only really the front trailer to empty in order to actually complete the contract and see how we do. 70%, 11,000. Yeah, let's go to empty this front trailer at the grain mill and see what we get for it. And back again up here to the grain mill. Is this the grain mill, or what is this exactly? This is right up the top here. Sorry, grain elevator is where we are. Should just be a case of dropping this off here to complete this contract as well. Right, let's pull it in and tip it. So expecting the full first trailer to go in. And I changed the tip side to the side because I didn't think it made a lot of sense, really, to tip it straight at the back. 81% complete. Is this all going to go in here to complete this contract? It must take this whole trailer. There we go. 74%. And we're left with 3,000. So I think we want to tip about 1,200 into here. So let's get that tipped as well. Like so. 80%. 82%, really? Wow. We are not going to be left with much of this. 89%. 91. 92. Oh, come on. Leave us with 1,000. There we go. Oh, no. Almost. 99% complete. Come on. Just a little bit less than 1,000. That didn't tip any. There we go. Oh. 878 litres left. We need to go give this to our chickens. So this is going to give us hopefully enough money to get the harvester. We'll see where we're left after we complete these two contracts. Back down to our farm. We're just going to go and get this tipped into our shed or into our grain store. That is round here. Oh, no, we're not going to tip it into the grain store. We're going to tip it into our chickens. That was the plan. Now, I've got fun because I'm going to have to back up 2 dolly trailers. I don't think this is probably a wise idea. No, this is not a wise idea. We'll go round and come back out and see if we can get this into the chicken area. So we want to pull this right alongside here. I'm glad I caught that, because otherwise we wouldn't have had a trailer to transport them. It's not going to register it. Okay. I think I have a bucket around here somewhere for our JCB. So we'll use that to do this instead. If not, I'm sure we can get hold of one. For now, though, I'm just going to pull this in here and we will tip our second trailer into here and feed the chickens the sorghum later. There we go. All done and dusted. Right, let's complete this contract. So over here, 2 harvesting contracts complete. Collect the first one, collect the second one, and where does that leave us? That leaves us at 14,826. How much is it to lease this? 12,342. I think we're going to be all right. I think we're going to have just enough money to do it. If not, we have got a fair whack of wool that we can be selling. So we can go and do that instead. I think, yep. I got this sent back to us here. So we'll get this back over by our farmhouse. We need to get a grape harvester for our grapes as they're ready. There is nothing in the used vehicle sales. Not that it matters, because even if it was, we wouldn't be able to afford it. 242,000 we of course can't afford. So we are going to get Michelin tires, wheel setup. I'd like to get GPS on here. Can we get that? Let's see. And lease. No. Okay. Our roads are nice and straight. It'd be really useful to have GPS on here, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. So let's lease it without. Yes. Okay. Perfect. And we're getting a fairly early start up here at the shop today because we want to be able to get all of our grapes done in one day. Get it all done in October. And that way, we should be in a position where we don't pay more than we have paid to rent this. We got slightly more grapes to do this year. So let's get this back up to our farm and get it started. Now, with this year's harvest, we are going to be delivering it straight up into our grape factory, getting that started. I don't know whether we'll start immediately processing. I need to work out which is the best product to produce from there. Let's unfold the harvester. There we go. No, and start it up. There we are. And if we put this on 180 degrees, that should do this rather nicely. There we go. And not catch any of the posts. 3% off here already. I'm really intrigued as to how well we do off here at this year. I'm getting 6% off. Okay. So we should end up with a fairly decent amount off here. Nearly 10% off the first row. Wow. We are going to have to go and get our tractor fairly quickly. Get that position down the middle. Not catch any posts. And there we go. I do like this harvester. Grapes is something that I'm glad I've done. I'm glad we've taken this series and we've had a go with the grapes and we've tried to build the grape farm. I think we're a little way off still. I want to get the cow meadow filled with grapes and do that. Oh wow, we've maxed out our chickens as well. We're going to have to go and deal with that in a minute. And I am nowhere near coming onto that straight. Let's bring it round. And in. Oh, no. If you come in at too much of an angle, you definitely cannot get onto these vines. This is where having the GPS on here would have come in really, really useful. Oversteer and then straighter in. And we're better. There we go. Yeah. Getting in the right position, especially in the corner where it overhangs like that, is a bit more difficult. About halfway through the field, and we've got about half a full harvester, which is very nice. I'm liking the amount we're getting off here. I can't remember how good our yield was last time, but I'm fairly sure that we're getting a larger yield off here at the moment than we were then. And yeah, we are going to have more than a single harvester's worth off this field, which is absolutely brilliant. I have left... I've not brought my tractor and trailer out to the field yet. I'll go and grab that as soon as we are in a position to unload, or as soon as we need to unload this first set of grapes. It's looking really good, though. I'm liking this a lot. We should do pretty well off here this year, I think. We're over 95% full now. Yeah, 96. So we're nearly up to 100%. So what I want to do here, I think, is we'll unload before we go into the next row. We are 99% full. It does not make sense to go much into the next row. So, oh wow, and that is not a good piece of positioning. Let's get ourselves a little bit further forward. Give ourselves a little bit more maneuvering space. There we go. Then we can turn it forward and get onto here a bit better. Right. So that, I think, is a good position here for us. Let's just pop out and have a look. Yep. So we should be able to unload fairly easily from there. Let's go get the tractor and trailer. And our tractor is now stored in this barn here, now that I've found I've got a closable barn for it. Let's get this out of here. Oh, actually, before we do this, let's just grab this and make some space with the eggs. I've had a few warnings that basically the eggs are full and, yeah, and can't spawn anymore. So let's just grab these and move them out the way. And that way we can continue to have some eggs produced. Right. Have a look. Oh, wow, we are. Oh, wow, we haven't got the forks on here. Let's just switch those out quickly. So that's over here. And, yeah, forks are on the bottom shelf. Yeah, we had the bale spike left from feeding the sheep previously. So many attachments that we've got on the front of this JCB now. Right. And get those in a bit. And lift these. Only space for 3 eggs. But now we've got the chickens fed with a reasonable amount. It means that they're producing again. There we go. Alright, get those out. We'll put them over here, out the way. And that will be useful for us going forwards. Same goes for the second set and the third set. And then we can get back to the field. Last pallet up. And we just put them in here as well. Yeah, we've got a nice amount of produce again that we're collecting up. It's really good. I'm very, very happy with this. I think this is a really good map if you wanted to do a cake. There's plenty of ability to get that done on here. Right, let's go and put this away. And then we can go and hook up our tractor and get that working. We're fine here for fuel. We're fine here for fuel. Yep, we just need to go and get the trailer hooked up and out to our field. The rain has started falling. Thankfully, that has absolutely no effect on our yield for the grapes, which is good. If we were trying to do something else, there would be a bit more of a problem. Look at the difference in size between that tractor and that harvester. That's a little bit mad. Right, back it up. There we go. Empty it out. And I'm intrigued to see how full this harvester is going to make this trailer. Basically, what I'll do is fill the trailer up. And then when it's full, we're going to go and take it up to our factory. 51%. Actually, that's pretty perfect. So we'll just back this off. Leave that there. And then we can get this field finished. And, yeah, we might as well fill up the harvester again. We won't worry about emptying it when we get to the end of this field. That is our first field harvested, and we're back up to 50% in the tank on this. Really pleased with that. That is a cracking start on here. So we're going to take this now up to the top. We'll just sink back down a bit. And then head up through here. And yeah. So that is a good, well, 4,500 litres of grapes off just one field. And this field is bigger. So, wow, this could be a really, really good harvest this year. Up we go. Starter up. In we are. And, yeah, let's see how long it takes us to fill the rest of this tank up. Maybe we'll get it... well, if we get at least another tank and a half off here, that would be great. The rain hasn't lasted too long. It's all cleared up. And we've hit 91% here on this field. Now, I'm going to empty it at this point because... well, the thing is, if we try and do this next row... we are not going to get very far before we have to unload this harvester. So we're just going to bring this in a little bit here. 94% is pretty good. So I'm going to run off and grab my tractor, which is still sitting down here. Let's grab that, and I'm in reverse. I need to go forwards and see if I can turn. Is there enough turning circle with this little tractor? Oh, yeah. This grassland area that we've got on the ends of this fields are actually pretty perfect. They work absolutely fantastically for us and allow us to very easily do this and give us enough space to turn around. We haven't got quite as much space on this field here, but it should be enough. Oh. Is it enough, though, here to empty this out? That's not quite straight up to the trailer. Oh, there we go. Reverse it up. Yeah, that should go in. Or just. Put it back a little bit further. There we go. So this is going to just about fill this trailer up. What we'll do is we're going to go and tip it up at our factory and get that set up. Yeah, that all fits in there. So I'm just going to turn my harvester off. And we're going to get the light on this. I don't know what's in that field. But yeah, we're going to head down to our factory and get this tipped. And make sure that it's not already processing something. Yeah, we are just shy of 6,000 litres. So this road here comes right out at our factory. Allows us to just nip across the road and in. Right, before we start, before I get these tipped... oh, God, I forgot. We've got no rear visibility out of this tractor. Only downside to this tractor. I love it otherwise. Yeah, it wants to tip there. I'm not going to tip these, though, until we can see exactly what's going on in the factory. Production is all stopped. Good. Right, let's tip this then. We're going to load this up and then work out what we're going to do with these later. In it goes. Very quick tip, this. And then we want to head out this way because the road we came in on is actually a one-way system. So we're going to head back out this way and up this little dirt track that takes us back onto our farm. I've been trying to figure out which tractors or which map would be best for the Kubota DLC. And I keep coming back to this one. I kind of think a Kubota DLC would fit this perfectly. And yeah, but it's still a month away. And I don't know if this series has that kind of legs. Maybe it's something that we can stop for a little while and come back to, a bit like we did with Hope Belleron. But yeah, I really, really think that getting to the point where we could get a Kubota tractor on here and maybe get some grass work and things going with some Kubota equipment and things might work out quite well on here. Otherwise, I think we're going to be looking at using it on maybe another European map and setting ourselves up on there. I think would work well. But this is a great map for small tractors and small equipment. Got my stuff stuck on a post. There we go. We're all good. So yeah, let me know in the comments. What do you think? Do you think we should try and keep building our vineyard up here? Keep working away. It would be another 8 or so episodes until the release of the Kubota DLC. So it would actually be next year's grape harvest, roughly, that we would be getting the DLC on here if we did. I would love to know your thoughts as always, so drop us a comment. And yeah, as always, I've said it a couple of times in this series now. If you want to get the DLC for yourself, there's a link down in the chat or in the description that helps support the channel as well. And at the moment has 8% off the DLC. So yeah, if you want to go and grab that, go check out the link down there as well. I'm coming up on another full tank now, and I don't think we're going to make it all the way to the end of this row, to be honest. It was a bit hit and miss when I was down the bottom end, but yeah, I'm about halfway through the row. So, turn the harvester off, we'll reverse it up carefully. And then we'll be able to get it emptied. 99%, yeah, 3,088 is just... 3,000 litres is a good amount for us because we're able to fit 6,000 litres in the trailer. Right, go forwards, please. There we go. And so, yeah, we'll bring this back around and get this emptied. If we can actually get it underneath the harvester this time. So it can just straight up empty when we jump in. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. We are going to have to jump back out and move the tractor because we'll never turn on the next row. So we'll let that empty. And once that's done that and hits about 50%, yeah, we can then move this out of the way. To there. And get straight back to it. And we might even get another full tank off here. This is, yeah, it's only about halfway through the field. That's incredible. That's a huge amount. That will be 12,000 litres of grapes off here. That's not started. There we go. Which means that, yeah, we should get probably 18,000 litres in total if we're lucky. Certainly, I think we're going to get 15, which would be absolutely brilliant. I think the yield on these final rows have shot up, and if I remember correctly, these were the ones where we were fertilizing every row when we did them. The incredible thing about how many grapes we are getting off here is that I know that we haven't got these fields up to their 100% yield. It is a crazy amount of grapes we're getting off here. The amount of extra crop we could get off here later is just nuts. I mean, we're at 94% now. 29,024 grapes. Or actually, we can... no, that is going to be a full trailer. Because... we know we've got 3,088, so yeah, that's going to be a full trailer we get off here now. Absolutely brilliant. I think we're going to be going for the grape juice. Now, my reasoning behind that is very simple. And I'll show it while we are emptying this out. If I can get this to reverse up underneath my harvester. Yeah, there we go. Nicely in position. Let's empty that out. And yeah, fully expecting that to fill that trailer up. Yeah, so here we go. Comparison of raisins versus grapes. Raisins, I think, are worth more money. Their top price is 2,797, and they process at a 1-to-1. So yeah, would actually be quite good. Grape juice is a 5-to-4 ratio, but they sell for slightly more, but not so much more that that they make up that difference. It's not a huge amount in it, though. However, here's the real kicker. Top price for grape juice is April. So we can sell next April and make this £3,103 pound price per 1,000 litres. Raisins, we have to sell now to hit that price. And if we see current prices, yeah, 2,768, it's already falling away because we're actually in October. So yeah, in order to get the most out, I think we're going to have to hold off till April. Current prices are up there, but not quite that peak of April. So that's what we're going to have to do. Let's turn our harvester off. Nope, in the wrong vehicle. Turn our harvester off. And into this. Yeah, we are 100% full. So we'll go and tip this. And yeah, I think we'll turn on grape juice production. Because that's going to be the thing that's going to make us the most money. Albeit not for 6 months. The other reason, of course, that we don't want to keep our harvester on is because it's rented. And for every hour it's functioning, we get charged again. So we don't want it running while we're all the way up here tipping these. Let's tip the trigger on this seems to be a long way out from where it actually is. You know, you tip it basically on the ground outside. I'd like it further back, but the tipping point doesn't go further back. Right, so that is that all tipped. Let's head over here and into here. And I'm going to turn on the grape juice production. Now, the other thing, of course, is it costs £60 a month. In order to do this, we only have 332. I think what we're going to have to look at next time, actually, I want to have a quick look at it now, is the price for selling the... Where is it? The wool. That's wood. Wool. There we go. Wow, prices are awful. That's April as well. And that's only to the spinnery. Top price is 2,188. Yeah, we are gonna be selling a lot of stuff come April. I really want to get the spinnery and start producing some stuff from that. Because that will give us a whole load of extra money. Doing the same thing as we're going to do on Hope Belleron, though. Drop the wool off at the spinnery first. Fill it up, make the money from that, and then buy the spinnery and make money from the output as well. I understand why I was having such problems spraying this before. This is on a slight hill. You can see our harvester actually compensating for the slight bit of slope as it goes down there, and it only gets worse on this this top set on here. Now I've dropped off the tractor and trailer. You can just see it in the distance over on the old cow pasture. That is because, yeah, we're 17% full off that row. We should be about 40% full, I think, off this row, if I can get on the row straight. Oh god, I'm chomping up the posts here. Yeah, badly chomping them up. There we go. That end post is going to need a little bit of repair, I think. Yeah, we're still getting a really, really good yield off here. I think we're going to end up with at least 18,000 litres off here. We may get as high as 20. It is going to require 2 more full tanks off this harvester. But this harvester, but the other field, sorry, is fully fertilized and set up and everything. So I'm kind of expecting an even better yield off the cow pasture, which would be exceptional. So time to see what our new set of vines has. I think I've left less turning space on this one. Oh wow, yeah, this is tight. Not quite as good as I did on the other fields. Gonna have to, yeah, there we go. Right, now we're on. Let's back this up. Have I not unfolded my harvester? I haven't unfolded my harvester. That did not make things easier. Turn it on. And we're at 35% now. Let's see what shakes out of here. That is going up quicker. Yeah, that yield already is better than we had on the previous rows. Only an increase of 5%. But still. That is good. Not so sure anymore that we're going to get 2 full tanks off here, but we'll see where this takes us. Okay, so 2 full tanks was maybe a wee bit hopeful, but we are going to get at least 1 tank off here. We are going up at a fairly slow-ish rate, if I can avoid hitting any of my posts. And I think we're going to end up with a full tank by the end of this row on here. So that should be fairly good. Yeah, it's going to be tight. Going to be so tight at the end here. It'll be very, very interesting to see how things change next year. We're going to get money in from these grapes just in time for planting season next year. And it may be a choice between getting the spinnery and getting this field planted, which is a little bit odd. Right, let's go get the tractor and we can get this unloaded and then get the last of these grapes. There we go. Tractor. We are losing the light now. It is October and it is 10 past 5. We're looking at ending up down this end of the field, so that's good. So we can empty out down here. And yeah, we've only got 2 rows to go. Bring that underneath our harvester. Might be a little bit close. Well, we'll see. Right, and empty it out. Nope, that's all good. It lifts it nice and high. But that is going to give us another half a trailer full here. And then when we finish up, we should end up with another half. But maybe half again. We're at 49%. So, yeah. It's gonna be an interesting amount. We want to get this return though. We are 0.8 of an hour, so I think we're gonna be okay. I think we're gonna manage to get this done before the hour is up on the harvester, which will be very good because otherwise it is gonna cost us a fortune. So coming to the end of the last row, we are heading for 44% maybe. Is that going to tick over? Yes. So that's really good. That is over 16,000 litres of grapes that we've got off of our fields this year. That is not even the most that we can get off these, incredibly. So I'm very, very happy about that. We're going to tip this up. We are at 0.9, so something to factor in for next year. is the fact that it is going to cost us a lot more to hire the harvester, because if we have the rest of this field, we are going to go over that hour. So let's get that returned before... Have I turned that off? There we go. So turn that off. We'll then go in here and we'll get that returned now. Just double check. No grapes in it. Good. Right. Return that before it costs us again. It doesn't tell me how much. Does it tell me on here how much? No. So let's select that. Yeah, there's no way of telling what the cost is by the looks of that. Return that though. All done. And now this, we just need to get driven up to our factory, and we'll be finished off for the day. So by my estimation, that is 16,365 litres of grapes that we've got out of our vines today. That is absolutely brilliant. At the very least, that pays for our harvester if we hadn't done that. We're looking at getting 3 times that divided by 4/5. So 3 times 16 is 32, 48. No, 64. 54. So that would be £54,000, but it's 2/5 of that. So we're looking at about 45,000 off this, which is huge. That is absolutely massive amount of money that we're looking to get off this. So very, very pleased with that. We're looking at making a decent amount of money off of the wool in that time as well. So yeah, come April next year, it looks like we're going to be getting a big payout, which is only going to help us grow the farm more. It is November. It is a good time to sell eggs. So what we're going to be doing is getting set up to do that first thing today. Hooking our flatbed here up to the landy and just bringing that up here so that we can load the eggs up. It's also a good time for us to get started on turning around our... there we go. Drop the sides of that down. Turning around our grapevines. All of our grapevines, as you can see out here, have had their leaves die after we did the harvest. So I want to get turned around and get those all done today. And if we have time, we might be able to mulch between all of our rows as well. Basically not leave ourselves as far behind as we were last year. We want the JCB for this job. So that's what we're trying to do today. Get ourselves sorted out. We are a little bit in the negative numbers as far as money goes. Thankfully, we've got at least 3 full pallets of eggs here that we can turn around and get loaded. We are going to take 4 pallets today because we do have our other pallet sitting there almost full of eggs. But the price being best at the moment, what I want to do is get as much of these sold as I can, bring as much money in as we can, and then as a result, sort of get us out of that little bit of a financial predicament that we're in. But yeah, we do have the eggs kicking around to do it. The wool is a long way off being sellable. We're looking at sort of April for that. The same goes for the grape juice we currently have processing. And this is actually why we also need to get some more money in and get ourselves out of this predicament. Our grape juice will not process while we don't have any money coming in. So, or while we're not in positive funds. So there is that to fix today. Before we can go any further and before we can actually start sorting our vines out. A good turnaround on our vines is going to help us immeasurably for next year. So, yeah, having that turnaround done and having everything set up early this time should go great. We're looking to get them properly sprayed. Basically, next year we know the harvester is going to cost us a lot of money to do. Either we're going to have to buy a harvester if we sell enough, or we're going to have to hire a harvester, and we're going to use it for more than an hour and possibly more than a day for next year. So in both cases, it's going to be fairly expensive to get the harvester set up. There we go. Right, let's lock that down as well. Before we go, you might have noticed just then a notice came up saying that there's no more space at our sheep for wool, so we're going to get that cleared out quickly as well. It's quite good when we actually come to sell all this wool in sort of early next year, in April next year. It is going to be really, really good for us. We're going to have quite an extensive amount of money available to us. I have a feeling I may have picked up a... Have I picked up a contract or two? No, we don't have any contracts. There are tons of contracts available. So if we do find ourselves in a position today, we might turn around and get a contract done as well. Get some extra money in, because we made a lot of money from the contracts last year. Oh, that's too close to the wall. It's not happy. Let's see if we can back this out without hitting the wall. There we go. This end one is a real pain to get out, but I think we've got it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, being able to pick up two at a time because our forklift is just long enough is quite useful. Not the most realistic of things, I don't think, but certainly helps to speed things up. So, I'm going to get the rest of this wool out of here, add it to our fairly large collection. Let's lower that like that. That coming off? That's coming off. And then we can, yeah, we can go from there. Ooh, those could have gone in the other way. Grabbing the final 2 pallets of wool. I do love the maneuverability of this little JCB tiller truck. For the size of farm we've got here, it has been really, really useful for loading everything up. It can hold more than our old front loader could, and it's just been, yeah, a really useful little piece of equipment. I mean, look at that, in and out very easily. The only bit where we have any struggle is the far end, really, as you saw a moment ago. I have rearranged things a little bit, made sure everything is a little better stacked. I think we're up to 16 pallets of wool over here, which is great at the best price. Looking to buy the spinnery, we need about 25 pallets, so we're looking fairly good at the moment. Those M2 just are not sitting in the right place. I might push them from the side in a moment to get them in. But yeah, that is looking really good and really nicely set up for us. So what I want to do now is go and sell the eggs. I've given them a little bit of time because the price was still going up on the price of eggs. We're expecting them to sort of start going down in November. So we want to try and catch the price at their peak, really. Let's just go put this back in the shed. Like so. I do like this shed. I'd completely forgotten that this was a thing, and it's so much better of a barn for us to store our equipment in. Let's have a look at the price of the eggs. In fact, first, you can see why I'm holding off on the wool. April is going to be so much better than we have at the moment, and we're looking at 2,188 eggs. Top price at the moment, 2,509. Current price still going up. Oh no, actually, there we go. We've peaked. 2,530. Show price, yeah. So that's the one we want, 2,530. Those prices are going up. We will double check this before we actually sell, because it's possible they will peak higher before the end of the day. But certainly at the moment, we want to head off to the restaurant. And then we can check this before we sell. We will head out on the road this way. Chickens will get out of my way. And we can go and make some cash. Now, 5,200 litres of eggs, or 5,250 litres of eggs, should make us a decent amount. We'll just stop here. We're not selling them at the moment. Double check our price. Yeah, 2,529 is the best price at the moment, and we're in the right place for that. It's possible it might peak higher during the day, but I kind of want to get on with the rest of the work we've got on the farm. So it's not going to peak massively higher, and we're not going to lose a massive amount of money doing it that way. So there we go. Almost all sold. And wow, 13,277 off the eggs. That is really good. Very, very happy about that. Now, we're up at here. I think this is this the spinnery? Nope. Oh, no, that's not what I'm after. I think what I'm after is at this door here, isn't it? Oh, no. The trouble is, I've got all the bits turned off, so I'm not 100% sure where my... Oh, is it this one here? One of these doors has this. Right, we're going to move this out the way, because I think it's there. I've got all the question marks and all the indicators turned off. Something I learned off one of Gamer Dragon's videos. Right, let's try it now. There we go. 100,000 for the tailor shop. So no, this isn't the spinnery. That's fine. But oh wow, that is going to be an expensive purchase when we come to it. Can we drive out through here? Yes, we can. Will this get me anywhere near my farm? Probably, I think. If I come down here and take a left. I think this brings me into, yeah, the rear entrance of the farm going via the one-way system. So coming back into the farm here, you can see, yeah, all these fields need to have their vines defoliated. So that is going to be our next job today. We've still got a fair amount of lettuce to come. Lettuce next sale is going to be December. There is a lot of dead lettuce in here, though. Ah, we're out of water. So before we do any defoliating today, we need to get at least a couple of tanks of water into each of those greenhouses in order to get our lettuce production going again. We want as much lettuce out next month as possible because the lettuce has saved us on more than one occasion on this farm. One comment I've seen recently on this this series is how they love the this little tractor with all the really big trailers and everything behind it. And I agree. I think it's just absolutely wonderful to have a nice ditty tractor like this be the main tractor in this series. It is make it it's something that's really, really interesting. And I'm kind of really going, oh, I think continuing this series, building this vineyard up, would be a really great way to go with the Kubota DLC as well. It's a set of tractors that would fit in here very nicely. We would only have another 10-ish episodes before the DLC's release. It's about a month away. In fact, as I'm recording this, it is exactly a month away. You guys will see this tomorrow, so less than a month away. And I think it would fit this series absolutely perfectly. Something else that somebody suggested is that I use Hofbergman as for the Kubota DLC. I don't know. I really like the idea of the Kubota grassland stuff, and the tractors are perfect for this, and that's not going to work. So yeah, I think very much if this series still has legs and people are still interested in where we're going, especially as I want to rebuild this farmyard, I want to move some stuff about. I think this might be a really great series to do the Kubota DLC on. I think a single 6,000 litre tank is actually going to be enough to keep these going for a little while. Let's overload them. I want to double check as to how we're good for other stuff. We could do with some more seeds, and I think maybe getting, yeah, a bag of seeds each next month in December is going to be a good way to go. We have got more sales or more selling to go then. What have we got in storage? I think we have, yeah, we've got 1,400 litres of canola in storage. We want to sell that this month or next month. Let's have a look. 1,250. Oh, no, 1,520 at Ortenberg. Is that via the train? I think that probably is. That is well above the best price, though. So, yeah, ideally, we want to sell that canola today. The sorghum, we actually are holding as feed for the chickens. So, yeah, we want to get that canola sold today if we can. Will it go in our... I'm not sure it'll go in our grape trailer, to be honest. Right, no, this needs to go up the top. And then I need to have a look at our grape trailer and see if that will take the canola. Because if it won't, I'm going to have to find another way of doing that. Okay, so two things. One, no, our grape trailer won't take any of that. So that's a little bit of a problem. And two, we don't own a defoliator. So, right, we need 16,000 to buy a defoliator because I bet there's not one in here. No. So that is something that we do need sort of longer term. We need to sell those, to sell that canola. So in order to do that, we're going to have to get hold of a trailer. Oh, there we are. Now that might work. 3,500. It's got a 1,600 litre capacity. We only need capacity for, let's have a look. Wrong place. In here. 1,400 litres, so it would be perfect. And we could lease it for next to nothing. So I think that's probably our next job, is this little low capacity trailer here. We can lease this for £178 and make a decent amount of cash off the canola. So I'm going to get that leased. We'll head up to the shop and we'll get this canola sold and hopefully make a nice bit of cash off it. And there's the trailer. We'll just come up round here. Again, got no real vision at the back of this. But I can see fairly well enough. If I don't turn stupidly far around, I'm okay. I can see out the back window. That actually works really well on that little trailer. Finally, a piece of equipment that doesn't look ridiculous on this tractor. Now, I have confirmed that Ortenberg is indeed the location. Oh, tell me this is going to work. Oh, there we go. Is the location on the train. The thing that worries me is how much is it going to cost us to hire the train. The drop-off point and the railroad silo is there. The rent-a-train point is there. Yeah, that is... So, Ortenberg, we can either go down to... Is the silo... Okay, there's not a silo down there. So, it is going to be either that one there or this one here. This is the closest one. So, we'll head out here, straight down and round to there. And, yeah, try and see if we can... make some money back from this. In fact, I'm going out the wrong road, but never mind. So we're looking at maybe making £2,000 off this. So it all depends on how much the train rental costs. I'm not exact. I'm going to have to turn back on. There goes the train now. I'm going to have to turn back on the... information screens. Where are they? It's an overall option. Info triggers on, interactive zone markers on. There we go. It's over here. How much is the train to rent? Why is it not giving me the option? Rent train for £500 per hour. That's why it's so much better for us. So, yeah, I don't think we want to do that. Please tell me I didn't just do that. Let me just check that I haven't just done that. £500 an hour. No, good. Right. I don't think we want to do that because that is going to end up being more expensive for the amount we have. If we had a lot more canola, that would make it a lot much more worth it. Instead, 1,361 is what we want. Yeah, we're going to have to wait for the grain elevator to get a little higher. I don't think this is what we want to do. So instead, I'm going to leave the canola in this trailer. We're going to park the trailer under here and just drop it off. Yeah, we don't want to overload into there. And it's negligible amount of money to have that trailer, and I think it's worth having that trailer about. And the reason why we need to sell that stuff is because we are just ever so slightly short, and we have no loan, so I can't even do that at the moment. What do we have that might be worth some money just to sell to get the piece of equipment we want? Or actually, better idea. This year, we will again rent that. We don't have the money to do it. It makes more sense then to rent it. And hopefully, we will not have it for too long doing this defoliating. Right, here we are. Let's pop into the shop. Rent the equipment. So great technology. Yeah, I really wish one of those would appear in here, but it's not going to. Or not at the moment anyway. Let's details, lease that. 816 to lease it. So yeah, that's a good little bit of saving of money anyway. And yeah, somebody did say in the comments I should get 2 of these and do 2 at once. Not really. Yeah, I don't think it would be very easy for me to run that. So I'm not going to. We'll just plonk this on the front. We have got a bit of rain today, but that shouldn't stop us doing this job. There we are. And we'll get this back to the farm and start defoliating our vines. And then hopefully next month we should be able to get things mulched and maybe even cultivated. We'll see how things go. But we want to get the vines turned around much quicker this year. Okay, back down to the field. I want to mulch or cut all this grass around the edges as well. Right, there we are. Back it up. Unfold it. I should be able to raise it. There we go. No, we didn't do that last time. And then turn it on. And should work much better. Yeah, there we go. Much happier with that. And defoliating really well. It'll be really interesting in April to see how much our grape juice brings in compared to how much we spend getting these vines going each year. It is... Whoa, we've dropped out. Let's get back in. Because we really want to get to the point where the vines and the vineyard side of things on here is very much self-sufficient. It costs us, well, it's going to cost us a good 30,000 around next year to get the vines harvested if we expand our vines further. So yeah, that's something to take into consideration. We need to be making at least another £5,000 off the vines that go into the rest of the old cow meadow. And then for putting this in, we know we're spending about £1,000 on this defoliator as well to hire each year. I'd love to buy a second-hand one of these and a second-hand harvester if either of those turn up. It's very much going to be is the money going to be there at any point to do that? And hopefully, if we can get the spinnery and get things turned around there, maybe we might be able to get a harvester and then not worry about that cost every year. It would be really, really good to be much more self-sufficient on that side of things. But I think it's going to take a little bit of luck as well as a little bit of patience. Our final row of vines to defoliate. And yeah, this has done great. We are nicely sorted. One field down. Turn these off. Hey. Something people have asked is if I would do vines on a hillside. And I very much think there are a couple of fields and areas that would do fairly well for that. I want to get everywhere planted up with vines first that we already have. And as I said, I think our farmyard here, there's a lot of potential for us to move things around. I think the top field, field 5, could be expanded. And expanded towards where our greenhouses are now. Move the greenhouses down into the main farmyard where we've got that space, and bring that all down there would make more sense to me. I think we can make more space with what we've got. Use the land we've got a little bit more productively, and go from there. Even that bit we've got cut out, then we could possibly fill that in and make some more land up there. So there's a fair whack of work that we can still do in our yard, and to make this whole farmyard work a little bit better than it does now, and maximize the amount of money we make from it. Line this up. This is always a little bit... No, that's not going to work. And yeah, just give us a little bit more space to breathe, and a little more room to make money, and then hopefully we'll make this massively profitable on the small amount of land we currently have, and can just expand from there. I think if you're doing a start from scratch, that's the trick. Make as much from the small amount of land you can initially buy as possible, and then you'll reach a point where you will just be able to expand out, and you'll make money on a regular basis. If you can do that within sort of the first 3 years, you're doing well, I think. 20 to 4 in the afternoon, and we're on the final row on this field, and it's really dark. I mean, yes, it's very overcast because we've got the rain. Oh, it popped out. But at the same time, it's just surprisingly dark. I've got the lights on the tractor just to give myself a little bit of extra view. But it's, yeah. Gonna be dark soon anyway. It being November, we do have a... Oh, that's folded up. I don't want to fold that up. It will be a fairly early sunset anyway. We've got about... I reckon we've got about an hour and a half, maybe, before the sun sets. Plenty of time to get this field pruned as well, and done. But we're not going to get much else done today, which is fine. I've got the other jobs I wanted to get done. We've got our greenhouses up and running again, and we've got the eggs sold, which are the big things that we need to get sold today, and actually have allowed us to get the rest of the work done here. So I'm very pleased with that. And yeah, we are getting ahead on the vines, which is something we absolutely failed to do last year. So I'm quite happy that we're getting this job done early, and we'll get the mulcher and the cultivator on here probably over the winter. I think we might be able to mulch this. Well, maybe January, February we'll be able to get the mulcher in. We'll see if it works. If not, I think we'll be able to mulch and cultivate come March. when we're looking at getting the next set of vines in, which is going to be April to get the next set of vines in, because that's the point at which we will sell our grape juice and hopefully be able to reinvest that into our vineyard. I'm looking at the space off to the left there. Oh, sorry, off to the right there, where we've got the shed with the water trailer in and the flatbed. And actually, I could fill that big hole where the stuff we sold was. I could fill that in now, and we wouldn't have a problem. We could definitely expand this stuff that way already without having to get rid of the existing greenhouses. If I could avoid getting rid of those existing greenhouses, we'd still make a ton of money, and it would just be pulling more vines across there. So we might have a look at that. We might see if we can get a plow and do that. It all really depends on how much money we have kicking around when we sell grape juice come April. It's gonna be very much worth us doing then. I have forgotten, we still do have one other job to do today, and we're probably going to be doing it in the dark in the end, and that is selling that canola. How is the price looking on that? The price is still fairly low on it. I don't think we're going to get a massive boost to that. We may end up selling the canola next time, with the hope that that price goes up a little bit more where we, well, at the grain elevator, so we don't have to sell it on the train, and it costs us £500 to do it. It's just gone 6 o'clock, and the sunset along with the rain clouds is making things really, really dark. Should be a little bit lighter than it is right now, but the rain is just, yeah, just taking away any extra light that we'd get during the sunset. It does make being among these vines a little bit eerie, especially with the church bell going off in the background. I don't know if you can hear that. But we have almost got the job done. We've just got one row left to go, which is there. Thankfully, this tractor does have enough light to see what I'm doing with this, even if it is a little bit... well, it doesn't really have that many work lights, and it is one of those things where I'm going, okay, this may not be the perfect tractor for this. It's a good tractor, and I have enjoyed using it. But yeah, I think one of the other ones would also suit this fairly well. Anyway, though, it is still doing the job rather nicely. And I've discovered if I can keep a good amount of the bar showing, then it works out quite well. Right, there we go. Turn that off. Fold it up. There we go. Let's just have a quick look here. And see, what's in here. We've talked about this. This is a Raftree series. This is a tractor we very much want on this farm, and there's one available for 41,000. There is also no way for me to be able to afford that. This begs the question, how much is our current equipment worth? The front loader is worth 18,000. Oh, wow. We haven't had this very... So, we haven't had the methane powered tractor very long. I can up us to a G Series Valtra very easily. That is... I tell you what, let me know in the comments, what do you guys think? Do you think we should grab the G Series Valtra that's come up? Would be a massively useful tractor on the farm. And if so, how do you think we should afford it? What do you think we should do to get that tractor? Because I am very, very intrigued by what your thoughts are on that. I do have one piece of equipment, actually, that is superfluous to our needs. That would be, if I still have it, yeah, our cedar, which is worth 4,500. So, yeah, definitely let me know in the comments what you think about that. And especially if you've watched this far in the video. We're still only at 1,283 with the price going up. So we will save that till next time. What I do want to do is get this back to the shed. And then we'll get this defoliator returned. But yeah, that G-Series tractor is one we've talked about grabbing for this farm for a while. So yeah, very interested in what you guys think. And should we get rid of the methane-powered tractor in favor of that one? We're just going to return that. So into here, and least let's return that. Yes. We're going to hold on to the trailer for another day. It won't cost us much to hold on to that. It is early. It's 7:10 in the morning. Oh, it's 7:05 in the morning to be exact. And yeah, we are loading stuff up this morning because at the end of the last video, something came up in the shop that is worth a lot to us on here. And I asked you guys, do you think we should replace anything to get this? There's a Vultra G-Series sitting there for 41,304. Absolutely perfect for our farm. So, yeah, we're going to grab that. We are going to get rid of the little New Holland tractor. Actually, one of our most recent additions to the farm to do it. But I think it will be a little bit better to replace this than it will our other tractor. Because this is a little less able to, or a little less versatile for us here. So we want to load that up, and we're going to take that. We're also going to sell the Schaefer we've got up at the shop. I'm thinking if we really need to, we can put a front loader on the little Vultra and use that. But at the moment, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to get this all sorted. It is going to make loading stuff up at the shop a little bit more difficult for now, but I think it's going to be worth it to get this tractor. So yeah, it's kind of all go and see what we've got. If it isn't enough to sell these bits, then we're going to have to sell a little bit of something else to do this. So let's just back this up. And we'll bring this into here, and I should be able to just straight up sell it off the trailer. So there it is. Right, we're going to repair it. Yes, that throws the price up a bit, and we're going to repaint it as well, which will cost quite a bit, but will give us a good amount too. And then we're going to sell that. Yes. So we're up to 23,000 doing that. Let's just move our trailer and our landy out the way then. And then we're going to go and sell this. I think what we'll do, unless we absolutely need to... no, I'm just gonna sell all of this for now. We can always buy more or repurchase these front loader tools. I don't need them at the moment though. So let's get this in here and get this sold as well. That Vultra has been sitting there as a used tractor for a while now. There we go. Right, let's see how much we can get for this lot. Again, we are going to repaint this, and it takes us up to 23,000, and repair it, yes, and sell that. 44,000, we already have enough. So we're going to do both of these as well. Yes, and we're going to repaint that, yes, and sell that too. 45,906 is enough for us to get the tractor. There we go. So Michelin tires, standard wheel setup. Design is active or Versu. Oh, right, that's the panel in there. I don't think it makes a huge amount of difference. We're not putting GPS on. No, we're not putting GPS on here. We can't afford it. So we're going to leave that off for now. We might do it later. Front loader attach to do that would cost an extra 1,500 for either of those. Engine setup. Yeah, we can't afford anything than the 105 engine on it. GPS and... Oh, what color am I going to go for? Oh, maybe a virtual farmer green with a... I don't want to go the John Deere yellow. Maybe the Challenger yellow on it. That is, yeah. Actually, we're going to go with that setup. And I think some grey wheels. Perfect. I really quite like that shiny green. It's a pity that none of the others are available, or none of the other colors are available in that shiny color. But yeah, we're going to go with this setup on this. 41,800. We've not got the front loader attacher on. I think we'll do that later. For now, I'm going to buy that for 41,804 pounds. And look, there it is. So this is our nice, shiny new Voltra that we're going to take back and get back down to the farm. Oh, actually, there's one last change I want to make to it. We have got the wrong number plate on it. This should be Virtual Farmer 5, I think. So let's just customize that. We want the license plate to read VF005 Old Stream. There we go. Okay. And customize. Yes. Perfect. Now, how much is the... I'm not going to repaint it. I am going to repair it. Because it does need a little bit of repair. But we're looking pretty good. So, let's get this started up and get this back down to our farm. I think this is going to be a cracking addition to it. And we're just going to use Follow Me to make sure we get everything back at one go. There we go. And away we go. So now we've got our new tractor back to the farm. We're going to look what we've got to do today. I think we haven't got anything that needs selling. I think all of our stuff is actually January time at the very least. Sorghum is January. We've got some wool. Best time to sell wool is April. We've got the same, I think, with the grape juice. So yeah, grape juice again is April. We've got the lettuce. That I'm holding off till January. So yeah, not really anything on the farm that we've got to sell today. But that's perfect. That means that we can put our nice new little tractor to good use pretty much immediately. We need to keep work on our grapevines. I want to get them all sorted, and if we have time today, we might even go and take on a contract. But I definitely want to get our grapevines mulched if we can today, and if we're able to, we might as well get them cultivated as well. It's a perfect time of year to do that turnaround, and that way we know that when it comes to the springtime, we just need to get them sprayed and sorted. I think that tractor might be the same colors as our Landy. That's pretty amazing. I love that. Right, let's park this up here. Turn the lights off because it's nicely into the day. And we're going to hook this up to the... where are we? To the mulcher, which is right down the back. I actually quite like to replace this mulcher as well. It's not very big. In fact, it's tiny. Oh, wow. I think it's going to be a little bit too small on the back of this. Yeah, look at that. That is not even as wide as the tractor. So this isn't going to work on this tractor. And yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to use it. Oh, I've just noticed we can get rid of this. So let's do that. Purchase, and in here, construction. Yeah, we don't need the methane purchase point anymore, or the methane refill point. We can remove that. Don't want to remove the big garage. I want to remove the... Is it not letting me select it? Because I'm too close. Let's try that again. Construction. There we go. Yep, we will sell that. So 2,456. There we are. Gives us a little bit more cash again. How much is a slightly bigger mulcher on here? Let's have a look. So the one we've got is this one. To get something that is 3 meters would be this one here. That's 9,000. And now we might be able to afford that with our current one, but not really. So, and also I don't want to use all my money straight off. So let's drop this down. And yeah, I really wanted to use this today. I think we'll go and use it with the cultivator if we get a chance later. Right now, what I want to do is switch this tractor for our small one. Look at the difference in size. And then what we can do is get this doing the mulching, and then maybe, just maybe, we can get the Ultra out and do some cultivating later. This actually is having 0 effect on this. I think this needs to be given a chance to regrow a bit. So yeah, not going to be doing this today at all, which surprises me a little bit. But that's all okay. We've still got that cedar kicking around here that I'm not sure I need. I've got a tractor now that I can use it with, which is great. But yeah, it's not really something I need. So we might get rid of that. I think our little cultivator, wow. Our little cultivator, while cheap, again, doesn't really work on our tractor. So I think a lot of the maintenance of our grapevines is still going to be done by this. Because all of our equipment is not wide enough for use with this. But we can do a lot of grassland work with that. And we can do carting with our trailer when we're doing harvest as well with that. Yeah, so this and probably this and definitely that and this will all work with our new Vulture. This won't. That is way too thin. And this won't. So yeah. Oh, and that will work with it. So that is all good. We definitely have space to create new grass areas and things like that. So I think we're going to need to look at rearranging the farm as we go. Our best use of time today, though, I think is actually going to be to get the JCB out and do that. It's a little bit of a hit and miss as to exactly what I want to do today, because, well, we've not got anything to sell. It seems our grapevines aren't ready to go. This area here, we've got so much area that is unused on this farm. I need to look at the possibilities of making more from that. If we can start loading up the lettuce today, because we know the lettuce is going to be something to sell next time. So getting on that early and then just sort of topping this trailer up next time is going to be good. What else we got to sell next time? I'm not sure how many things there are, but there's not a huge amount. What have we got as well in contracts? Contract wise, we have not a lot. They're not really worth a huge amount of money, and all of them cost a fair amount to go. So yeah, I don't think it's overly wise to worry about contracts today. I think I'm going to load up our trailer, ready to do some selling, and maybe load up the other flatbed as well, so that we can sell quickly next time as well. So let's get into our JCB and start doing some loading. Looking at our greenhouses, it seems that neither of them is active at the moment. I'm not 100% sure why that is. Let's just squeeze in here and have a look, shall we? Yeah, lots of dead lettuce by the looks of things. We are missing seeds, so we need to go and buy some seeds for both of our greenhouses at the moment. Our grape juice has almost fully processed, which is brilliant, up at our grape processing unit. But yeah, if we're going to do any more lettuce, we need to get both of these greenhouses refilled with some seeds. So that's going to be something we need to do today, and we'll use the other trailer to do that. We may end up getting that front loader I was talking about, simply because it'll give us a use for our Vulture, and it'll be something that we can then just go up there with the Vulture and a trailer and get some seeds loaded on, which is kind of what we're going to need to do. I am keeping my eye out for other stuff that might be useful to us, though. I think this is causing issues. Right, have we got it? I think we've got it. Yeah, there we go. Right, that's that off there. This isn't going to take too long to get the rest of these loaded up, I don't think. That is the first greenhouse emptied. Now we're just going to go and do the second one and get that loaded on. Looks like we've got plenty of space on the trailer, and going to have plenty more to load up any more that come in next game day, which is perfect. Wow. Whether we can fit... Nope, we're only going to fit 4 more pallets on this row. And then I'm going to lock the whole row down, ready for us to do the second lot. There we go. That is the first row down. So just for now, I'm going to do that, which locks them all onto there. And then we can get the second row up and... start doing them from the other way. Might actually be slightly more realistic doing it this way, holding the first row on with those 2 straps, and then stacking on top and holding the second row on along with the first row from the top. Let's see if we put this up here. That's gonna stack on nicely. But the way I've been dealing with the single rows here is I've just been grabbing them like so, getting them stacked beside their counterpart on the next row. So plonking them down like that, backing it off, and then I'm able to get both of them together like that, pick them up. They'll both then go onto the trailer very easily from that point. Bring this round like that. And then we can get this onto the trailer here. Level it up. I'm putting these ones really close to the previous 2, because the previous 2 were actually slightly further out than I meant to put them. That should do it about there-ish. Back that off. And then we'll relock that down, lock that down, and there we go. So that is our trailer loaded up as much as we can at the moment. I think we're going to take the small trailer along with this and head up to the shop. So that we can go and grab ourselves some seeds and get these sorted. So I'm headed up to the shop in the Landy, and I've opted, rather than to put the front loader on the new Vulture, I've decided I'm not going to do that. I'm going to save myself some money. and do the JCB up here on this. Does mean that we'll need to run back and forth a little bit because we'll have to pick this up afterwards. But I think it's better. We're able to actually get the well, get enough seeds, because that's my biggest worry, is that we only have just under 6,000. It's 800 per bag of seeds, and ideally I want to get 4 bags of seeds, 2 for each of our greenhouses. So that's gonna be 3,200 anyway. And with getting with getting the front loader, that just wouldn't be possible. So big bags, we want seeds, we want 4 of these, £3,200. Buy that. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that would just take way too much of our money to do that otherwise. As important as our greenhouses and our lettuce are, well, in fact, as important as our greenhouse and our lettuce are, we need to put as much money towards those as we can. Those lettuce have saved us on more than one occasion and helped us to get this farm moving. So let's get this here, like so. Perfect. And then we can get them onto the trailer. And yeah, this little telly truck is brilliant, really good. It makes doing this kind of thing so much easier, and such a great little stable piece of equipment. I'm actually thinking that the thing we might want to get at the shop eventually would be either another one of these teletrucks, or to have a skid steer up here. Because all we're doing is a short piece of lifting, and they're about as stable as this is as well. So, right, there we go. I'm going to leave my telly truck. Oh, no. I'm going to have to come back here and drive this back, because we've got no way of unloading this at the farm without the teletruck being there. I think I'm going to have to put it on follow me and get it to come down the street, because, yeah, we can't do anything otherwise. This is why we need something up here to load this. That's not to say the teletruck isn't roadworthy. It's just a little bit slower than our Landy is, and therefore it's going to take a little bit longer to get back. I'm just hoping not to move too far from it so that it loses the trail on follow me. I think it'll be all right. But we're going to get this up to the top and, yeah, unload these 2 at a time. We'll pull next to the other trailer and then put the sides down. Yeah, it's just easier rather than using follow me to shove it on the trailer and transport it the other way. It was partly because we had to do that with the front loader before. But our little teletruck will be here in no time. Here it comes now, and yeah, we'll just jump in this, take the hired worker off, and then we can fill up our 2 greenhouses with some more seeds. Perfect. Line this up. These might have moved about a little bit in transit. Because I realise now I did not strap them down. Right, there we go. That's got them though. First 2. We'll go straight into this one here. And produce some more lettuce. There we go. And then we're going to put the other 2 in the other 2. I'm thinking we move that barn. We've got quite an interesting setup. I think if we remove that barn and put that... we've got plenty of storage space for all this equipment and stuff elsewhere. We can then extend this vineyard into this area here. We don't need a road. Just trying to figure out the best way to do things. Don't need a road really going out of the farm this way. We have one of those at the end. There's one over there. So at the end of the field, that would be fine. Do we need much of a reloading area here? What do you guys think? Do you think we can get away with bringing this to here, giving ourselves a loading area for this, and then extending our vineyard across down here like this? That's quite a long way we could go with some extra vines out this way. Make it really usable. I'm also tempted to... Yeah, I want to fill this area in here, I think. I think if we match this up to the height elsewhere, that would be quite good, and we can go out that way as well. It would be quite useful to us. It would work brilliantly. It might cost a bit to reshape the farm like that, but that is good use of the farm and the area. Alternatively, we can move our... I think we can move our greenhouses down this way here. And we've got this large area of yard here. I think if we were to put the greenhouses over here and just fill that top area, that would work really, really well for us. Another job I need to do. We've got 2 pallets of wool in here already. We might as well pick those up and get them moved with the other pallets. So let's get under that there. Yeah, I'm going to take 2 pallets at a time because it's an efficient way of doing it, and this can handle it. So, like that. And in. There we go. Keep it low and we're fine. And yeah, we've got some very nice maneuverability in this teletruck. Absolutely brilliant for that. We fed the sheep last time, so they should be okay for a little while. I think the same is true of the... Well, if it isn't true of the chickens, then we certainly have some sorghum to feed them. It's not a huge amount, but it is some. And that will keep things going. Yeah, it cost us £8 to get this teletruck back. That's the other reason for sticking it on the trailer, is the fact that you don't get any wage cost associated with it having to follow you home. That is a lot of wool we've got here. That is going to be really, really good in April. I'm looking forward to that because that is going to be massively useful. Right, let's fold sides of this up, get this away. And it's only 2:10. Why don't we go and take on one of those contracts? See if we can get a little bit of extra cash in. I don't think any of them will take too long, and it might be a good excuse actually to up the size of our cultivator. How much would a cultivator be? And could we just go through December and January and do some cultivating contracts? I think that's a really good question. Looking at the cultivators, the only one that will work on our 110 horsepower tractor is this Rabe, which is 2.5 meters. That's not really what well, that would probably work for us in the in our grapes. We've got power harrows here. Cultivator mulchers. Yeah, these are mulchers. So this would be for our... Yeah, this would be for our, instead of the mulcher we've got. So I think we might have to leave this. And I really, really want to use this tractor. We've got lots of bets where we can use it, but not yet. So it's going to be a little while. I have a feeling we're going to be using this for doing some spraying later. There's a sprayer I really want to use. But... let's take a look at these cultivating contracts. 2,264, 190, 186. That tractor is ridiculously huge for that. And do you know what? That is a fairly large cultivator on that. So I'm going to borrow items for field 35. And then we are also going to take on field 50 and field 2 and oh wow, that one disappeared. So accept that one. Right, there we go. And we will we'll go and grab that tractor and we'll do field 50 first and then field 19. Here we are. Is this the raid cult? This isn't the one that I had. Oh no, that's much bigger than the one I had a minute ago. Big black Deutz Father who got here. Let's hook this up. Yeah, 3 cultivating contracts, bringing a little bit of extra money for the end of December. We should get these done fairly quickly, I think. You're going to hook up. There we go. And hook this up to the back as well. And yeah, that's actually quite good. That is a really, really cheap bit of hiring for this contract that this is on. For some fairly big equipment that we'll be able to breeze through other stuff with. So I said we're going to go field 50 first. That is where on our map? Oh, right down the bottom there. So we're currently up there. Yep, we'll head down the road at the edge and get down to the field. And here's our field just in front of the animal husbandry area, or the animal market, sorry. Yeah, we know this field well. This field was going to be, or was, our field of canola that we did as a contract, which was really, really lucky. Now, we're gonna get this down. Let's enable GPS, which is really nice to have on our hired or our contract tractor. Line ourselves up. Down with that. Right, and when I am absolutely sure I'm on the right line, which is 70 degrees by the looks of it, let's get this set with our first point. And then we can do the same and get our second point. There we go. Whoa, you are, yes, aligning to terrain angle. Let's turn that off and retry that. I've got the lines on at the moment to make sure that I'm in the right place. Down, set again, and then set our second point. And yeah, happy enough with that. This edge of the field here is a little bit of a tricky bit. So I'm just going to line up here, and then rather than use GPS here, I'm just going to go down the edge. Let's just grab that outer edge bit and then be done there. I think we might have to, judging by this, pick those other 2 up next time. Not the end of the world. It gives us something to do in January. We can't really do much else on the farm. There we go. There's the 50. There's 66%. 2/3 of the way through, and yeah, the snow started to fall now. This cultivator is dragging up some pretty big rocks on this field. Wow, that's quite rocky and quite stony that this field has come out at. It's a good thing it's none of my equipment that I'm using on here, because that really would do some damage. Wow, I thought that might have finished that at that point. I reckon we're going to put the cultivator into the ground here, and that's almost immediate. Oh, I was going to say almost immediately going to finish it, but there's still more field out beyond this. Down and away. I think this row might finish it then. Very end of the row, and sure enough, there we go. Contract is done. So we'll fold this up. And then I'm just going to complete the contract. Perfect. And we're going to head back to the farm because, yeah, it's got a bit late. And we'll pick these contracts up next time. It's fairly safe to say that none of this went as I expected it to today. We're gonna just park this up here. We'll do field 19 first next time. Let's bring this round though. And I'm just going to leave this tractor in my yard. I need to go and shut up some sheds and things as well. We've got a little bit of emergency in that the sheep and the chickens are all right for food. They don't have a huge amount, but the sheep have completely run out. So what we're going to do first is, having jumped in our little JCB here, we're just going to switch over to our bale spike. So up there like that, and grab that. And yeah, go and put a couple of bales of hay in with our sheep so that they're kept happy. We got lots of lambs. We have a lot of lambs on the farm at the moment, which is brilliant. But it does mean that our sheep feeding costs have increased quite considerably. Let's pop in over here. We'll take this stack and the singles that are on top. All of those will go in rather nicely. This is just a fantastic little piece of equipment, this teletruck. Has been worked absolutely perfect for us. I think I'm going to have to use it in more places. Definitely as a piece of kit for productions. It works really, really well. So that's going in there, and those should go in as well. Are they not? There we go. All in. They were just out of reach. Right, how does that leave our sheep? Yeah, look at this. So we've got these at 13 months, these at 8 months, these at 3 months, and these at 25 months. So, and that is just brilliant. Our number of sheep just keeps growing. Food, absolutely brilliant. That is now at capacity. We do need to get the chickens to a bit of feed. Got a trailer. Oh, we do have a trailer, don't we? We've got that little trailer. We can put what sorghum we have got in store in with them. So we'll go and do that next and get that done. So that's going to take our little tractor here. Yeah. Our big tractor, there is no point in putting that on that trailer. And that little trailer, the whole point of it seems to be to work with small equipment, and I love that. It was a free update from Giants that basically gave us things like this little trailer. And yeah, I just hook this up here. What have we got in here? I've got canola in here, so let's tip that out. Forgot I'd got a trailer full of canola sitting here. Right, and then we should be able to refill this with sorghum. Let's try that. And then oat, canola, sorghum. Yeah, it's only 878 litres, but it is going to be enough to feed the chickens for a little while, at least until we can go and buy some more feed, or hopefully go and harvest some. That's what we really need for our chickens around here. Okay, this does have side tipping, I think. There we go, that's got it. And yeah, that isn't going to go massively far, but should go far enough. Right, so this now can go back in this shed here and be parked out of the way. Everything we have here is pretty much set up for small equipment, and so yeah, it is going to be a shift on the farm going to the bigger tractor and getting some bigger stuff done. It's going to be really useful for the grass work at the moment, actually, that bigger tractor, which we're going to need to do some of that this spring in order to get our feed for our chickens, feed for our sheep back up. And we might need to put in a field full of wheat or something, just to be able to feed the chickens on a regular basis. or we could take on a week contract and go and do that. Right, we are headed up to field 19, which is up the top. So I'm going to go out the top of the farm. Oh, there's so many areas on this farm where I think we could improve the layout. You guys all sort of wholeheartedly supported my idea for sorting this out last time. We have got to sell the lettuce today. It's January and we do have some sales to do as well. But we do have farmers waiting for us to complete contracts for them. So we're going to go and complete these contracts. I'm not going to get across the river or the railway line if we go that way. So we're going to get this completed this morning in this Deutz. And then we've got lettuce to sell this afternoon. Neither of the fields we've got to do today are particularly big. 19 is that one over there. Now, wow, it's quite a convoluted way to get to it. And I think I could possibly have taken a slightly different path. I'm not sure. Anyway, we are up here. I'm going to start from this side. I don't think... Yeah, we're going to have an interesting bit of work here. Because I'm going to try and take... I want to try and take the edge of this field as straight as possible. But it doesn't seem to be one of those fields that allows very much for that. Let's see if we come up here. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to go down the edge here and then take a look. I don't think this is a field that allows for GPS very easily. Although when we get up the top here, I think we might be able to get a good line up here somewhere. Either that or it's one of those fields that has this gentle curve to it. That basically you can't use GPS, but you can curve your equipment as you come around the edge of the field. Yeah. And by the time we get to the end of it, we're doing 82 degrees. And that is not how we started it. We're about halfway through the contract now. And we're pulling up a fair amount of rocks again with this. And I'm kind of reminded of a recent video I watched from Millennial Farmers, which he showed me how, or he was showing us how he uses his rock picker, which is nowhere near how I've been using it in Farm Sim, which is really interesting. In that he basically, the way to properly use a rock picker is just to drive around the field and where you have a set of rocks or a rock you want to pick up, you use it there, flick the rock on, and that's it. So yeah, I think my realism for how I will use a rock picker going forward is definitely going to change. I think most of the time I'm going to try and get the rock picker so that it's something that's used supplemental for large rocks, and then all of the smaller rocks and things like that try and roll back into the ground if I can. So yeah, definitely looking to use a rock picker differently going forwards after watching that. We don't have one in here because we don't really do a lot of arable work. The only arable work we do is contracts when we need a bump in money. And to be perfectly honest, most of the time I think we're going to be doing grass and so hay and silage contracts. We are 84% done on here, so as I suspected, we are just zooming through this contract. And yeah, there's about a 50-degree difference between the bottom end of the field and the top end. So GPS, absolutely useless on this field. It's got a very nice, gentle curve to it as it goes around the edge. And yeah, that means that we can't actually use GPS on it. It's not so gentle that it would break the tines on the cultivator, but it is enough to just stop GPS from being functional at all. Although, to be perfectly honest, if it had a 1 degree curve from the top to the bottom, it would stop GPS from being functional. So, yeah. But we have got through a big chunk of this field. We are 96% complete. We might not even have to do this awkwardly shaped bottom corner if we're lucky. We'll see where this gets us when we finish this last long strip around the end here. It was at 96% then. Is it going to take us to 100 just finishing this bit off? There we go. Contract's done and dusted. We have 1 contract left, and that is up at field 35, which I think is pretty much halfway through the map. We were the top corner up here. So field 35 is this one just here, and this is going to be better for us for GPS because it's a lot straighter. Which way to do it though? It's got, I think actually I'm gonna do the long edge, so we'll take it from this area here. It's not the straightest of edges, but if we come a little bit away here, I think we're gonna be all right. So GPS on, that down, set first waypoint, set second waypoint. A little bit wide, I think, but otherwise I'm gonna be okay. It's got this weird kink in it, and I'm just a little bit wide of it. That's annoying. I'll have to go back, and we will grab that bit again. Actually, that might not be too bad. Let's spin around and go back along that bit that I was trying to line up on. Like that. Yeah, it is pretty much lined up on it, I think. Oh, no, that definitely isn't. Right, I'm going to fix this, I think. Once again, we're at the halfway point, and the cultivator is working very nicely. We are going to get, well, we're only going to get about £900 off this, but that more than offsets the cost of the tractor and cultivator in our initial contract setup here, which I think actually was the contract for field 19. Or was it the contract? It might be the contract for this. This was a very big, I remember thinking this was a very big tractor for whichever contract it gave us for it. And yeah, it's certainly allowed us to get through these contracts fairly well. It's one thing I would say actually, when you're looking to do multiple contracts, when you're looking to take on 3 contracts at a time, look for the one with the largest equipment for the smallest price. That's not always the largest field, because, yeah, as I said, this is not a small tractor or a small cultivator we got here, and yet both come off this contract, which is for not a very big field. Our area is getting smaller and smaller now. I think we've probably only got 2 more passes. Yeah, we are 85% complete. So this is so small, this field, that we're basically going to have to do the whole thing. So down again and away. Yeah, look at that. There literally is 1 more pass left in order to get this field done. And it is just after midday as well. There we go, and contract is complete. There we are. Perfect. So let's get this back to our farm, and then we can go and see how much we get for these 2 contracts. All right, so back into our farm. We need to get that field cut in the near future. Oh, we also need to get mulching. Right, let's turn that off, and then into here. So 1,281 for that contract. 986 for that. Actually, 831 for that, because as I said, it's got the £155 for the leasing. So collect both of those. And there are then no contracts available. Next thing we need to do today is to go and have a look at the lettuce. There we go. There it is. And best price at the moment is 2,022 per thing. That is a really good price. We want to get any remaining lettuce we've got loaded up. And yeah, down to the farmer's market, because wow, that is a really good price. So back out in the JCB, we'll switch over to the forks on this again, and yeah, get any lettuce that's appeared in the last month or so loaded up on our trailer, and yeah, then go and make an awful lot of money from what we've got on that trailer. There's almost an entire row of lettuce on either side. Again, ready to go on here. That is huge. So what I'm going to do is just do the 2 stacking setup that I did before. But our lettuce might just get us all the money we need for, wow, for planting this year's vines, which would be huge. I mean, each of these is no, each of these is 500 liters, or yeah, each of these is 500 liters. So we get 1,000 liters off this, and then we've got all of these on here. We are going to be going up to a 3rd row high on this trailer, I think, because yeah, just 1 row of these is going to fill the rest of this trailer. That is massive and brilliant. And one of these isn't coming off. There we go. Right. Let's get these all loaded up, because this is once again a gold mine. And the last section on this stack, I've had to take one from the other greenhouse in order to get him on here and finish off. But that is 2 full stacks of lettuce we've got on here, and the lettuce has kind of just really sped things up on the farm here. It would have taken us longer to establish our vineyard without this lettuce, so it has been an absolute godsend. Oh no, I want to put the end one on, please. That one, there we go. Right, perfect. And then just got the rest of these here to get on. I think these are going to have to go in the middle at the top. Going 3 high is fun, but not overly stable, especially with our disco pulling it, because it's a good piece of kit, but this is a lot of weight of lettuce that we've got here. So we need to get this pulled well. Or alternatively, we could put our new tractor on the front, but I think we'll keep it as it is and get the lettuce transferred using the Land Rover. It is a lot of lettuce, and this is a pretty huge payday. Final 2 pallets of lettuce to pick up and get loaded, and I am blown away by how much lettuce we have here. This is so much, and on just the best payout as well. It is just gonna be ridiculously good. As long as I don't knock that other one off, we're fine. Yep. Right, that is too far. I want it about there. Eat up that, and off that comes. Right, let's strap these down on the top. Yes. It will go that far. There we are. So that is all strapped. Let's go put the forklift away and go pick up our Landy. Right, back her up. There we go. Oh man, that just looks like Massively crazy setup on here. Somebody's saying I need to wash my landy. It is very true. I need to wash my landy. I need to get a pressure washer. Maybe we'll put one on the barn there. Actually, that's a good question. Where do you guys think we should place a pressure washer? We do have a couple of options for that, so let me know. But yeah, I'm going to get this wonderful, wonderful payday to pay off for us, I think, now. Because that is a lot of lettuce. This road is nice and easy to get to for the farmer's market as well, which is just around here. So let's bring this out here. Yeah, not too far to get this towed. And then I want to get all of these unloading at the same time if we can. Yep, there we go. That's got everything going. How much is this all going to make? The grand total is... Last box. There it goes. £38,630. That is so much money. Just off some lettuce from our greenhouses. That is brilliant. I'm really, really pleased with that. That is a massive amount of money from that. Now, I need to double check what else we've got that sells in January. Because I think everything else that we're looking at selling later on is later in the year. I think we're looking at April for the grape juice and the wool. When we're looking to try and get the spinnery based off of that. And then, yeah, we're not quite ready to do any further work with our grapevines. I think they're all going to need doing around the time we're looking to plant the new vines. Speaking of which, it's a fairly expensive thing to get grapevines planted. I think it's about £10,000 per row that we've got on here. I don't think we can price this up at the moment, unfortunately. But if I remember correctly, it was about 10,000 per row. Let's see if it'll even let us price this up. So, production, orchards, vines. It will let me price it up. Yeah, can't be planted in January is fine. But it's not going to tell me how much that costs, unfortunately. Yeah. No idea, but I think we were doing about 10,000 a row. So we've got enough money to do 4 rows at the moment, which will take us, looking at this, 4 rows is about that far. So yeah, take us to about here. I reckon we probably need about 120,000 maybe to get this whole field done. So we've got a way to go yet, and hopefully this year's grapes will produce a good amount of money. We've still got some more lettuce we'll be able to sell, and as I said, we've got all of this wool to sell when we reach top price in, I think it's April. Let's have a look. Wool, there we go. So price for that is rising 1,606. Yeah, April. So we're looking at 2,188, the top price for that. And as I said, we've got a whole load of grape juice stored as well at the moment. Top price for that is April, and that's 3,103. And if we have a look at our production for grape juice at the moment, oh wow, we are full up. I'm going to pop up there quickly with my tally truck and just sort that out, because otherwise we're going to come to April and it's not going to have any, or it's not going to have done all of the grape juice, and we're going to be left with some of the grapes in there. That is a really good amount though of grape juice we've got so far. So we did work out the tally truck is roadworthy. It's just that it's not very fast. 12 miles an hour we can get round at, but that's okay for a small trip like this up here. Normally I'd bring it on the trailer because we use the trailer then to transport stuff. Now I'm just going to come in and we'll widen our forks a little bit. And then make them a little bit thinner so they actually fit these. There we go. And then we can move this out the way. It can spawn some more, and we just need to find some space to store these. We have storage down the side. Yeah, we've got some storage down the side here. So we'll store these down here for now. And then we'll be able to get all of the rest of this processed and sorted. So I'm just going to spend a little while stacking these off here and making enough space in our processing center or in our grape processing factory to get all of our grapes processed and in a couple of months make a decent amount of money from these grapes. Yeah, 432 liters per pallet. So it's going to be over 2 pallets for 1,000 liters. But each of those is going to be worth over £3,000. So yeah, it's about £1,000, just over £1,000 a pallet. So the more of these pallets we can get out, the better. So I've removed 3 full sets from the end here. I think that will create enough space. We'll keep a close eye on it though, because if it doesn't, what I'm going to want to do is come back and make a little bit more space. But that is a very large amount of grape juice that we have sitting here at the moment. Yeah, a lot of pallets here, which is brilliant. 432 liters per pallet. That makes it really difficult to calculate this. And then we've got another 5,000 liters in there. So that is just 15,000 liters sitting in there. Those grapes should now be processed. And yeah, we're looking at a very, very nice amount of money come April time. Hopefully that will be soon enough to get grapes in. Let's have a quick look. Planting grapes. Yeah, smack bang in the middle of our window for planting grapes. Perfect. So we're going to leave this here today. All that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.